setting sun is a smoking gun, is a four-letter word, I hope it hurts. Love is a fatal flaw, is a broken jaw, is a burning bridge, move your hips. And the ghosts of the boulevard, littered with lonely hearts. The city like a graveyard, once was a postcard. When you lose your wonder, and you can't remember where we were living in the days of thunder. 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 Living in the days of love was a dream to have, was a king-size bed, was an escape plan, was an open hand. Now it's a dog from hell, it's a dream you sell, it's an epitaph, it's a photograph. And the ghosts of the boulevard, littered with lonely hearts. The city like a graveyard, once was a postcard. When you lose your wonder, and you can't remember
Сегодня я инициировал телефонный разговор с президентом Российской Федерации. Результат – тишина. Хотя тишина должна быть на Донбассе. Поэтому сегодня я хочу обратиться ко всем гражданам России. Не как президент. Я обращаюсь к российским гражданам как гражданин Украины. С вами нас разделяет более 2000 километров общей границы. Сегодня стоят ваши войска, почти 200 тысяч солдат, тысячи боевых машин. Ваше руководство одобрило их шаг вперед на территорию другой страны. И этот шаг может стать началом большой войны на европейском континенте. Точно знаем, нам не нужна война, не холодная, не горячая, не гибридная. Но если на нас будут наступать войска, если у нас попытаются отнять нашу страну, нашу свободу, наши жизни, жизни наших детей, мы будем защищаться. Не наступать, защищаться. Наступая, вы будете видеть наши лица, не наши спины, наши лица.
As a child, you would wait and watch from far away. But you always knew that you'd be the one that walked while they all played. And you'd lay awake night and scared of all the things that you would change, but it was just a dream.
Ебать!
From dust.
Слава Україні!
From dust.
When do you expect Russians to be in the middle, in the center of Kiev?
Never.
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 Hello? Good morning. Good morning, people. Why is it? Hold on. My shit is fucked. Hello? Why is it still so low? I feel like it should be. Okay, there we go. That's better. Yeah, am I better now? Is it better now? Yeah, I was really quiet. I had to turn it up. Honestly, the longer that this goes on, the closer I edge towards getting an interface. Like a real audio interface. Legitimately. Also, we're gonna play this game today. Cause I'm fucking kind of excited about it. This game is called WINDROSE. It's in early access. I think it literally just came out a couple days ago. And it's like a fucking pirate game. Yeah. I was like, I want to play this game so bad. It's like a pirate survival game. So, you know, I'm gonna play this game while I watch stuff, because this looks like the kind of game that I could potentially play the way Loner plays WoW. Where like, once I actually get the hang of it, because what you do right is that you're, yeah. Hutch watched it yesterday, and half the time people in the chat trying to convince Hutch that it's a genocide. I think they linked a human rights report from the UN and something from scholars. Wait, what did Hutch watch yesterday? The Loner Box soy pill convo? Hello, Arthur. Arthur, yes, I know I need to look at your stuff. I'm sorry that I have not yet done it. I apologize. I've had a lot going on lately. Once this job interview is over, then I will be back to doing the regular thing. Oh, the Hassan at Yale thing. I don't know if I'm gonna watch the whole thing. We'll see. I mean, I might wind up just listening to it while I play video games, because that's the hack that I was trying to, you know, because what will happen is I'll start watching something and I'll get kind of bored and I'll feel like I don't necessarily have as much to say to react to it. But yeah, it's going to be growing until you look at it. No, okay. So what you linked me, so there were two docs. Firstly, I think I'm pretty much probably always going to want the security one. So I'm interested in hold on. Russian rubble rummage. That's actually funny. Okay, I'm definitely, so in terms of like what you linked, Arthur, I'm interested in the Hungary stuff, and in some of this security stuff in particular. Like the Max Messenger stuff is funny to me. I'm very curious about that. Max Messenger has restricted the web version from where. Arthur, have you tried Max Messenger, or do you refuse to let that shit touch any of your technology? Like, are you just like, no, I do not consent to having the Kremlin anywhere near any of my shit? Yeah, 3 detained in Moscow. This looks interesting. Yeah, I figured that you would refuse. Oh yeah, this is an old doc. Okay, sorry. This is what I had open. Just a second. Let me get the proper one that you linked me yesterday. That was in the Russia channel. Yes, you linked the new oh, you just linked the new version? Okay, here we go. This is it. Yeah, honestly, Arthur, I really like, I think that either the way that I want to either do the Russia segment is either we would do it at the end of each stream, or oh my god. Hold on. Boo! Not dark mode compatible. Fuck you. It's not your fault. This is entirely the fault of there we go. This is entirely the fault of Proton Drive. And also, actually, no, I'll blame it on Dark Reader because Dark Reader doesn't have, or Dark Reader's not converting Proton Drive properly. Yeah. Okay. But this is actually really probably a better way of doing this. So, tags, domestic, international, international. Maybe I should have a poll too as well. Yeah, Proton spreadsheets are not dark mode. Yeah, well, no, the only reason why, but yeah, but see, in order to use dark mode, what I did was I had turned on Dark Reader, but Dark Reader's not working properly for I mean, maybe if I do, oh, there we go, Filter Plus, that works. Yeah, like that was it. And honestly, like I use Google Docs, but on my phone, Google Docs converts to dark mode much easier, but not so much on the desktop. On the desktop, basically, I'm just using dark mode with it because I am a dark mode Stacy and I love dark mode. Anyhow, okay, so this is oh, niche, and then CS is um okay. Oh, CS is civil society, state apparatus, SA. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Yeah. All right. Date of release. Headline: Race to Zero, how Russian region decided to achieve climate neutrality. Oh, that's actually kind of interesting. Statement concerning Telegram anti-censorship effects. This is from Pavel Durov. This might be interesting to see too. Detecting spyware. That's cool. Oh, this is the beaches story that you were really interested in. I'm kind of I gotta say I'm interested in that too. Obviously, dark mode is the only way, but proton ducts don't have it. Big sad. Do you have this extension, Arthur, Dark Reader? Because this is the extension that I use to have dark mode in like literally everything. And it has different modes. So on Proton, I set it to filter plus, and it put it and like now we, as you can see, we've got a nice dark mode here. Oh yeah, install Dark Reader. It's free and it's available for Firefox. It's a really good extension because then you can basically have dark mode everywhere, which is what I do now. Like I've gone out of my way to get dark mode everywhere. Okay. Yeah, there is a ton of stuff in here. Woman who made a hookah on Eastern Cake has been detained. A video with her apology has reached. Oh my god, really? Why? Stuff like this is funny, but it's also like, why? Authorities for the first time started attracting former war fighters for school guard duty. That could go very badly. Authorities failed the preparations for seasonal flooding in Dagestan despite Putin's control and millions allocated. Russia dropped out of the lunar race against US and China. Interesting. Putin's favorite paper published an interview in the spirit of Zimroda. I don't know what that is, but I'm curious. Any of like the weird shit about Putin is always funny to me. If I use YouTube Lite, I would probably end my eye. Yeah. Didn't Durov put out an update that let Russians get Telegram? I don't know, but we can find out about that. We can direct flights from Moscow to DP Arcade launched for the benefit of Russian tourists are flying empty. That is really funny. Huh. Oh yeah. So I want this one and oh, hello. Can I help you, sir? How are you doing, Mr. Kitty? How are you doing, baby? Aw, look at your baby. Are you gonna lay down in your chair so that I can turn on the cat cam? Because I'll do that. We're gonna have the kitty cam, and then everybody can watch you sleep. It'll be adorable. You're so cute. Okay. Oh, there is a free column for y'all to mark interest. Oh, okay. Oh, is that, oh, interest. Okay. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna link this in chat. Hold on. We're gonna pin this, and if people want, they can, and people can go here and they can mark, and they can mark things they're interested in the interest column. Like just like, I don't know, put like a check mark or a or like a, or a 1, or I don't know, just put something. You don't have to put your name or anything unless you really want to, but yeah, just or put, yeah, put like a 1. I don't know. FSB received 7 prisons from federal penitentiary service. Most of these have their heads replaced. Wow, curious. Oh, this that I'm interested in. Oh yeah. Also, Arthur, you can vote too. Huh. Oh. Protest against internet suppression campaign. Yeah, all right. I'm gonna let you guys all do that. I don't have to vote. I have veto power. I am the dictator, and I will force a story or two onto you if I think it's important. Okay, that's fine. You can totally do that. All right, yeah, I'm gonna let you guys do that. Everybody can go here. They can have a look. They can vote. Arthur will cover these stories. I don't know if today that will happen, but yeah, we will. We'll do that. And you know, hopefully he can like race through them or whatever. All right, let's get this party started. Oh shit, I hit the wrong button. So first thing I want to do is there's some news stuff that I want to go over. Or like we're just gonna do like a little bit of news here. So, and much like the box man, I am going to I have like a list of videos that news for stream.
I have been
No, not you.
I have
Mehdi.
been debating.
We already watched this. Remove. Oh. Remove. Okay, there's some stuff. There's a bunch of shit in here. Actually, we'll get started with this because this is called Saving Orban. Auto dubbed. Wait, hold on.
Друзі, я
Oh, hold on. Let me is there
Друзі, я прибув до Угорщини, щоб захистити вашу демократію.
Friends, I've come to Hungary to protect your democracy.
Адже мені стало відомо,
Because
що
I've learned that
українські
Ukrainian
спецслужби
special
намагаються
forces are trying to
вплинути на
influence
угорські
Hungarian
вибори.
elections.
Звідки я це знаю?
How do I know
Ха!
this?
Бо я
Huh!
на власні очі
I
бачив у
personally
Будапешті
saw hundreds of
сотні
billboards
бікбордів
with
з
Zelensky in
Зеленським. Що це?
Budapest.
Як не
Oh my god!
бо
Wait,
я на власні
look at the best couches for you. Oh my god! Look at these. Hungary will not become a colony of Ukraine. We will not let Zelensky laugh last. Putin's enemy is our enemy. We will save gas at the cost of our own dignity. We will not let them steal our borscht. Borscht? Borscht? I don't know how to. Yeah. All the Telegram stories are always my favorite to hear about, or Max too. Oh, yeah. Those are always fun. Arthur has become Putin. I don't have to. Oh, but remember, there are only so many hours in stream. Oh, well, yeah, I know, Arthur. See, basically, my hope is that for some of the stuff, you can probably speed through it relatively quickly, or like you don't necessarily. That's why I was saying, like, if you look at the article or the stuff that gets the most upvotes or whatever, you can always like go through the, like, especially if it's like a Telegram post, you can probably, like, I guess, read it and then like make bullet points if it's something quick, you know what I mean? Or if it's like a longer thing, like there might be certain things where it might require more context. Yeah, we will not allow Putin to we will not allow Putin to be insulted. Wanted Zelensky. We will not let Zelensky laugh. This is really funny.
власні очі бачив у Будапешті сотні бікбордів з Зеленським. Що це? Як не нахабне
What is
втручання
that
в
if not
електоральний
blatant
процес?
interference in the electoral process? Orban's
Жодні
like,
політичні
but it was me. No political decisions should depend on
рішення
foreign
не
money and
повинні
external
залежати від чужих
interests.
грошей та зовнішніх інтересів. Адже так?
Right? Rubles. Wait, that's not the actual that's not the actual, like, that's just a joke, right? Like, that's not the actual, like, dollar or ruble symbol, is it? I'll manage, I guess, and while I figure it out, y'all bear with. Oh yeah, no, absolutely, of course, Arthur. Thank you so much for offering to do this. This is really cool. I legitimately enjoy getting like an insight into Russia, or like into like Russian stuff and what's going on with Russia. And also some of it is quite funny. This is the real symbol. Oh my god. Okay.
Саме тому ми наполягаємо,
That is
що
exactly why we
іноземний вплив на
insist that foreign
суверенітет
influence on
іншої
another
країни
country's
є
sovereignty is
неприпустимим.
unacceptable.
Тож,
So
голосуйте за
vote
Віктора
for Viktor
Орбана.
Orban.
Адже Трамп не любить
Because
розумних та
Trump
успішних
doesn't like
людей.
smart and
Тож наша
successful
підтримка
people.
пану
So
Орбану
our support for Mr.
беззаперечна.
Orban is unquestionable. Oh my god. I love these. Okay. So we've got the Hassan debated Yale University students. Oh, this is from not
U.S.
long
military
ago,
says it
and it's only about 14 minutes. Oh shit! Hold on. They made him like a yes, they did. I'm quite fond of okay.
says it is successfully the U.S. military says it is successfully enforcing a naval blockade on Iran. A post on X by the U.S. Central Command says U.S. forces have completely halted economic trade going into and out of Iran by sea.
So, before we continue, hold on. I'm genuinely curious. How much food does Iran import? Iran relies heavily on imports for its food security, with food products accounting for roughly 29.46% of merchandise imports in 2022. The country is highly dependent on imports for key staples, including roughly 99% of soybeans, 91% of vegetables. Oof, not good. Okay. Are they starving them out? Is this what's happening? Or are they just okay. Maybe it'll say.
A statement by CENTCOM's commander, Brad Cooper, said that a blockade of Iran's ports has been fully implemented as U.S. forces maintain maritime superiority in the Middle East. The U.S. blockade comes after Iran effectively shut down shipping traffic through the Strait of Hormuz, a crucial global waterway for oil and gas transport. Iran shut the waterway during a month-long war against the U.S. and Israel that sent
It's not starvation, it's involuntary dieting.
oil and gas prices soaring and disrupted the global economy. Some 5,000 people have been killed. But there is also economic, diplomatic activity taking place despite the tensions. Pakistan, which hosted unsuccessful peace negotiations last weekend between the U.S. and Iran, has proposed a second round of talks. Donald Trump says those talks could happen in the coming days. Here's the U.S. president answering a journalist's question on the Fox Business Network's Mornings with Maria.
Is this war over?
I think it's close to over, yeah.
This is like the 5th time that he's said this. He's been saying this since the very start. It's almost done. It's almost done. This war is done. The war is over. We won. Iran has been beaten. It's just, stop talking.
I view it as very close to over. You know what? If I pulled up stakes right now, it would take them 20 years to rebuild that country. And we're not finished. We'll see what happens. I think they want to make a deal very badly.
Let's bring in Ralph Thiele here. He was a colonel in the German army and now heads the security think tank Euro Defense Germany. He joins us from Andernach. Ralph, the U.S. military says it has maritime superiority in the Gulf. What do you make of that choice of words? Is superiority the same as full control?
No.
No, not really. It's a military term. I think it's adequate. What it says is that you, in certain rooms or at a certain time, have more or less the say in this area.
Yeah, honestly, Trump's the Trump administration's messaging on this war would be like 1,000 times better if basically everybody who was not like a fucking military general shut the fuck up and they all stopped talking and they basically just allowed General Kane and other military people to answer all questions, and then they could deflect if they don't have an answer or whatever the fuck. Or like, I don't know, get better like fucking marketing people, because this constant, it's almost over, guys. It's almost over. It's actually over. We totally won. We beat them. Their military is gone. They're totally fucked. Shit is just it's just stop talking.
That you talk about. There is a higher term which is supremacy, which means in principle the other has nothing to say at all. So,
oh yeah, it is making Trump less popular, XBQY, which is why I'm saying, which honestly, like, they won't, and that's based, you know. Actually, honestly, I don't even think that shutting up would necessarily matter. Like, the war is unpopular because like, no matter what, and part of the reason why is because they couldn't get their story straight in terms of why they did it. And I don't even know, honestly, if General Kane could properly answer that question. Like, I guess in some ways my opinion of General Kane has gone down somewhat since I read that New York Times article where it revealed that apparently he basically chose not to take a position, and all he did was like kind of tell the truth, or like he just gave a military assessment, but he never said this would be a good idea or this would be a bad idea, like Mattis or previous generals who had worked for Trump. But also at the same time, I mean, I guess if Epic were here, he would probably say that that's he kind of has to, or that's the only way that he's going to be able to not basically get kicked out, because if he speaks his mind too much and he tries to tell Donald Trump you can't do this, or like you shouldn't do this, then he won't last long, you know. Yeah. Do you think Donald can ever shut up? I don't think it's possible unless it's Epstein stuff. Yeah, Donald Trump can't even shut up about Epstein stuff. He just talks. He just likes to talk. I think he just likes the sound of his own voice. Holding the standard that military advisors should give political advice is not a trivial thing. No, well, I'm not saying give political advice. I'm saying that like General Kane never gave an opinion about whether or not Trump should go into Iran. He stayed neutral on it. He did not voice either like support or like opposition. He basically just said, okay, this is what it would look like if we did it, and that's it. That's all that he did. And I'm saying that like as a military person, I imagine, because I know that like Mattis and Mark Milley both did this, you can absolutely say, I don't think that militarily this would be a good idea because of XY, or I think it would be a good idea because of XY, you know. I don't know if the opinion would be political advice or not. I'm not really sure, but Epic's not here to provide the answer to that. But I'm not sure. Because like I feel like actually no, that's not true. You could absolutely give an opinion that wouldn't be political advice. Like if you're a military guy and you get asked to like formulate a plan for something or whatever, and every way you look at it, you see that a lot of American troops are going to die, and that the operation would take a really long time. I think it would be fair for you to voice that information to the president. And then like from that you get the opinion we probably shouldn't do this. Now I'm not saying that that's what the opinion was that he would have got from Iran, but yeah, I mean I don't know. It seems like I think that he did try to tell him that it would take longer. I'd have to go look at the article again, but I'm sure that people were telling Trump that it would take longer. People were certainly telling him that Netanyahu and the Mossad's like assessment that they could do it super easy that they were full of shit. My European agenda is working. I had someone in Mr. Box say, "Aren't you the Europe defender?" Listen, XBQY, the fact that you like agree that Europe needs to do better in terms of military stuff, it means that I think like you're all right. I get it, you know.
While choosing superiority, it means this is not full control.
Now, President Trump says the war is very close to being over. How do you see it?
I don't see it. I hope we come to this point, actually. Well, we know from President Trump that he has all kinds of statements that, follow his own positions, his terms, his aspirations, but not necessarily the reality on the ground. So we have to see what comes here. My sensing, actually, of this conflict is that in these days, Iran has more choices, more potential for escalation than the US have. This is somehow weird.
What do you make of the US blockading Iranian ports, if you're talking about escalation? Is this a clever move? What risks do you...
Oh, let me guess. Trump is fighting with the Pope because every time the Pope comes out and says something about how war is bad, Trump feels the need to... Yeah, it's stupid.
do you see in this?
Well, at the moment, it may be just a move to have a card at the next talks that come up so that you have something to bargain. In principle, on objective terms, what it does, it takes the income away from Iran that it still has considerably. It makes much more income by oil and gas these days than it did before the war started. Particularly, China is a customer on this point at a problem. China is a very tough player when it comes to its own interests. So at the moment, it's kind of interested to keep peace with the US, make friendly moves, help support it in getting forward with the talks, but it could be a very ugly opponent. So let's hope this doesn't come about.
So that's one aspect that we need to keep an eye on, China's role if the U.S. starts blocking its ships from getting oil that it so badly needs. Well, but looking at Iran, in retaliation for the blockade, Iran is threatening to strike ports of various Gulf countries that are really important to the United States. What would Iran gain, though, from that?
Well, at first we'll have to hit it. Actually, I'm really thrilled by the performance, for example, of the United Arab Emirates, how well they do. Nobody would have expected that they do so well. So they're in a much better position to protect their ports than the Iran actually is to attack them. So it's a threat. It's a threat to prosperity of the Arab nations. It's a threat to their, well, what shall I say, their governance, their ability to govern, and of course for the U.S. To perform from there. But in principle, I think to the U.S. the harbors in the Mediterranean are strategically much more important than the harbors now here. So from there, I think the real threat comes from the U.S. blocking Iran ship movements or Iran-related ship movements. I'm not so scared actually about Iran attacks on Arab harbors.
And presumably when you said that the UAE is doing so well, you mean by intercepting or shooting down those missiles and drones coming at them. So where does this blockade leave navigation through the Strait of Hormuz? Can companies who move their goods through, who want to move their goods through that strait, can they resume shipping safely?
Not at this point. So some ships are getting through. It's a lower number, I would say, in ships that are getting through, but by far not much enough. In fact, of course, this is a threat to the Arab nations because they need all kinds of goods to come there to their harbors and then also to go from there to follow their exports. So from there, I mean, this is a kind of a threat. But actually, again, threatening the harbors as such should be difficult. I know the navies, they're in scene. I've visited all of them actually, and they're in a pretty good shape as air defense is. So from there, I'm not really too concerned looking at this point. So we are a little, we have a what shall I say, a little stormy weather in a water glass of water that's coming up and maybe gone again when the next talks start.
The U.S. started this war together with Israel with various goals in mind, including regime change. That one is looking unlikely at the moment. But what about the goals of destroying Iran's missile capabilities, stopping it from developing nuclear weapons? Are those still realistic goals?
Not 400%. So it appears to me that not all of the Iran will be gone in the end. All of these enriched uranium capabilities that Iran has, they will insist on using it for peaceful means, so we will kind of see of that. But it will become difficult. So part success. The other thing is, in fact, ballistic missiles and although their ramps from which they are shot. I think the US and Israeli combined force has, deleted or destroyed quite a big percentage of that, maybe 80%, maybe 90%. So that means at least Iran would need some years again to come up in the previous situation it has been. So the threat of Iran will be lower militarily for some time, but lower doesn't mean it's not there. So we can see that right now with this asymmetric warfare that we witness.
Ralph, thank you very much for speaking with us today. That was Ralph Thiele, president of the think tank Eurodefense Germany.
Has been a pleasure.
Well, for more, I'm joined now by Todd Huntley from Washington, D.C. He's director of Georgetown University Law Center's National Security Law Program. He's also a retired Navy captain and judge advocate general.
All right,
Mr. Huntley, it's good to have you with us. I'd like to use your legal eyes for a moment. The U.S. blockading Iranian ports, if the goal here is to cut off Iran from any and all naval imports, does it become an illegal blockade?
A naval blockade during an armed conflict is a lawful method.
Damn, the sink.
Of naval warfare, provided certain conditions are met. That is, it has to be announced, it has to be impartial, that is, it can't be applied only to ships from certain countries, and it has to be effective. That is, it has to actually be able to stop maritime traffic going into and out of the targeted country. It also has to allow access to neutral ports. So President Trump's initial Truth Social post on Sunday declaring that all maritime traffic would be blockaded would have violated the law of naval warfare. But the follow-up announcements by U.S. Central Command that were then repeated on the White House social media page would make it lawful.
You have been quoted as saying that the Department of Defense Law of War Manual states that neutral vessels carrying relief supplies should be allowed to pass. Let me ask you, is this the Trump administration, is this an administration that consults manuals, or will this come down to the top brass in the Navy deciding whether or not to follow through with the plan?
Yeah, no, the president certainly doesn't consult manuals. And I think what that does is it often leaves the military in an uncomfortable situation of trying to clean up, and divine what the intentions of the commander-in-chief truly are. And I think that's what happened in this instance, right, with the president's initial post and the follow-up post by U.S. Central Command. So while I don't think the president would consult it, I do think the lawyers advising the commanders, both the U.S. Central Command and on the ground, would be consulting it and advising consistent with it.
All right, let me consult your naval eyes now. The Strait of Hormuz, we know it's a relatively small geographic area to police and control, but the amount of traffic that goes through this waterway is huge. What level of difficulty are we talking about for the U.S. military?
No, I think this is going to be very difficult, and if conducted for any extended period of time, is really going to tax U.S. naval resources. Right now, I think it's manageable because, again, it looks like so few vessels are trying to go through. But I would be concerned if, a large number of vessels coordinated outbound traffic while also spoofing their identification and location signals. I think that would make it very difficult.
I'm sure you're aware that 2 Avenger-class minesweepers from Japan are being rushed to the Gulf as we speak. And as we understand it, their mission will be to clear the Strait of Hormuz of Iranian mines. I also understand that the United States had 2 minesweepers based in the Gulf, which were withdrawn from the area on the eve of the start of this war. Confidence building for a layman does not look anything like this. You were once a Navy captain. How do you read this?
No, I mean, I think this is, this is an example of why allies and partners are so important. Because, naval doctrine and naval planning have been based on the assumption that our partners, who have focused more on mine clearing capabilities and operations, would be operating alongside the U.S. Navy in any type of conflict, and that we could rely on their capabilities in clearing mines. And so I think that's, what it's good that Japan is now, pushing that capability forward to assist us. But I think it does call into question the president's hesitance to actually rely on partners.
If you had the ear of the U.S. president tonight, what would you tell him needs to happen immediately for this blockade to be successful and short?
I think 2 things. One, the president has to figure out what the end state is going to be. What is the overall goal? And then how does the blockade help achieve that? And what other operations or what other actions need to support the blockade, or what other actions does the blockade need to support? By itself, it's not going to be, leading to victory.
Okay. Retired Naval Captain Todd Huntley. Mr. Huntley, good having you on the program. Good getting your expertise as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, then there was this that I saw, which I thought was interesting. So we're gonna.
It's an extraordinary claim by the Ukrainian leader. For the first time since the war began, Volodymyr Zelensky says Ukrainian forces were able to retake territory seized by the Russians using only an army of robots. Zelensky, appearing in a heavily produced video address on Monday, said the enemy position was captured by ground systems and drones without infantry involvement and without losses on the Ukrainian side.
Oh, hold on. Let me, I mean, I can goal us up. Sure. There's not a lot of people here yet, but yeah. There we go. We are now gold.
The president also revealing that drones have carried out roughly 22,000 missions on the front lines just in the past 3 months. In other words, said Zelensky, lives were saved more than 22,000 times when a robot went into the most dangerous areas instead of a warrior. Among experts, both the announcement and the video were met with cautious skepticism. Is this a slick PR move, or is this an actual significant breakthrough in the battlefield?
It's both a slick PR move and a breakthrough in the battlefield. There have been some real advances in Ukraine that I think are very notable, but there is an awful lot of public relations and.
Kalinda, you want to do a thing again where you get access to my vid in exchange for subs? Absolutely. I would love to do that. Your video looks super interesting. How long is it, by the way?
And frankly, marketing involved in this latest video.
In January,
I finally got to watching 2,000 meters to Andreevkins. Yeah, it is crazy. Did you watch the other one, the one about Mariupol? How many subs? I don't know, 10 maybe? 200, I guess. That could be. Actually, no, instead of that, okay, no, I will not answer the number of subs. I don't know how many subs. I was gonna say, or alternatively, if you guys can get me, if I can get $100 in the stream or whatever, then I would also take it. But yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't know the exact number. I heard the student who confronted Hassan literally got hissed out. Oh yeah. Yeah, 20 Days in Mariupol was very, very painful to watch. I literally, I was bawling my eyes out, especially during I had to watch it in 2 sittings, and during the first half, it hit really hard. When they would talk about the kids that got killed playing soccer, or the bombs that were being dropped, and just the overall atmosphere of hopelessness within the city and everything. There were some really insane moments too. When he runs to the window and he says film it, when they put the camera out at the window of the hospital so they can see the Russian tank, and it's got the big Z painted on the side of it and stuff. Yeah. It's going to be more than last time, and it's going to be a small percentage going directly to me this time. Really, really, Conduit? Okay, yeah. Do you exist in Discord? Yes, Conduit is in Discord, Arthur. He's also in my Discord too, I think.
Defense manufacturer DevDroid posted this video saying it showed a ground robot equipped with artificial intelligence taking 3 Russian soldiers captive. The Ukrainian battalion posting this similar video, which appears to be from the same incident. How much territory Ukraine was able to recapture and how many Russian soldiers surrendered as a result of the operation lauded by Zelensky is unclear.
I think the Ukrainians are trying to bring a lot of attention.
Oh, it should be a little under 2 hours this time. Don't have the exact runtime because I'm still weaving the conclusion together. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I'd still be down to do that. If I do that, I don't know if I'll be playing video games at the same time or if I'll just sit and watch it. I mean, yeah, I could probably just sit and watch it. We'll see. Yeah. Because I want to try out this new game that I think I can play in the background the way Loner plays WoW. Robotic warfare, here we come, Terminator.
Attention to their drone capabilities. Recently, they began assisting American forces in the Middle East. I think this video is capitalizing on that. I think the actual tactical event.
They haven't really begun assisting American forces. They have begun assisting America's allies who are buying their interceptors to combat Iran because that is like a better option for them. The United States does not need help taking out Shahed drones. I wish everybody would stop saying this.
Was probably a little bit smaller than we're led to believe through this video.
Like, maybe I need Epic to give me, like, some fucking sources on that so that I can show them. So it's not just Epic saying, listen, we don't need this, and then Trump saying that they don't need it. I don't know. It's just annoying. I mean, I hope it's interesting enough you can sit and watch, but I'm not going to complain. You run your stream your way. Well, no, Conduit, it isn't that. It's me. It's because I have ADHD, right? But actually, no. You know what? I should probably be able to just sit and watch it.
Can we watch the Hassan segment but just censor every time he opens his maw? Is that allowed?
I do have to get my I need to get my audio together, my stuff. Oh, you know what else I want to do? I need to put I think Vadim going it's a genocide on my soundboard because that shit is funny as fuck.
Zelensky is in Europe this week meeting with allies and looking to make more arms deals. In response, Russia's defense ministry saying today that European plans to increase drone supplies to Ukraine are dragging those countries into a war with Russia at an ever faster pace.
All right, Danielle joins Top Story tonight. Danielle, Ukraine is preparing.
Wow, I'm surprised that Russia hasn't threatened nukes again.
For even more high-tech warfare beyond these robots?
Yeah, the UK announcing today it is going to be sending 120,000 drones to Kyiv.
Grassroots, did you see the part where Hassan debates students? Because that I'm more interested in watching than the than like necessarily his speech. I mean, I might listen to certain parts of his speech, but yeah, it's a fucking genocide. Yeah, like the way he says it, like with this weird Valley Girl voice. Yeah, I need to get that. I gotta put that on the soundboard. I need to dedicate some time to just make some soundboard stuff. Oh no, I saw it on Connor's show. Oh, you did? You saw it? Damn. Yeah, I know Hassan said the Stalinist thing. I missed that, but Connor watched it yesterday, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
Kyiv by the end of the year. The Ukrainians will be receiving their biggest ever shipment of drones by the UK, and that it will include long-range strike drones, logistics, intelligence, and reconnaissance drones.
Danielle Hamamdjian for us tonight. Danielle, we thank you for that. We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
Hold on. I'm gonna do a funny thing when Hassan is when he talks, but okay. We've also got some Tim Pool with regards to the MAGA Civil War, but I'll get to that in a second. There was a POV analysis of a close quarters trench fight that I'm interested in watching, but maybe I'll wait until after Epic gets here for that. I don't know. I debated Yale University students. Hassan Avi's incredible speech and his amazing debate with Yale students. You know what? Hold on, I'm just gonna pull it up. I'm just gonna grab it from the oh hell, it's already here. Okay. Here we go. All right, guys. Hassan has something to say, but is it really Hassan?
The fall of the USSR was one of the greatest catastrophes of the 20th century. Just wait, listen, maybe you'll agree. Not only was there incalculable harm done to every single country under its banner.
Do you guys see him? Do you guys see who is actually talking? Because it's not actually Hassan. You see, it seems to fit more, you know, seems to fit better when it's actually just Putin. Because honestly, like,
The fall of the USSR was one of the greatest catastrophes of the 20th century. Just wait.
Adjacent person, I've never had my faith in humanity as this C-student communist flunky, speaking at Yale, and proceed to run D for mass murder for an hour unapologetically.
yeah, I can't believe that he actually said it. He used those, like, is that not Putin's exact words? The fall of the USSR was like one of the greatest, was like the greatest catastrophes of the 20th century. Like, is that not, like, oh, he said one of the greatest. Okay, so at least he didn't say the greatest, which is what Putin said. But even so, that's still fucking stupid. Like, god damn.
Wait, listen, maybe you'll agree. Not only was there incalculable harm done to every single country under its banner. child prostitution, skyrocketing suicide rates, life expectancy plummeting. But America...
By the way, I'm pretty sure this isn't true. Like, life expectancy in former Soviet countries over time. Okay, so it says apparently in the 90s there was a decline. And then my guess is that it went back up. Oh yeah, it did rise everywhere after World War II. Yeah, I would assume that it went down in the 90s. But then I'm also assuming that it went back up after that. The fuck is this? Stop. Yugoslavia fallout was bad, but that wasn't USSR. Yeah, true, it wasn't. Mortality trends in communist countries. Soviet Union's breakup in 1991 precipitated a significant health crisis in post-communist countries, although there has been extensive research on the early 1990s. Knowledge of subsequent life expectancy using the WHO mortality database, life tables, blah, blah, blah. This study assesses life expectancy trends from 1989 to 2019. And the causes of death. In contrast, former Soviet republics displayed diverse trends, with Estonia nearing Western standards, while countries like Russia and Ukraine lagged, experiencing life expectancy reversals beyond the 1990s crisis. Decomposition results suggest that shifts in infant mortality, external... Yeah, so obviously they're not a monolith. So it really depends on, like, which countries you're talking about then. So some of them went up, some of them went down. So this is kind of like a, yeah. Oh, thank you, Vaz, for the gifty.
America was no longer contested around the globe.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, the 1990s were difficult. Yeah.
And it is precisely because of the end to that multipolarity that we saw accelerated neoliberalism that is devastating.
Hold on. Wait a minute. People would say that Reagan and Thatcher were neoliberals, and that was like during the Cold War. Thank you for the 10 gifties, Grassroots. Thank you very much. Like, people will say, arguably, like, the neoliberal turn, that was during the Cold War. And also, it then continued into the 90s. But then you could make the argument, yeah. Oh, Pragmatic American, when I say neoliberal, I'm not talking about that. I'm not saying Thatcher was a liberal. Sorry. I'm using neoliberal the way that Epic was using it. As in, like, neoliberalism is basically a, it's like, it usually refers to economic policy. So it means, like, you're doing lots of deregulation and you're practicing fiscal conservatism and you're cutting programs and stuff. Like, basically, Epic informed me that neoliberalism, and this does match when I look it up, is essentially like fiscal conservatism, basically. And like, usually when these guys use neoliberal, that's also what they mean too. Oh, thank you, Patriarch, for the 10 gifties. Holy shit, you guys. But no, I'm not. Thatcher's not a liberal. Thatcher and Reagan were conservatives. But they were not but like I'm saying though that they were like that the policies that they practiced were like neoliberal. You know what I mean? And like at least the economic policies are what we would describe as neoliberal. Yeah, Ronald Reagan was a small L liberal. He was not but he yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like they were like neoliberalism when these guys use it, it's basically like fiscal conservatism. And to them, the most important thing that they like to preach here, or to what when Hassan talks about this, the main thing that he's talking about is deregulation and like, you know, less regulations on capitalism and shit like that. But it's very funny to hear him say this because that started before the Cold War ended. So he just doesn't know what the fuck he's talking. It's just stupid.
Every Western nation right now, unlimited and unchecked.
Also,
greed.
That's not. This isn't even true either. Like, geez, in Europe, is it not the case that the peace dividend? It meant that like there would. Actually, that's not even true in Europe anyway, because in Europe, what they did was they cut their militaries and they used it to spend more on like their like their welfare and shit. Yeah, America supported new countries' USAID for existence. For Hassan, it's of course American imperialism of something, but guess what? Not everything in the world is about America. Yeah, I know. USAID was a good thing. USAID helped foster civil society in former Soviet countries, and this is based.
Our successes are leading to our own demise and the demise and collapse of the liberal system.
Like, this is just not,
The U.S. has produced disaster after disaster after disaster.
Okay, there's more. Like, he says other insanely yikesy shit. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Like, it's just so dumb. Let's see here. Where is it?
The fall of the USSR, but America, a lot of liberals on this campaign.
I really liked her speech. Okay, that's not. Is this it? Where's the other part? Oh yeah, this is all from multiple days ago. Oh, I'm never gonna get tired of this. This is so cute.
Зустрілися.
Look at him.
Аж у багачки. Як кота звать?
Kitty.
Малиш. Кот
Kitty
Малиш
reunites.
і дядя Сеня. Собственною персоною. Як обняв.
That cat is so happy.
І мурчить. Мурчить. Зустрілися.
Okay. That's fine. We've got the we can get the transcript. We have the technology. Whoops. You know what? Fuck it. Fuck this. I'm sorry. You guys have to suffer. We're going to listen to this. We're going to listen to it at 1.5 because it sounds like Hassan engages in some extremely ridiculous historical revisionism in this speech. And I want to hear it.
This is going to pick me up, right? Everyone can hear me? All right. Just want to start off by thanking everybody for allowing me to come to Yale.
Listen, you guys come here to watch me crash out, and this is what's going to happen if he starts spewing ahistorical bullshit. Especially, by the way, if he starts talking about the Nazis. Which, you know what? Honest to God, I want a new rule. I don't think that you should be allowed to compare things to Nazi Germany or to talk about Nazi Germany unless you have, at the very least, read something about it. And by something, I don't mean whatever the fuck your stupid fucking you're like watched videos from your dumb fuck tanky people. I mean, like, Jesus Christ, even just reading the Wikipedia article on Nazi Germany would mean that you knew 99% more than like this motherfucker or 99% of people. Jesus Christ. I fucking hate this shit.
Come to Yale University today and be able to deliver a speech on one of my favorite subjects, U.S. empire. I know that it was quite contentious, it seems, that there were a lot of people that didn't want me to come here today. And
American empire. I hate American empire. American empire sucks. We should have based empires like China and Russia. Those guys are really good. I like their empires, but not your empire. Your empire is so last season. Like,
and speak to all of you. That's right. I know.
Wait, he goes more mask off than I've ever seen. Really? Does he? Does he, Grassroots? Because he went pretty mask off in that fucking Pod Save America thing where he was defending Hamas. Yes, that's my strawman voice. True, American empire is the based empire. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, America's done a lot of fucked up bad shit, but guess what? I would still rather have the United States be the world hegemon than like fucking China or Russia or countries that are non-democratic dictatorships. He went as mascot. Oh boy.
I know what that means now. I want to start off by thanking the Yale Union. I'm especially sad that Senator Rick Scott couldn't make it. I'm sure he had many opinions on whether or not we should end the U.S. empire and the global capitalist system, which is what I will be talking about today. And then,
oh my God. I'm sure he probably goes full tanky. Yeah. I love consistent people that love Russia and move there. Yeah, Wasserman, Hassan should just move to Russia or China, but he never will. Because he doesn't want to live somewhere like that. He'd rather continue to live in the United States and reap all the benefits from it while shitting on it constantly.
And then your grandparents are probably going to hear about it on Fox News tomorrow. But it's an interesting resolution. End the U.S. empire. It's interesting because how do you end something that's already in the process of dying? Because that's the situation.
By the way, just so you guys know, these guys have been saying this for ages. Okay? Late stage capitalism is for communists, like the fucking rapture is for like evangelical conservatives or like Christians or Christians who think that like the world is going to end tomorrow. That's what this is. It's like, in my understanding, and like I could be wrong about this because my education on the Dark Ages was very, very limited and short, but my understanding is that like the Dark Ages of the Middle Ages, the attitude at the time was that the end times were literally just around the corner. And that's what a lot of like monasteries and people who like lived in a lot of like monks and whatnot believed. And yeah, it's just dumb. Like, there's literally a subreddit called Late Stage Capitalism. Also, should I leave Putin's face? Should I leave Putin's face on Hassan for the entire thing, or is the gimmick over? Or should I put a different dictator on his face? Should we just put Stalin up there? Yes. Okay. I mean, I don't know how many of you guys actually want to look at Putin's face, you know? Yeah, Epic might remember some particular examples, but I'm good with it. Okay, sure. Well, you know what? Putin's got a bigger head than Hassan. But yeah, I just, fun fact, early Christians believed Jesus was going to return within their lifetime. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. That's what this is. It just feels so stupid. For these people, late stage capitalism has been a thing for like a gazillion years. And it's insane.
With the American empire as it stands today. The empire of the United States was born in the Spanish-American War and rose to the position of global superpower during World War II. People are hissing World War II. That's crazy. That was a good one that we fought. Sure, you can trace America's imperial roots to killing.
Oh, Dark Ages is a slander term. Okay, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. Dark Ages is, yeah, that's an out-of-date term. I guess like the early medieval period would be what we would call it now. Yeah, I listen, I am not, I will be the first to admit that outside of the 20th century, my education on history is pretty limited. Like, I have like sort of like a basic bit of knowledge, but it's not much. Yeah, because it's been a long time. Anyway. The only place you could argue that has late-stage capitalism would be South Korea, a lesson for America to learn on what not to do. I'd have to know more about that in order to know that. I'm partially, yeah, of course you are, but yeah, I mean, I've heard people say that though, that the Dark Ages was actually not what, like, for example, I think, I believe that it might have been my high school history teacher, so mind you, this was in the early 2000s, who described the Dark Ages as like 100 years of nothing. Basically, where all they did was they just went into their like literally they just retreated into their the Christian monks retreated into their monasteries and like spent all their time studying the Bible or whatever, because they didn't want to or because they thought the end times was right around the corner. And then there was like a bunch of feuding and like fighting by the lords or by the medieval by the feudal lords and stuff like around Europe and shit. But yeah, it wasn't nothing. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, there's been a lot more studies on the Dark Ages. That like what I just said is like an old misconception, and that's not true. There was plenty of stuff that happened then. Yeah. North Americans talking about European history. Well, no, like I said, that's something that I was told a long ass time ago, but I never actually really took, like, there was actually a medieval studies department at my university, and I kind of wish that I had indulged a little bit as I look back now, but I really didn't learn much. The Dark Ages is a good term for that period of Western Europe. It was objectively a humble period to live in. Well, yeah, like, I mean, it also saw the development, I would imagine, of a lot of the systems that then predated. But my understanding is that there was the early Middle Ages, the high Middle Ages, and then like the late medieval period, I think is what people refer to it as. But it's been a long ass time. Like, I think I took a general European history course, but yeah. Okay, anyway. Maybe I'll take some time to learn about that at some point in the future.
Killing and stealing from the Native Americans, or to the Mexican-American War. But America's status as a transoceanic power came with the dawn of the 20th century. After the Second World War, the American empire was in a time
based
of expansion. We benefited greatly from our distance from the damage to the war itself. We hadn't suffered the terrible losses that our allies did, like in the USSR, with more than 20 million slain, defeating the Nazi scourge. But the Axis powers had been defeated. But the United States, fueled by anti-communist...
Oh yeah, Hassan's just gonna all right, sure, whatever. Aren't you like not mentioning certain things there? It's funny, these guys love to just talk about the USSR. The term like the early Middle Ages definitely saw a decline in population, cities, and localization as the wider trade and communication networks of the Roman era collapsed. So the term alludes to something real. Yeah, but there was more to it. It was not like 100 years of nothing. That was like bullshit. Yeah, I know. I don't know too much about it, but yes.
Communist fervor turned against its former ally, the Soviet Union.
Bro, they were not really, like, great friends to begin with. It was literally an alliance of convenience. It was an enemy of my enemy is my friend. Also, by the way, is Hassan gonna mention the fact that, like, the USSR quite literally, like, empired as well and fucking conquered Eastern Europe, took over all those countries and forced them to become communist? Is he gonna mention that? The fact that Eastern and Central Europe got fucked, and in large part of the reason why they got fucked is because they were abandoned by the other allies. Yeah, and yes, also, yes, the Soviets did only join after they got attacked. Yeah, of course, he's not going to mention that. And he's also not going to mention the fact that they teamed up with the Nazis.
This next phase of the American empire was structured as a world competition between Washington and Moscow. Everywhere the United States looked, it found communists under the floorboards, under the beds, both real and imagined. And naturally, this anti-communist struggle went hand in hand with American imperial interest. From Europe to East Asia, the interests of our investors and our corporations were protected, and protected unconditionally, mind you. And rather than start converting our swords into plowshares, at the end of World War II, we dropped atom bombs, 2 of them to be exact, to show the rest of the world that we had that capacity.
Okay, he's not going to talk at all about the complexities behind this or about the fact that Japan was literally insane and that was probably the only real way to get him to surrender. Okay.
To change the tides of history in an irreparable manner.
Morning based Hassan Putin. Hello, Fellrunner.
We helped out Nazi and Japanese war criminals. We got into a hot war in Korea where we...
You think the Soviets didn't do that same fucking thing? The Soviets also took, like, Nazi war criminals. That was a thing that they did. Literally. Like, both sides did it. You want to say you don't like it, that's fine. You know what? I agree. I don't think that that's great, but oh yeah, Operation, Oswald, I can't even say it. It's like, they literally, they picked, like, the hardest fucking word. I don't know, like, Arthur, are you still here? Can you translate the names and like, hold on. I'm gonna look it up. Wikipedia must have a translation of it so that I can just call it that instead. Oh, it's not a word. It's not a Russian word. Did they literally? Wikipedia doesn't even have a... Hold on. Pronunciation. Oh no.
Osselverchem. Osselverchem.
Osselverchem?
Osselverchem.
Osselverchem? Whatever. I don't know. That's so... Oh, here it is.
Operation Ossoaviakhim was a Soviet operation.
Operation Ossoaviakhim, although I don't know that that's even the correct way to say it. Whatever. This is so stupid. It's saying it wrong. It's an aviation club-ish thingy thing. Okay. Hello, what's up? Yeah, well, it's also the name of the Soviet version of Operation Paperclip, where like they recruited Nazi scientists. KH is pronounced just as H. Don't know why you make us transliterate H as K. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know. Whatever.
Where we used the information that we got from those pardoned Japanese war criminals, chemical and biological warfare on Korea. And we began this long-term worldwide Cold War. In other words...
Oh, Hassan, are you basically gonna like leave out the part where if the US hadn't done that, then the entirety of like Korea would have been taken over by fucking Kim Jong-un, or sorry, Kim Il-sung was the first guy, right? Kim Il-sung? Also Avia him. Operation Also Avia him. Yeah. Oh no, poor North Korea. Like, yeah, listen, the US did bad war crimes in North Korea, okay? Oh, Kim Il-sung. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, him. But like, Jesus Christ. North Korea is a brutal dictatorship. And of course, Hassan probably looks at North Korea and he goes, I don't he said something like, yeah, well, they're only like that because of the evil West. Is Hassan gonna forget that the UN recommended military assistance to South Korea at the time, Resolution 83? I didn't even know that, to be honest with you. I actually don't know much of anything about the Korean War. This is stuff that I also need to learn about just so I can counter these dipshits. It didn't use biological weapons in field. My understanding was that they I think that they use like fire weapons or something, but Kim Il-sung, this is the right one. Yeah.
Words, we became the monsters that we had supposedly vanquished.
No. No. Fuck you. I'm sorry, but there is nothing. I don't think that there is a single thing that Hassan could name that the US did that was as bad as what Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan did. Even when you're talking about the most insane shit. But obviously, of course, Hassan doesn't care about intent. He's only looking at like outcomes. But even then, I don't know if you could like name anything that, you know, I mean, yeah, the fire bombings of Dresden were pretty bad. The fire bombings of Tokyo were really bad. But like at the same time, that was done in a different way. The US did invent reality TV. So true. So war is good when communists started. Apparently, like 99% as bad. I don't know. Like, I feel like there's so much different. Like, Jesus Christ, the kind of shit that Japan did, and I don't even know everything about the kind of shit that Japan did. Just like based on from what Epic has told me, or like Unit 731 and the insane shit that they had. And also, like, in terms of Nazi Germany, no, nothing the United States has done has ever come close to measuring like the absolute awfulness of what Nazi Germany did. Because as I have previously demonstrated to you guys multiple times, the level of intent that one finds within the Holocaust is like so insanely high. The coordination, like literally these motherfuckers invented assembly line murder, and like it was just crazy. Gotta go catch a train. I shall see you all in a few days. Have fun, Prita. Have you seen the clip of Hassan screaming at a lady who fled North Korea because she was talking about how bad it was to live there? A hater made a song out of it. Wait, are you talking about North Korea or Vietnam? Because Hassan like started yelling at like a Vietnamese lady who fled Vietnam. You telling me the trains wasn't an accident? No, I'm not even just talking about the trains though. I just mean that like from top to bottom, the Holocaust was just so coordinated and so full of intent. And like there was a level of cruelty to it that was just absolutely insane. Like all you got to do is just like look at the Sonderkommando. And I'm sure that everybody here knows what the Sonderkommando is, because I think that that is probably one of the most horrifying aspects of the Holocaust. Like basically forcing Jewish prisoners to be part of the extermination machinery, basically. It's just... there's just a level of, and like the fact that they basically got to witness it, there's something to that just, it's so awful, you know. And then obviously like Japan and the fact that they would literally like just like kill people for fun, like the stuff they did to the Chinese, like there's so much horrific shit, you know. Like I think they would like cut babies out of wombs, or like they would like kill baby. The level of insanity is just crazy. The cruelty in a lot of ways was the point. And you're not going to find, apart from like, yeah, there was some bad war crimes that the US did in Vietnam, like the My Lai massacre and whatnot, but that was not a top-down order. That was not state policy. And therefore that makes it quite a bit different. But Hassan doesn't want to understand this. And he's basically just going to gloss over this, or because he doesn't understand any of this. Because he has no concept of just how bad Japan and Nazi Germany really were. So it makes it easier for him to compare him to the US and say we've become the very thing that we hate. Which is why I say these people should just not talk about this shit unless they have like, Jesus Christ, all you gotta do is even just read one Wikipedia article. Holy fuck.
What Americans call the Cold War was, to most of the people on the planet, an endless series of butcheries, each more perverse and more tragic than the last.
Then let me guess, he's going to only talk about stuff that the US did. Is he going to mention the horrific war crimes that the Soviets engaged in Afghanistan? Listen, both the United States and the Soviet Union did really bad shit during the Cold War, okay?
In Korea, the United States dropped 635,000 tons of bombs. By comparison, the United States dropped 500 tons of bombs in the entire Pacific theater in World War II. The United States and its allies destroyed
I mean, that might have something to do with a difference. I don't know. Epic's not here. I'm sure that he'll show up later in my Discord and like type out like a long explanation that is incredibly informative.
Destroyed Korea, cut the peninsula into two, built up an anti-communist dictatorship in the southern half, and have maintained a 75-year economic war against the northern half.
Oh, okay. So that's the reason why North Korea sucks? Because of a 75-year economic war? It's not because that they have a supremely repressive dictatorship? That's not it. It's just not Also, by the way, it's funny how he doesn't mention the fact that Korea eventually became a democracy. That was a thing that happened. You'll note that that never happened in South Korea or in North Korea, but he's just not going to say anything about that. Like Hassan, very obviously, just like Teuton, thinks that the reason why things are bad in North Korea is because of the evil West. He doesn't think that it has anything to do with their shitty system or their god-awful repressions or any of that. Like, he doesn't examine the reason. Oh yeah, South Korea's regime was overthrown by its people. Yeah, and recently when one of their guys tried to like override democracy, they were like, nope. If you were talking about North Korea, you might be talking about Yeonmi Park, who is a completely insane mega cheerleader and has been disregarded for constantly lying. Oh, is that the person that Hassan might have been talking about? Yeah, potentially. We had better bombers during the Korean War and had a better understanding of how to use them. Simple explanation without Epic. Yeah, well, Epic would probably give a simple explanation if he was here in chat, but I'm just saying, like, in Discord, he tends to explain, like, way more. But, yeah, which is fine. I don't mind. I actually appreciate it, because I always learn a lot of stuff from him. Don't be lazy. Don't rely on Epic and learn it yourself. Be the change you want to see in the world. Also, hi. Hello, Marcus. Oh, don't worry. I will learn all this stuff myself eventually. It's just that, like, Jesus Christ, there's only so much that I can learn. I have to figure out what I'm going to focus on next. Like, there's only so many hours in the day. I only have so much bandwidth for doing certain things. And yeah. My great-grandma was Japanese living in Korea, and my uncle had to marry her to get her to the US, and they had a 55-year-long and loving marriage. Plus, she taught me how to cook. Oh, that's nice. Slop is eating those hours. No, Arthur, that's not what I mean. I'm not talking about streaming hours. I'm not going to learn about this stuff on stream. I could probably, like, I guess, get, like, a basic understanding of this sort of shit. Honestly, you know what's funny? I could probably, if I gave myself like a quick Wikipedia rundown and I read like articles and some adjacent articles enough that I could like make like a sort of point by point like summary of, let's say, the Korean War, I would then probably know more about it than Hassan does, which is funny. Or like than most of these motherfuckers. Research streams should be seen as Kino. I agree, Arthur, they should, but unfortunately they're not. And also, I'm not really very good at that kind of thing. Like, for example, one thing that I'm working on something for you guys that I want to present, and I have to go through the material like a proper segment. And what I'm gonna do when I do that is I'm basically just gonna ignore chat, and I'm not gonna be reading it until after the segment is over. Because if I read chat, then I'll just get distracted. Korean War? You mean StarCraft? But yeah, I mean, I might do research streams at a later point and maybe kind of like show you guys, because that's what I did for Somaliland. And now, like, I have those notes that I took on Somaliland, and I still probably know way more shit than like most of the other people, you know, who would necessarily talk about it or whatever. But yeah.
Global American aggression during this period, however, was not limited to the military. Sometimes we used covert operations to take out socialist governments, replacing them with our favorite clients.
Honestly, if you were to listen to Blowback, you'd find the source of all these dumb claims, including repeating USSR Chinese propaganda. Yeah, that's probably where Hassan gets this from. I don't know, like, Epic informed me of all this. He mentioned, too, that, like, a lot of this stuff is all Noam Chomsky shit. Like, all the stuff about, like, securing funds for American capital and stuff. Like, this idea that NATO only exists to fund the military-industrial complex by locking NATO countries into contracts with American military contractors and shit. Even not failing to mention the fact that like France can make their own fucking airplanes, and they do. Like it's not all, and yeah, like sure they can get like stuff, but it's kind of like a globalized thing. Yeah, Chomsky or Mearsheimer, I hate that.
Exceptionally effective in the third world, where the American empire went into overdrive. Take the case of Chiquita. Some of you might be familiar with this company. Today,
he's going to talk about South America a whole bunch as well too, I think, and maybe Africa, but that's all stuff that I would be curious to learn more about. Oh yeah, Chomsky ignores the election in Finland and Sweden about NATO ascension, claiming it was the elite wanting weapons platform access. Wait, does Chomsky say that? I didn't know if Chomsky said anything recently about NATO, but apparently all that shit that was in that Overzealots video about NATO came from Chomsky. Also, Hassan should learn more about what the Soviets did to the RLC to grow more cotton and how it devastated the region. Yeah, yes, Chomsky is still alive, but I don't think he's much there. Like, I don't know that he's been doing much lately. He is very, very old. Also, I will say this. The absolute only based thing that Chomsky ever did was when he went on the Bad Faith podcast and chewed out Brianna Joy-Gray and I think the other guy, Virgil Texas, for the fact that they refused to vote for Democrats. And he was saying the only thing you can do is to vote for Biden. That was the only time Chomsky was based.
Today, it's one of the world's biggest food companies. But once upon a time, it was called the United Fruit Company.
Oh God, it's this.
And for a decade, the United Fruit Company worked as kind of a state within a state in Guatemala. All resources in the country, land, labor, transportation, you name it, were mobilized in service of United Fruit and its investors. Essentially, there was no part of the state left uncaptured by United Fruit. But a left-wing government came into power in Guatemala. After
entirely too alive.
Thank you for the $5, Grassroots. The hissing is so obnoxious. Is that just me? Yeah, it can be. I actually don't know if the hissing and the stomping, like what it's supposed to represent. I mean, United Fruit Company was pretty bad, but it was also not associated with the CIA or U.S. government. Yeah, I listen, I don't know enough about that. My understanding was that I think the CIA tried to do some shit there, and they failed miserably because the CIA is not like as amazing as these guys like to say it is.
After a 1944 revolution, and the socialist government pursued, trigger warning, for
stomping is cheering and hissing is booing. Okay, that's language Yale, or that's Yale language, I understand.
For all the capitalists in here, land reform.
Wait, is the thing still pinned with the segment to Arthur's Russia thing? Did it just disappear for me? Is it still pinned for you guys? Okay, it is good. All right, that's fine. I don't necessarily care if I see it, but yeah, I want any new people who come in here to be able to see it because it is, yeah. It's on mine. Okay, it is based. Okay.
To make matters worse, they tried to break U.S. corporate control over their land and to reappropriate it to Guatemala's vast peasantry. To make it even scarier, they also reformed the labor code, giving the power to strike to the workers on United Fruit's plantations.
As a Georgist, keep in mind land reform literally means literally nothing. God damn it. I'm trying to remember what Georgism is. It's something about property taxes. I don't remember because it's not, I think there was some place in the States that had it. Yeah. The example I think got memorized by Smeadley's War is a Racket. I mean, technically war is a racket, but just because someone makes, I really like Dylan's sort of analogy. Since the dawn of time, there's always going to be a guy who is selling rocks so that man can beat other man with rock or whatever. That doesn't mean that war is bad. Or not that war is bad, rather, but that doesn't mean that wars aren't necessary sometimes. Sometimes war is justified, you know? Just because someone's making money off of war doesn't mean there's no justification whatsoever to, like, fight back. Georgism is about abolishing all forms of tax and tax the land instead. Okay, yeah. It's so Georgism is literally just, let's do property taxes instead. No more taxes, but property taxes.
But Uncle Sam had different plans. That was far too much. I should point out that the American Secretary of State, John Foster Dulles, you might be aware of this person, had previously
Oh, I remember Dulles vaguely.
been United Fruit's corporate lawyer. Now, he was in a position to back them up. In 1954, the CIA organized a coup d'etat in Guatemala. They did this by isolating Guatemala diplomatically.
Didn't they fuck this up? Did this even actually work? Did they even actually manage to, yeah. Oh, War is a Racket is a book, and apparently it's not. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Plenty of bad things America and capitalism cause, but he is ignoring everything positive. Yeah, of course he is, because this is what these guys do. They present to you a one-sided view of history that only highlights bad things that America does. And he ignores all the bad stuff the Soviet Union did. He ignores, like, the fact that living in the Soviet Union sucked. He ignores the fact that capitalism did still lift millions of people out of poverty, whether or not you want to, like... I mean, holy fucking shit. At least Vosh agrees with that.
Punishing it economically, cutting off weapons purchases. And when Guatemala was weakened, the CIA...
I'm waiting for Chase to say, speaking of Vosh in chat, Smedley Butler was kind of West Side Tyler of his day. Ignores that the government of Guatemala was a brutal dictatorship. Were they a brutal were the leftist people a brutal dictatorship as well? My understanding was that the CIA tried to do this and it didn't really work because I think the government still kept fighting back against it or something. Yeah. So if stomps are claps and hissing is booing, they're pretty much on the same page with the song. Well, yeah, it's Yale. It's a fucking university. There's going to be a whole bunch of people here who agree with him.
The CIA organized an army in exile to finish the job and to throw out the socialist government. The CIA drew up a list of dozens of communists to be killed by assassination. Guatemala has suffered in poverty and violence for most of its history since then.
Wait, did he just ignore my understanding? Oh my god. Okay, holy fuck.
It literally took Chomsky to be exposed as a possible child abuser for the left to abandon him despite his genocide denial.
Okay. Guatemalan Revolution, coup and civil war. Okay, so there was a revolution, predisposed but seen as communist and by the UFCO, whose hugely profitable business have been affected by the end of brutal labor practices. Even this feels, but okay. Managing the counter-revolution in the United States and Guatemala. Okay, this is, I presume, written by a historian. CIA in Guatemala, foreign policy of intervention, University of Texas Press. All right. The attitude of the U.S. government was also influenced by the propaganda campaign carried out by the USCO. U.S. President Harry Truman authorized Operation BP Fortune to topple Arbenz. With the support of Nicaraguan dictatorship. But the operation was aborted when too many details became public. Dwight Eisenhower was elected president in 1952, promising to take a harder line against communism. The close links of his staff members, John Foster Dulles and Ellen Dulles, had to UFCO, also predisposed him to act against Arbenz. Eisenhower authorized the CIA to carry out Operation PV Success in August 1953. The CIA armed, funded, and trained a force of 480 men, led by Carlos Castillo Armaz. The force invaded Guatemala on the 18th of June, 1954, backed by a heavy campaign of psychological warfare, including bombings of Guatemala City and an anti-Arbenz radio station claiming to be genuine news. The invasion force fared poorly militarily, but the psychological warfare and the possibility of U.S. invasion intimidated the Guatemalan army, which refused to fight. Arbenz resigned on the 27th of June. Following negotiations with San Salvador, Carlos Castillo. Oh, wait, what are people? Wait, Guatemala. United Fruit was in Honduras. I thought. No, this is about Guatemala. Am I confused or is Hassan confused? No, this is Guatemala. I'm looking at. Hassan is correct. He did say like United Fruit might have been in other countries, but it wasn't Guatemala. He is talking about Guatemala now. He changed. Oh, did he change examples? Also, UFCO was all over Central America. Okay, yeah. To be honest, I didn't buy UFCO bananas the other day in the grocer out of principle. Yeah, listen, I'm sure that UFCO is not like they don't sound like they were good. Hi, Calinder. Hello, Mr. Savager, Mr. Savage. Whatever. USSR obviously didn't try to control other countries' leaders, influence elections, or attempt regime change in other countries. Oh, wait, they did. Yeah, exactly. But Hassan will ignore all that. Like, both the USSR and the United States did bad shit in the Cold War. Nobody is gonna claim otherwise. Okay. Following negotiations in El Salvador, Carlos Castillo Armas became president on 7th of July, 1954. Elections were held in early October, for which all political parties were barred from participating. Castillo Armas was the only candidate and won the election with 99% of the vote. Well, that's not good. He reversed Decree 900 and ruled until July 26, 1957, when he was assassinated by Romeo Vasquez, a member of his personal guard. After the rigged election that followed, General Miguel Yidgoras Fuentes, assumed power. He is celebrated for challenging the Mexican president to a gentleman's duel on the bridge of the south border to end a feud on the subject of illegal fishing by Mexican boats. On Guatemala's Pacific coast. Okay, that's fucking funny. Two of which were sung by that. Okay. He authorized the training of 5,000 Castro Cubans in Guatemala. Anti-Castro Cubans. He also provided airstrips in the region of Petén for what later became a U.S.-sponsored failed Bay of Pigs invasion in 1961. 13th, a group of left-wing junior military officers in the Escuela, the National Military Academy, led a failed revolt. Against his government, the rebels fled to the mountains of eastern Guatemala and neighboring Honduras and formed MR-13. 1962. In 1962, they attacked the offices of the United Fruit Company. The attack sparked sympathetic strikes and university student walkouts throughout the country, to which the government responded with violent crackdown. Despite the firm opposition of the Kennedy administration. Okay, so Fuentes, despite the firm opposition of the Kennedy administration, had pledged to allow Arevalo return from exile and run a free and open election. Arevalo returned March 27th, 1963, to announce his candidacy for the scheduled November presidential elections. However, Fuentes' government was ousted on the 31st, 1963, when the Guatemalan Air Force attacked several military bases. The coup was led by his defense minister. Okay. New regime intensified its counterinsurgency campaign against the guerrillas. So it sounds like this degraded into a shit show. And also the initial Operation like PV Success thing didn't even it got called off. But yeah, I don't know. It seems like this all degraded into a shit show. Like Hassan just made it sound like they swept in there with no trouble whatsoever. But yeah, I'm here to claim the US has never done anything wrong ever. Yeah, I know the USSR. Yeah. USSR even jockeyed at war between Ethiopia and Somalia. Yeah, I don't know, but it like I could keep reading about this, but it sounds like yeah, this literally it sounds like this became like a shit show weird. Like this was like a civil war basically. Yeah, okay. But I don't know. Like the way that Hassan describes this is very vague. I mean, maybe that's on purpose. I have no idea. CIA regime changes usually degrade into shit shows. Yeah, I know. That's the thing. Because the CIA is not amazing or like some crazy shadowy badass organization. Okay, I don't like when lefties talk about foreign policy, but doesn't this align with what Hassan is saying? He was saying America intervened in Guatemala since has been ravaged. Since has been ravaged. It looks like from this, like, has that been the case since So, okay, so there was a civil war. The civil war ended in 1996 with a peace accord between the guerrillas and the government, negotiated by the United Nations. Guerrilla fighters disarmed. Okay, CIA trained paramilitaries responsible for over 93% of human rights violations during the war. In the last few years' time frame, millions of documents related to the crimes committed in the civil war have been found abandoned by former Guatemalan police. Families of over 45,000 Guatemalan activists who disappeared during the civil war are now reviewing the documents, which have been digitized. This could lead to further legal actions. Catholic Archdiocese of Guatemala began the historical. What is the current status of their government? Like, because like no, it looks like it looks like it looks like things I don't know if things in Guatemala have been great or what have you, but there's not a war anymore, I don't think. Because Hassan kind of described it as, and now Guatemala's fucked. But it seems like the civil war ended. I'm not going to say Guatemala's not a poor country. I suspect it is. That being said, no, only P, you're correct. Listen, the US did a whole bunch of fucked up shit, okay? During the Cold War. So did the Soviet Union. But yeah, like they did. And also, but the CIA doesn't really do that kind of shit anymore. And like it actually annoys me that leftists have have this weird Cold War syndrome when they talk about the United States, and they act like the CIA still behaves today the way they did during the Cold War, and they don't. Oh yeah, obviously it will have led to future problems. Although I don't know how well Guatemala was doing before then. I think it was always a poor country. But yeah, of course, obviously it will have gotten worse because like it was a war and it lasted for like over 10 years, right? Like basically from the 1950s until 1996, it looks like.
Now, many people have rightfully wondered, what was the point of defeating the Nazis if we went on to dominate so much of the globe as violently as we have?
I can't. I love you, Kitty. I love you. Well, the point of Hassan is that CIA destabilized Guatemala, which led to civil war and economical downturn, which is true. Yeah, that's fine. I guess that seems to be like their go-to example. I feel like I just want to say, like, I mean, I'm sure that I don't know as much about the Cold War as I should. If I looked, I could probably find examples of like the USSR doing similar shit. Although, I mean, like I said, as we've already stated, Hassan has basically failed to mention that Russia fucking conquered all of Eastern Europe after World War II or during World War II. And they took it over and they forced communism on all those countries. Whether they wanted it or not. To the point where they sent fucking tanks in to enforce this. And it's really fucking annoying that he just ignores this. And he's just like, you know what, whatever, the Soviet Union. But there were elections. I mean, USA defeated the Nazis because they declared war on the US. Yes, that is also true. Oh, are you talking about in the Soviet countries? And people voted for socialism because the people have broken up. No, Kalinda, he must know that. No, I mean, he probably does, but he doesn't care. He probably thinks it's based. Like, yeah, oh yeah, I'm sure that he is, because this is the narrative that these guys push. I don't know, he's pretty stupid.
Was the point of all of it so that we could have the rest of the world to ourselves? The Guatemalan president, Juan Jose Arevalo, delivered a speech at the height of the American pressure campaign that kind of channels that exact same question. Before the coup d'etat, he said,
I forgot to move Putin. My favorite part is Czechoslovakia, where communists were actually elected in a relatively free election, only for the USSR to sponsor a coup. Yeah, like, they did fucky shit like that in Hungary as well. Yes, no, Mel, I agree. That last comment was beyond fucking stupid. Like I said, spoken like someone who actually doesn't know fuck all about Nazi Germany and how bad they truly were. If you're gonna say shit like that. Like, it's just dumb. Hell, the way that the Nazis conquered and took over Europe is not like the way the US, quote-unquote, established its empire or whatever. The way the US did it was that, like, if they saw, like, socialism or communism rising up in certain particular countries, they would coup that government very often. And then like replace them with a dictatorship and whatnot. But they generally wouldn't go in and occupy the country. And usually they would allow other people to do that kind of thing. Yeah, was there a couple of instances where the Nazis engaged in that sort of thing? Sure. But, like, for the most part, a lot of the atrocities by the Nazis were committed by the Nazis themselves, and they were worse than anything the US ever did. And quite possibly worse than, like, I would say, like, they're pretty high on the list of incredibly bad shit to happen throughout history. Like, there's a reason why why the Holocaust was one of the most evil acts in history, and why we consider Nazi Germany to be one of the most evil regimes in history. But shout, who do you hate on Russia, Ukraine a lot? What do you mean, Arthur? I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah, I know that. Yes. Yeah. I'm aware that that yes, for these people, the only reason why for Hassan and Co, the only reason why, like, there's any repression that goes on among the Western, or like in like the countries that they view as victims of the United States, is because of the United States. So for example, they think that they think that the only reason why the Middle East is so homophobic and repressive and, like, socially conservative is because the US bombed them really hard. Hassan thinks that the USSR was only as bad as it was because all the capitalist countries were against them. And it's just dumb. It's just so fucking stupid. Like, it's very, very dumb. Chat, who do you hate on Ukraine, Russia a lot? And who is also retarded, not sophisticated, but disagreeable? Arthur, I'm not sure exactly what you're asking. Oh, what are some names who comment on it and are very wrong? In a way, Hassan is wrong in this speech we are watching. Oh, so people who comment on Russia, Ukraine, and who are very wrong. Well, I mean, you already know I'm going to say Lactoid, even if this gets back to him. I am going to talk to him again. I still think that he's wrong, but he'd say the same thing about me, so whatever. No, Drew is surprisingly correct about Ukraine, but I don't know how much longer that'll last. Hassan has talked about Ukraine and Russia, and he's been wrong about them. Hassan thinks that Crimea should belong to Russia because lots of Russian people live there, and therefore he thinks it was justified. Jackson Hinkle is another person. Ryan Grimm is wrong about Ukraine. Non-smoker is also wrong. Yes. I think Dave Smith is another person who would probably be wrong. Oh, Scott Horton. Scott Horton is a big one. He's like a libertarian dude. John Mearsheimer, who is the one that a lot of these guys get their talking points from. Yeah. And essentially, all of these people have one thing in common, and that is that they all basically just repeat fucking Russian propaganda.
He said these words, and I think those words still ring true today.
Oh yeah, Tim Pool, yes.
He said, and I quote, "The war that began in 1939 ended, but in the ideological dialogue between the two worlds and two leaders..."
Wait, hold on.
...still ring true. President Juan Jose Arevalo have the rest of the world to ourselves. The Guatemalan president, Juan Jose Arevalo, delivered a speech at the height of the American pressure campaign that kind of channels that exact same question. Before the coup d'etat, he said these words, and I think those words still ring.
Oh, Professor Jang. Professor Jang is also really bad. I mean, that guy basically is literally just a Russian propaganda mouthpiece.
Still ring true today. He said, and I quote, "The war that began in 1939 ended, but in the ideological dialogue between the two worlds and two leaders, Roosevelt lost the war. The real victor was Adolf Hitler. It is my personal opinion that the contemporary world is moved by the ideas that served as the foundation on which Hitler rose to power."
What? What? Ooh, this is giga true? What do you mean, Arthur? Oh, the Jang person is a retard? Yeah, he is. Like, in like every way. I mean, but Jang is wrong on so much stuff. I start believing he's just an agent of chaos. Yes. Oh, good, the hissing.
70 years later, I think history has proven Arevalo right.
No, really? Has it? Has it, Hassan? Do you actually understand anything about Nazi ideology at all?
In place after place, time after time, the United States can never settle down its imperial bloodlust, this forever hunt for manifest destiny.
Manifest destiny was the expansionist belief in the 19th century United States that American settlers were destined to expand westward across North America, and that this belief was obvious, manifest, and certain. Destiny. Destiny! Name drop. The belief is rooted in American exceptionalism, romantic nationalism, and the nascent idea of white chauvinism, implying the inevitable spread of republicanism and the American way. It is one of the earliest expressions of American imperialism, according to historian William Earl Weeks. There were three basic tenets behind the concept: the assumption of the unique moral values of the United States, the assertion of its mission to redeem the world by the spread of republican governments, and more generally, the American way of life, faith in the nation's divinely ordained destiny to succeed in this mission. So it sounds like this was about the US spreading all over North America and basically like conquering it, and us too. And us too? Okay. But, I mean, I guess if Hassan wants to use this to describe, like, what America is doing, he can. But I would argue that it's not really manifest destiny, because that, the idea behind manifest destiny is spreading democracy. That sounds more like neoconservatism, like spreading American republicanism, which would include democracy. That sounds more like conservative shit, which is not really the cool stuff they were doing in the Cold War. Hassan doesn't know historical terms. Color me surprised. Yeah. From sea to shining sea. Yeah. By the way, there were radicals that the destiny of USA was to control all of America and even the world. Yeah, I can believe that. It's just fuck. Even neocons didn't imagine themselves spreading the American version of democracy. I believe that there were some neoconservatives who wanted to spread, like, is neoconservatism not basically this idea that America is the sole power, can't rely on anybody else. We need to like take unilateral actions, both to protect ourselves, and we will do this by spreading democracy throughout like the rest of the world or whatever. Like what they wanted to do in Iraq. Like I felt like that, at least that was my understanding of neoconservatism. And also to remember too that the neocons, a lot of them were disaffected liberals from the Democratic Party, who left the Democratic Party and became Republican because they were mad at the Democratic Party's like more anti-war turn after Vietnam. But yeah, they didn't copy and paste the American system. Like Iraq was handed a system based on, yeah, I know, I understand, but they still, yeah, they didn't copy and paste the American system, but it was still like they still wanted to like spread democracy basically. Like Iraq became a democracy recipient. And so did Afghanistan, where it didn't really work out. It seems like democracy is like mostly still ish working in Iraq. At least I think according to Momo, it seems to be, but they did it in all sorts of places like Ethiopia, Somalia, Arabia, Afghanistan. Yeah. I have no idea if democracy is or isn't working in Iraq, only P. And honestly, I would rather like I'd rather ask an Iraqi about it than necessarily believe you, because you say a lot of real dumb shit in this chat. I would have to I haven't looked into how Iraq is doing in a while. Iraq's got a lot of problems though. It's not perfect. I'm not going to say that it is. There's still a bunch of issues there with sectarianism. And I believe there are parts of the country that are basically not controlled by the government because of the Shia militias. Iran still has a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah. I mean, do you live in Iraq, only P, or like are you read on it? But yeah, I know it's sectarian.
We can draw a straight line from indigenous massacres of the early United States to the 20th century, killing fields that we have created in the third world. Hi.
What who's this? Okay. Was this based on some sort of is he gonna like explain how this makes America like Nazi Germany? Is he gonna get there at some point? Is he gonna provide an explanation? Or did he just drop that one and then now he's gonna walk away from it? I have to go to the bathroom. I'm kind of afraid to leave you guys alone with him. But I guess I could. I don't know. Yeah, all right, I'm going to. But if he says something incredibly fucking stupid, I might pause it. Indigenous massacres, how Russia did this big. Yeah, I know, Russia also did that, but obviously Hassan's gonna ignore all that. Obviously, no killing fields or harm to minorities in USSR or China. Yeah, true. No, the USSR and China never did anything wrong, especially not China, because, you know, according to Hassan, China was based, and that those were just excesses. Russia did it only because of capitalism. Yes, exactly. Stalin had to purge the kulaks. Yep. He had to kick all those Tatars out of Crimea and replace them with ethnic Russians. The Holodomor was necessary. Also China. Yes, all of China is Han Chinese. Yes, exactly. Yeah. The Cultural Revolution was required. Yeah. One sec.
In Vietnam, we continued France's colonial war for decades, tearing society apart at home for pretty much no strategic gain abroad. In Iran, we spent the 1970s sending the brutal Shah's regime billions of dollars of weapons, only for those same weapons to fall into the hands of the Islamic.
By the way, I just would like to add that anybody who says otherwise is supremely stupid, but like, I'm sorry, but the Islamic Republic was more brutal than the Shah's regime. And that's saying something, because the Shah's regime was pretty fucking bad.
Islamic Revolutionary Government in '79, our new and heavily armed worst enemies. Worst enemies that kept propping up over and over again.
All right, I'm sorry. I'll be right back. I can't. I need to. I want to be here for this. Just one sec. My mom told me that she wanted me to like get something to hide behind me because she was like, people can see your kitchen when you're not at your computer, which is probably fair. I'll probably figure something out with that. Or alternatively, I could just put up a BRB thingy over top of where my webcam is when I walk away. Yep, it is such a mom thing, yes. Although I do actually kind of want to put like a divider behind me so that I can put flags on it. Because I think that would be nice. Yeah, sometimes my mom tunes into my streams, yes. Oh, thank you for the 5 gifties, Lannis. That's very kind of you. Anyway, let us return to my suffering.
Over again, enemies that we designed, sometimes because they simply wanted to have dignity and sovereignty. The story keeps repeating itself over and over again. We didn't do much better with Iraq, where we spent the 1980s arming Saddam before invading and then sanctioning Iraq into destitution.
Does she hear us swear? She hears me. My parents have like yelled at me about like using curse words too much. I think they've given up on that though. Like it's just obviously I'm trying not to like do it like constantly, but that's cute though, and I understand what she means. It would be nice to be able to walk away and not worry about being watched the whole time. Yeah, I agree, and I'll figure that out. Jewish history arc with Sam Arno when maybe I might watch. Yeah, maybe. I mean, that's definitely something that I could do. Listen, we're gonna play this video game, okay? At some point, hopefully today. Yeah. But first, I need to finish suffering. Wait. Doing the loner BRB screen is the easier way. Wait, what do you mean, no, diluted Mel? What are you talking about? What are you saying no to? When I say play this video game, I mean I'm gonna play this game and I'm gonna listen to stuff in the background while I do it. So like I'm gonna do what Loner does and I'm gonna have like the video up in the corner. Can we never, ever, ever hear about the Jews or Israel ever again? I don't know how others feel, but it's so annoying. Unfortunately, Arthur, it is of something that is of interest to both me and at least people in my audience. I understand what you were saying, though, and I obviously don't want to be talking about that all the time because there are far more interesting things. But yeah.
We wielded Iraq as a weapon against Iran as well at that.
Oh, the Putin face was over his body? Oh, you mean like this? Yeah. Yes, I know that the United States did in fact arm Iraq. I believe like when they were fighting against Iran. Like I'd listen to Addie do an Israel segment because she doesn't seem retarded. Well, okay, Arthur, if you're talking about like me reacting to dumb shit that people say about Israel in terms of like me reacting to stuff that leftists say, like defending Hezbollah or whatever, but I being a bit hyperbolic, it will be different when you play it. But everything in the discourse is so... No, I agree with you. Oh, I'm being a bit hyperbolic. Wait, sorry. No, I'm just tired of seeing it everywhere on Twitch, every streamer and their mom is playing that game. Yeah, but I found out, listen, okay, Mel, I love pirates. And I've long been looking for a pirate game that I could play that's not fucking Sea of Thieves. And just because that game is pretty cancer and it's not really necessarily all that fun to play on your own. So yeah, I'm gonna try this game. If this game is exceedingly hard, which I am a little bit afraid of, then I will refund it because I bought it yesterday. But yeah, I'm not gonna just play the game though. Like I'm looking for something that I can play while I react to stuff in the background. Alternatively, I might find a PvE server on Rust and literally just build myself a nice base and go ocean farming and like mess around and do that kind of shit instead of doing any PvP stuff. If you pull up the video game, you'll see Putin's picture lines up with the character's body. Oh shit, it does. That's funny. I know you're gonna play and comment on what you're watching. Yeah, like that's what I intend to do. Yeah, once I, reach a point. Yeah. Anyway, Arthur was saying stuff. No, Arthur, I understand completely what you're saying. And listen, I am trying to limit like the amount of stuff that it feels depressing to hear the same irritating takes over and over again. No, I agree, it does, which is why I'm not particularly interested in watching, like, for example, Chase, every time Chase links me to a Vosh video, 99% of the time it's talking about Israel, and I have no interest in watching it because all he's gonna do is just say the same shit over and over. Same thing with Majority Report or most of these people. I feel like the only reason why Hassan is like maybe kind of the exception to this is because that he's so important and a lot of people listen to him. But even then, I'm only gonna, there's only so much of that I can take because I am not interested in responding to the same 5 takes over and over and over again. It got really boring, like about like 5 minutes after I started streaming. You know, like I have no desire whatsoever to hear Emma from the Majority Report talk about how Israel's an apartheid state over and over, or about how the 2-state solution is apartheid, or to hear Vosh say that all Israelis are demons who love to rape people, or like to just listen to like it's literally like I can repeat all the same talking points because I know them by heart, and it's so fucking boring, you know. Yeah, and like I don't care. Like I got tired of that not too long after I started streaming, and Loner is already tired of it, which is why whenever Chase attempts to like send us rage-baity clips of people talking about Israel-Palestine, and he thinks that it's so important that we discuss how like Leftoid 5000 said some dumb shit about how Hamas is based and the Israelis are evil Nazis, like yet again, and it's like I don't care. Hell, there's even like so much there's even like only so much more I can take about people comparing Israel to Nazi Germany, because it's literally the same shit every time. If somebody actually tried to like do like a real historical comparison where they actually seem to know a little bit, that maybe it might be more interesting, but no one's gonna do that because the people don't know anything. Like, the closest that came was that Zionism and Nazism video from GDF. And that fucking GDF guy only managed to achieve that because he took, like, because he presented quotes completely devoid of any of their context. Like, he presented Ben Gurion quotes that sounded bad, and he never explained any of the context behind them. Or what it was that Ben Gurion was actually talking about in order to make it say this is the same as Nazism. Linda, you should do an arc where you only do one topic so you can go super in depth. Yeah, potentially. I don't know. There's also lots of other shit that I want to talk about, though. Anyway.
Well, at that point. All that before we actually invaded and just straight up broke the country in 2003. I can go on and on and on. And we celebrated the fall of the Soviet Union, cheering on its destruction, which plummeted millions and millions of people into an economic disaster, the consequences of which we still see today. It's Zohran Mamdani's election victory night.
Yeah, okay. And what? The alternative to that was that none of the countries in the Soviet Union got to actually be free and independent from the Soviet Union. There's a reason why none of those countries wanted to be communist, Hassan. Like, I don't know what to tell you. It's very funny that, like, he's just gonna gloss that over and say, you know, oh, well, you know what? The Soviet Union shouldn't have collapsed. The Soviet Union caused a lot of pain and suffering in the world. And not just in the world, but also domestically, inside of both Russia and all of the other countries that like were part of the USSR. It also didn't just collapse because of the United States either. There was a bunch of internal shit that caused that to happen.
Victory night party. I was interviewed by a media outlet where I said, we defeated the USSR, and the USSR dissolved, unfortunately. This was quite the controversial statement at the time. Fox News still loves repeating this.
Yeah, because it's crazy that you would mourn the loss of, like, essentially, like, a fucking dictatorship that treated its people really badly and was repressive. Not just to, like, domestically, to Russians, but to all the other countries that were surrounding them. And if they tried to break free, then they were met with tanks in their streets.
This soundbite. And some Democrats also channel that frustration as well. They say, how dare you, Hassan? The USSR was our enemy. They were ruthless, authoritarian.
Yeah, they were.
The fall of the USSR was one of the greatest catastrophes of the 20th century. Just wait, listen, maybe you'll agree.
Oh my God.
Not only was there incalculable harm done to every single suicide rate,
life already. I don't.
And it is precisely because of the end to that multipolarity. Nation.
Yes, and then he lies and he says a bunch of dumb stuff about neoliberalism and how like it totally like started to run amok after the fall of the USSR, which is not true. Arguably, neoliberalism was at its height in the 1980s, but okay.
Right now, unlimited and unchecked greed.
Yes, because that totally wasn't happening in 1980s America.
Our successes are leading to our own demise and the demise and collapse of the liberal system. The US has produced
No, actually, Hassan, it's shit like populism that's causing the most trouble for the liberal system. Populism and people's inability to recognize that like issues are complicated and nobody wants to deal with them. Nobody wants to hear that. And so instead they just want to hear oversimplified solutions to complex problems.
disaster after disaster after disaster. I am reminded, however, of some famous words spoken by a guy by the name of Mao Zedong. Speaking with an American journalist in 1946, Mao Zedong said these words.
I'm not saying populism caused the I'm not saying populism caused the global financial crisis or the rise of China only, P. I was not saying that. I'm saying that populism is not a good solution to those problems. Populism is garbage. Populism presents simplistic solutions to complex issues that will not actually resolve problems, and it will probably just make things worse for everybody. That's my issue. I don't like populism. Yeah, obviously Hassan is citing Mao to like rage bait people.
All reactionaries are paper tigers. In appearance, the reactionaries are terrifying. But in reality, they are not so powerful. Speaking of US imperialism, people seem to feel that it is terrifically strong. But it will be proved that the US reactionaries, like all reactionaries in history, do not have much strength. In the United States, there are others who are really strong. The American people.
Oh, like the Chinese people? That's funny. That's so funny. Hassan's just like, oh my god, this is so cool. Mao was so cool. I'm just gonna ignore the fact that like his actions led to the death of millions of his own people. Like, Jesus
I think about that quote
Christ, my dude. I just I can't. Why? Yeah, like this is obviously very like mascot. Like, this guy's a tanky. He loves authoritarian regimes.
Quote quite a bit, especially in these last couple of weeks as Operation Epstein's Fury wages on. Perhaps Mao was right about this.
I think Epic Furry is a better name to make fun of it.
But maybe he was a little too early. After all, being a leftist is about being right, but too early.
No, being a leftist is about being wrong about everything. Yeah, I know people are going to deny that he's a tanky because people don't know what that is. Yes, I'm aware, Johan, that unfortunately this is politics, but I'm still going to call it out because I still think populism is fucking stupid. And there has to be a way that we can convey that like if you want to use populism while you're campaigning, that's fine. Just don't like be fully ridiculous about it. You don't need to be fully ridiculous about like and like lean into populism so hard that your only message is, oh my god, you guys, everything is the fault of X group, and if we just deal with X group, everything will get better. Like, that's not a good way to do it, because then when you fail to deliver on this, because you're not going to be able to deliver on this just by doing that one thing, then like nothing's going to get better. And it was the left-wing populists who were against deregulation and letting China use the WTO. And yeah, I'm aware of that, only P. There's a reason why they were against that. The reason why was because they were being protectionist. Which, by the way, I don't really agree with protectionism either. But that's like a whole other discussion, okay? Like, listen, I think the main problem with a lot of that shit was that nobody really took into account the fact that there was nothing that was going to be done for any of those workers in the Rust Belt states, and they basically got fucked. And there was no like acknowledgement, or there was no help for them. But like, those jobs aren't coming back now. That's not going to change. Like, I don't know what to tell you. You're not going to, unless you want everything to cost more money. And that's the other issue too, right? Is that like in doing that made everything cheaper. I don't know. I'm not also I don't know that it was I don't know enough about China to say that it was inevitable that China was going to become an enemy of the United States or whatever. Cuz like China wasn't even necessarily on that path in the 90s. Really like Xi Jinping didn't get elected until later. And by elected I mean chosen by the Central Committee or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. Epic's not here to like correct me on that, and he knows more about this than I do. And yeah, but it's just not. I feel like hindsight is 2020. China was called Japan when spoken on the rising as superpower. If only Epic was. Yeah, whatever. It's not even just that. Like obviously, I will look up and learn about this stuff, but like I remember back to when people used to talk about and see China differently. But it's just, yeah, I don't know. The pandemic did like fuck up a bunch of stuff, but it wasn't all eaten up by the pandemic. Kalinda just admitted China is democratic. No take backs. China is, no, the Central Committee. Yeah, there were supply chain disruptions caused by COVID, but I don't know. Like only P, I don't understand what your point is. Like what's the point that you're trying to like get to there? You mean the plandemic? Wait, Arthur, in Russia, do people believe in that? Is that like a conspiracy that is spread? Actually, wait, I don't know if that would be a conspiracy that would be spread, because that would involve them like attacking China, who is their ally, probably. And not only that, but also I presume that like Russia wanted to get its citizens to be vaccinated.
I'll revisit that quote in a little bit. I want to talk about another great man, Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov.
Do not remind me, because it's more prevalent than I want to believe. Oh, shit. Oh, God, he's going to talk about Lenin now.
Ulyanov. You might know him as Lenin.
Lenin.
It was Lenin who described imperialism as the highest or newest stage of capitalism.
Okay. No cap, no jokes or whatever. This is legitimately, I don't know if he's going to express it here, but this is the dumbest and therefore my favorite, tanky belief that basically imperialism is the highest stage of capitalism, and therefore when countries like, when countries like Russia or China do imperialism, it doesn't count because they're not capitalist. Or rather, I should say, when the USSR does imperialism, it doesn't count because they're not capitalist. This is the most insane, ridiculously stupid cope to me in the entire world. Because, because capitalism was totally a thing back during the Age of Empire. Like capitalism as it exists today was like the thing that was driving. Yes, okay. Yes, there was no imperialism before capitalism. Yes. Back in the days of Rome, it was capitalism that was driving the Roman imperialism. Is Hassan wearing his $1,600 glasses again? I mean, probably. And I'm sure that suit that he has is probably tailored, and yeah. How can they do imperialism when they are anti-imperialist? Yes. Wait, only P, what were you saying? Hold on. Ironically enough, if we listened to the dumb left-wing populists in the 90s and had some redundancy and we didn't let China take over so much manufacturing, we might not have had as high inflation. We might have seen a more stable China, and China wouldn't be such a problem. I don't know if that's true. I feel like I have no way of knowing that. I mean, yeah, maybe for the United States domestically it might have been better, but I don't know that necessarily would have been the case with regards to China. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough about it, because I feel like back then, like I feel like we're engaging in like a level of hindsight that we couldn't have known at the time, because that the China of the 90s isn't the China of today in terms of like the kinds of foreign policy what they were pursuing and the shit that they wanted, Is one pressure acting on the price level, but without an opportunity cost calculation, we cannot say. Yeah, we have no idea. It's because of Dangism, right? Like Dangism was different. I believe. Did Xi come after Deng, or was there somebody else in between? I am not sure. Yeah.
Successful imperialist powers, he observed, allowed their citizens to benefit from the exploitation of their colonies. But the system was unstable. The development of imperial economies was uneven. The colonies were a way of sending surplus capital and people into new markets.
Wait, hold on. Did Russia not get to benefit from the exploitation of its colonies? I mean, did Soviet Russia not get to benefit from the exploitation of its colonies? I mean, is this not a thing that they did? Did they not literally like take resources from other Soviet states when they needed it? Or did they not like take resources from other satellite states or whatever? Everything was peaceful until the capitalist nation attacked. Yeah, I remember that book I told you about? Which book? Oh, Empire of Positive Action. I don't remember this. Oh yes, it was Liberation when Stalin stole all of the grain from Ukraine. Yes, this is arguably from that book. Probably. Do you really think Hassan matters, or is it just because we see online stuff? So XBQY at this point in time, I think that Hassan matters only in so much as that he can be used by Republicans against Democrats to paint all Democrats as being like him. And that's why I don't think it's good when Democrats like associate or align themselves with him. Because that's not good. Like I would not surprise me if come the midterms, any candidates who align themselves with Hassan Piker, if they win in the midterms, will get there'll be attack ads that are going to be full of shit about Hassan. I mean, this happened in the New York mayor's race too. Like Mamdani had to disavow Hassan's statements about America deserving 9/11. And like he had to. Now that being said, I believe that I think I saw yesterday. Let me just Hassan Piker approval polling. Mr. Mooten was talking about this yesterday. Whoops. Why is this about El Sayed and not Hassan Piker's favorability among likely Democratic primaries? Oh, this is just from some. Yeah, 80% haven't heard enough to say. 7% unfavorable, 13% favorable, haven't heard enough to say. Oh, this is just for primary voters in Michigan. Okay. Yeah, like basically at this point, although this stuff is like starting to cross over more into real life, obviously this is still very online. But the problem is that Hassan is emblematic of a larger issue right now within the Democratic Party, which is the one that like Epic was talking about the other night. 80% of likely Democratic primary voters in Michigan. It's like the Hassan is emblematic of a larger problem with the Democratic Party, which is the fact that they have this issue where they continuously like sell out to far left people or like more radical people. Like they're afraid of upsetting them because for some reason, I guess they think that maybe if they get these people to vote for them, but like I think that like they just need to not be afraid of upsetting them. And I think that there are certain things that they just like they need to not be afraid of calling out certain things, you know? Like there is no reason whatsoever that, for example, instead of I feel like if the Democrats are forced to take a stance on trans sports or whatever, that stance should probably literally just be something to the effect of like I don't think the government should really have a hand in that, and we should just let the sports leagues decide. I think that that's probably a good way to like a good way to answer that question, but that's also just because that's my position on it, because I don't think that shit, like the government shouldn't be interfering in that. It should be something that each sports league decides upon after they look at the science. And if they want to ban it and because they feel like there could be an advantage, then okay. That being said, though, I also think that it should vary because it's more complicated. Like if you're talking about people who transitioned like just when they started puberty and they never did any training before their transition, then those people aren't going to have as much of an advantage as, let's say, people who transitioned post-puberty and they were doing training before they transitioned, depending on the sport, obviously, right? So it just depends. No, only P, that's not the issue. Democrats might move away from leftists in particular ways, but the problem is that they're not moving away from leftists in terms of other social issues. Like, I don't think it would be hard to call out like extremists on like trans issues, for example. I don't think that it would be hard to call out some of the more extreme shit that you see like among woke people. You know what I mean? I don't think that it would be hard to say that you're not okay with like yeah, Kalinda, you're so far left compared to the average American. It's interesting to see you talk about a more centrist policy, and it's still pretty far left. Wait, what do you mean I'm so far left? No, I'm not. I'm a liberal. I don't know what you mean. Compared to the average American? Like, is the average American really that far to the right? Or is my Overton window just fucked? No, it's not a waste of time to call out extremism, only P. Have you not looked at the polls? Look at the fucking polls. The polls show that most Americans think the Democratic Party is too liberal, i.e. too far to the left. The Democratic Party needs to make it clear that no, they are not too far liberal. They are not too far to the left. I know that you have this problem with like progressive or with economic progressivism or whatever, but I feel like Democrats can find things within that are good and they can champion it, but they don't need to like go full on insane, super far leftist populist or whatever. Like you don't need to do that. That's not a good idea. You can still be a fighter without like being an insane far lefty person that's going to turn off the median American voter. American voters are not that far left.
Into new markets. In the 1960s, Kwame Nkrumah, the African socialist who served as Ghana's first president, updated Lenin's theory with his own book on neocolonialism. What he described was how, in the era of decolonization, under American hegemony, colonialism actually endured.
Yes, I'm aware of that, XBQY. The problem is not about how much power these two groups respectfully have. The problem is the perception of the power that they have and the fact that Democratic leadership doesn't really do much to dissuade or to indicate that that's not the case. Like Democratic leadership doesn't do much to distance themselves from people like Hassan or like from like insane far leftist ideas. They don't call that shit out as much as they should. And they really should, because the people who hold these ideas are not going to vote for them anyway. Polls show more and more people identifying as liberal and socialist. I don't think that's true for socialists, because I was looking this up before. It is a tiny minority of people that identify as socialist. Also, the other thing too, only P, that I think is really important to point out is because people identifying as democratic socialists doesn't mean that they like and agree with shit that Hassan says. Like somebody who says they're a democratic socialist could literally just be saying, you know, I like Bernie and I agree with his policies, which is different than what Hassan is saying. Democratic socialists are not usually tankies, you know, and like Bernie is basically, for all intents and purposes, a social democrat, even if he claims otherwise, or like he's, I guess, the American standard of a social democrat, you know, even though he says that he's a democratic socialist. And I guess like he is, I don't know, I can't remember. I believe that there were certain things that were pointed out to me, but yeah. My very far right-wing grandpa recently told me he considers himself a democratic socialist. Yeah, I think, yeah, Bernie's policies seem social democratic to me, but maybe he isn't. I don't know. Yeah, I'm just saying that, like, there's a difference between those people and Hassan, is all I'm saying.
Endured. Through many different ways, foreigners were still able to dominate notionally independent countries like the Congo or Colombia. To give an example, say an African country nationalizes its oil reserves, but unfortunately, they don't own or operate their own domestic refineries.
Yes, XBQY. A lot of tankies are communist and socially conservative. Yeah, that's a thing. And if you go real far with that, then you get national Bolshevism.
Or maybe they don't even have domestic refineries at all. Say that African nation decides to take a closer look at the Western capital-backed contracts. What do you think happens? All of a sudden, armed militancy and uprisings prop up left and right. Instability is born out of nowhere. Now, those militants might not wear a NASCAR jacket that says Shell Corporation, but that doesn't change the reality that those militancies.
No, Chase, I did not see that, and I really am not interested in seeing that because, again, I'm trying to avoid talking about like annoying fucking cringe Israel shit here because it's all the same shit over and over and over again. Like, if there's actually going to be an interesting conversation, or if someone's going to comment on like the Israel-Palestine stuff in a way that's different, and it's not literally just people screaming about how it's a genocide over and over again, then I would be interested in that. What do you mean, not debate, vote? You mean like on the Senate floor? I mean, that's the Senate. Okay, no, I didn't see that, but it would have failed, I'm sure. And people probably got up and said stuff. And I'm sure that there were like some cringe, like left-wing people. Actually, who the fuck is, the only people who were in the Senate is like Bernie. Bernie is the only one. Was he the one who wanted to block it? Because I'm pretty sure like Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib and all those people aren't senators. Yeah, of course all the Dem senators voted against it. So I don't know what the point of... Yeah, okay, Slotkin supported blocking aid. Yeah, of course Sanders put it on the floor. Okay, whatever. It's a virtue signal. Like, those people knew it wasn't going to pass. But I don't know what the... Like, I feel like this is not relevant. Okay, they tried to do it and it didn't succeed. Meh. Yeah, like, I'm trying to avoid... It's just boring.
These oftentimes are working for the same exact interests.
But thanks for informing us or whatever.
So there's the visible forms of intervention, rendered invisible through the covert actions of the State Department, but then there's the more complex forms of economic imperialism through a financial infrastructure that Western capital has built to benefit its own interests. Offering loans through the IMF only to cycle that wealth back to foreign capital. It's one of many ways. Loans that come with tremendous restrictions like austerity.
Oh yeah, these people hate the IMF. Jesus Christ. The IMF, by the way, is literally just a fucking bank who... The IMF and the World Bank, they literally, like, they loan money to countries. And because they want their money back, yeah, they do demand that you do certain things. But leftists hate the IMF and the World Bank.
Money that is handed over to developing nations that are only allowed to be spent in ways that generate returns for foreign investors.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's kind of how investments work, Hassan. I don't know what to tell you. Like, do you want there to be, if you're interested in like a philanthropic sort of thing where like there's like an entity that gives free money to like developing countries in order for them to like develop or whatever, that's cool, I guess. Although that's also a risky endeavor because it's just as possible that that money becomes wasted because those countries are corrupt as fuck and then they don't actually spend it in like ways that are good, which is not great either. Like, I can understand why the IMF would do that. If they just gave money for free, who's to say that that money wouldn't... Yeah. The IMF isn't profit generating necessarily. I don't think. It's like it's investors. They loan people money. They're a bank and they loan people money. Essentially, the IMF and the World Bank are like banks. They loan money to countries and they expect to get that money back, which means that they put restrictions on how that money can be spent because they don't want that money to just disappear into corruption. Now, I don't know if it doesn't, because I'm sure it does. I don't know how the IMF actually enforces getting their money back. I'm assuming what happens is if they don't get their money back, then they probably downgrade the country's credit rating or something. But yeah, I know, Pat, that people don't like the IMF because they push austerity. Yes, I'm aware. Well, yeah, he said that it was for a return on investment. Yeah. I don't. Yeah, I'm sure that maybe they do get some. I don't know.
And to think, all of that debt in the third world that is owed to financial institutions in wealthy countries, whether it's Goldman Sachs or the IMF, capital does not go to those who most need it. This has been, with, of course, substantial updates, the system of global exploitation that has endured for decades.
See, I don't know enough about this to comment on it, but I'm sure that it is actually more complex than what he's saying. Because that these guys love to, like, take economic or, like, complex economic shit like this and, like, basically break it down into insanely overly simplistic capitalism bad crap, you know? Like, I'm sure that people's lives in these countries probably improved over the course of time. Because my understanding is that if you just look at the data, like, capitalism has helped to lift millions of people out of poverty. But yeah, the USSR famously never lent anyone money. Why is there a Putin head on Hassan? Putin could never be this tall. Because Hassan sounds suspiciously like Vladimir Putin in this speech. That's why. That's the joke. Because Hassan, during this speech, Pat literally uttered the words, "The collapse of the Soviet Union is one of the greatest catastrophes of the 20th century," which is basically a thing that Putin said, except Putin said it was the greatest instead of one of the greatest. So I guess Hassan just had, like, some tact or something. So yeah, I did it for the lols, and I just left it there. Yeah, and the head size, and I thought the head size would be funny.
For decades. And it has been facilitated.
And also, he's spewing a bunch of anti-West talking points that I'm sure that Russia has helped amplify.
By the United.
Yeah. Oh, it's more Xi Jinping thought with USSR characteristics. Yes, but Putin is less on the nose.
By the United States.
And also, I'm literally doing this because I know that, like, Hassan will never see this, but if he ever did, this would trigger him way more than if I were to put Xi, like, a Xi head on him. Does he talk about Rurik? No, probably not. He hasn't brought up investor-state dispute settlements.
Which, after so...
I mean, probably not. I imagine that Hassan probably has very little understanding of how the IMF and the World Bank actually works, beyond, like, these talking points that he knows. And I imagine probably that they are actually more complex than what he's saying. Because most things are more complex than your dumbass talking points.
After so many disasters, is now running out of energy to hold this system together. There are no more big enemies left that the United States can beat. And after an empire destroys all of its enemies, it turns the gun on itself.
What are you talking about? Bro, China's right there. China has made itself into an enemy that the U.S. has to fight with, that the U.S. will have to fight with, because they're going to try and take Taiwan. And if they try and take Taiwan, then yeah, America's going to stand up and defend Taiwan. Also, I would argue that it wouldn't be a bad thing. Like, why does it wouldn't be a bad thing if, like, there's no more enemies, or if, like, the world is relatively peaceful or whatever. Investor-state dispute settlements are not about the IMF and World Bank. It's a completely separate system, but it is something that should be brought up more often when talking about this. Oh. Yeah, I know Hassan hates the US one, yes.
On itself. After all of this plunder is not necessarily done for you. It's done for parasitic international capital. And
parasitic international capital, you say? Interesting. What is this parasitic international capital that you speak of, Hassan? Pepe. Who are we talking about now?
And parasitic capital has no loyalty to ethnicities, religions, nationalities, but only to the almighty dollar. Only.
Doesn't it? No, I'm kidding.
To the profit motive. Although critics have been pointing out the decline of American imperial power for decades, I'm certainly one of those critics, we've never seen the decline happen so quickly. And we've never had this much obvious evidence for it. The mini-Trumps around the world, like Viktor Orban, they're not doing so hot. They're not doing great. As the Ukraine war heads to a settlement that will be unfavorable to NATO, The United States and Europe are fighting over Greenland and Benjamin Netanyahu.
That's not good, Hassan. By the way, is Hassan gonna ignore the fact that Viktor Orban being gone is also bad for Putin? But I guess he only cares. I wonder what Hassan would say about Viktor Orban, like getting voted out. If he was like, if it was only Putin that he was good for, and if Donald Trump actually hated him. I wonder, like, if he would say that that was actually based. I'm genuinely curious about that. Or if he would think Orban was based if he was only just friends with Putin. And not with, like, anybody else. All right, guys, you have your Pepe emote. Unfavorable for NATO, he's still pro-Russia. Yeah, well, no, Hassan is anti-NATO, which as a result means that he basically is spewing pro-Russia talking points. Yeah. I don't know if I would say that Hassan is like Hassan's not as, the only reason why I say that Hassan's not as full-throatedly pro-Russia is because that he is because I've seen what full-throated pro-Russia people look like. And that's like Haas and Jackson Hinkle, or like Lactoid, basically. Like people who are actually like out there like full on just running defense. But oh yeah, no, he does support the annexation of Crimea. Yeah, and that is pro-Russia. Or Tim Pool, yeah. I'm just saying that, like, I've seen people that there are people who have said more pro-Russia stuff than Hassan has said, because Hassan has also said stuff about like Putin's invasion of Ukraine not being good. It's just the issue is that Hassan talks about it in like a sort of ambivalent way. Like he doesn't necessarily like take a super big position on it, because he knows that half his audience probably supports Russia. And so he just kind of shies away from it and doesn't ever talk about it. As if there was no other side. Yeah, I know. It's very dumb. Like, also, like, Hassan essentially, like, he's adjacent to people like Haas and Hinkle, who are just straight up pro-Russia. And he still pushes pro-Russia talking points. Like, Hassan's basically a useful idiot for Russia, essentially.
Netanyahu. And speaking of Benjamin Netanyahu, some might say the real president.
Zog!
A man with great ambition, constantly trying to get America to become more active in waging war with Iran for multiple decades. Well, he found the perfect guy to do it with. Donald Trump let the Israelis drag the U.S. into this newest war with Iran after 3 years of bipartisan support for the genocide that Israel was committing on a different front of Israel's multiple ongoing wars of aggression.
Okay, I can't. Hold on. We are pausing this right now because I fucking need it. I need it. I'm gonna have so much fun with this. Hold on. Loner, oh no, it's Hutch Vadim.
You cannot tell me in one breath that Donald Trump.
Okay. Oh, yes. We're literally, we're just gonna leave Putin up there the whole time. He's just gonna sit there. What time am I streaming until? I have no idea, Arthur. Probably until I lose Steam. Okay, no, I'm just kidding. Putin, go away for a second.
doing the fucking debate. What's happening in Gaza is a genocide.
Okay, no. Where is it? To the man like a Putin song from last week. By the way, Kalinda, your titles have been really good lately. Makes me go, ooh, there's stuff going on. Well, thank you. I don't know if Lone will stream today. This woman loves Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin. I absolutely do not. Putin wasn't even hot when he was younger. He ain't no young Stalin.
Our funding out of a fucking genocide, yes.
Come on, where is it? Yeah, he ain't no. Oh yeah, young Biden looked real good too. Seriously, god damn it, isn't it? How's it going, team? It's over relationship. Does anybody know? Okay, I'm looking for. There's a clip where Vadim says in this, it's a fucking genocide or something like that. I'm pretty sure that it was in this, or was it in a different thing? And I want to clip this, and I want to do it now because I can't get it out of my head. And I'm trying to find it. Where is it? Is it in this, or is it in a different one? Was it in was it in another video? Does anybody know where it is? Yeah, there is a transcript, and I searched for genocide in it, and I don't see it in there. Unless it's like, do you remember? Like, does anyone remember exactly what he said? Maybe it's in the talks with Hutch. Specifically, why? What specifically are you searching for? With okay, so in the I don't remember exactly what his exact words were, but I remember that Vadim said Vadim said something to the effect of it's a fucking genocide, and he sounded like a Valley girl. Yeah, but that's why I just searched for genocide, and it just didn't find, and I don't think that I found it. I don't know if he said it's a fucking genocide or not. But Lonerbox reacts.
Hit, okay?
Is
Look,
this idea supposed to be?
Wait. Oh, the Valley Girl Intifada. Maybe this is it.
Secured a victory. It's so fucking annoying. Like, there's no guarantee it would have done that, because that would have also meant them coming, fucking globalizing the crowd of fucking Athens and terrorizing fucking Starbucks because they were all this vice president. She could have done that. Fuck.
Here,
getting deported.
anyhow,
Phaser Kun, listen, I'm sorry. After, because people who should
provides an excuse to just throw out not just what she was quote tweeting from Talib, but anything and everything she would ever have to say of political value, because if she's complaining about something, she's supposedly to blame for it. So fuck her. Now, obviously, this mirrors exchanges that are had all the time between tons of people like ourselves in all sorts of ways. So I'm hoping a productive conversation could be had with all of that as a springboard.
And scene.
Very brave XVQY.
There you go.
If I can
oftentimes in online politics, people will craft analogies. Let me try to craft an analogy here. Let's say that you have, a village of
oh no,
it doesn't matter, and
right,
they
wait,
have
what's the analogy? Come on.
oftentimes in a village of people, it's 2,000 people, the number doesn't matter, and they have some kind of a barricade around the village that they live in, and the barricade is somehow threatened by something. Let's say like water, like let's say like the oceans rise, right, and it's established that the people that live in this village, they have to reinforce that wall, otherwise the ocean's gonna come in and just like drown everybody and destroy the village. But let's say you have somebody that's in that village talking a lot about the threat of the ocean and the water and all that. It's just like, this is really bad, there's water coming, but then let's say that person doesn't help reinforce the wall, and then the wall collapses. Would you think that the person who didn't help potentially, or not potentially, the person who didn't help could have helped to like stop the water coming and killing everybody?
Ogre, you want to take that?
No, I asked you to.
I'd like to go over to Ogre because I just
I've read my manifesto. Okay, fuck stage 2. What's the analogy there? Is the analogy? What's it? You should vote. Okay.
I can already see you guys talking past each other. And what's going to happen is, tell me if this is wrong. This is my position, but tell me if this is a good scheme of what you guys are saying. The people that were holding out for concessions were not thinking that with their help, they would have stopped Trump. Their thought is, if you don't listen to me and concede to my argument on Gaza, you will lose. So it would be, it's not an analogy.
To be more specific, if you don't do the thing that I want you to do, I will help Donald Trump win.
No, that's not helping. Yes. They are already trying to do something about an apathy that is going to be there whether you like it or not. I very much like Ogre because I know Ogre Boy has a lot to say about this.
Well, the problem is that you guys are purveyors and merchants of apathy. When you guys say that there's not much difference between Biden and Harris on Gaza and on Iran or whatever else, then yeah, you are producing apathy. You are creating apathy where there need not be apathy. It's not their fault. You guys chose to do that. You chose to engage in this disinformation or selective lack of information. You did that yourselves.
I thought you changed your mind about like voting for Kamala and you think that would have been the right thing to do. Didn't you tell me that?
The discussion in the moment is still the same. The idea of what a lot of people were trying to do in 2024 was
exit polls. We know that foreign policy
amount of influence in the state that she serves, which happened to be a battleground state. And she could have, at any point, told her supporters in no uncertain terms, the threat of Donald Trump is real. He is going to be probably worse than the first term. Everything that they're threatening to do in Project 2025 sounds like it will do a lot of damage, will kill a lot of people. We can get into the USAID cuts, but I feel like that point has been made 1,000 times. And nobody forced her. You say holding out for concessions. I don't know what that means, like through the election. What does that even mean?
What do you mean you don't know what that means?
What does it mean to hold out for a concession the day before the election?
It means we're not an outcome determinative group. We're not going to determine the outcome. It's not going to be our fault if you lose, but also we're going to withhold our vote to get concessions from you. Fuck me.
Hoping for a concession on the day of the election?
Looking for her to either do a weapons embargo or to...
And that didn't happen.
We're just acting like it's so fucking easy to get a thing. That's so sorry. Just there to listen to the whims of the fucking mob. They're not just delegates, right? They're also trustees. If a politician understands that, what if some of these weapons, first of all, Biden was withholding certain arms, especially the ones that in Gaza, like the 2000 Iron Dome, is, or really fucking dumb bombs, more dumb bombs.
Ceasefire, hopefully,
and that didn't happen. But
that would right. If she had done that,
10 million people are.
Vadim, what he's asking is
her fault. It's partly her fault. Yes.
Vadim, what he's asking is, yes, holding out for concessions, a valid. He understands the concept of, hey, I don't really want to endorse until you do this. But once it becomes clear,
because it's a fucking genocide.
Oh, there it is.
Why not at that point then endorse?
Because
okay. Okay, hold on. Audacity. Thanks. Audio setup, playback device, recording device. No, I'm gonna record. Hold on. Audacity record Linux desktop. I always forget how to do this, but it's actually really easy. Oh, I remember, I think. Input devices. Find Audacity and set the input to monitor of. Oh, okay. Volume control, configuration, playback recording.
You fucking piece of shit.
Okay, wait. God damn it. Okay, I'm sorry guys. Hold on. We'll go back to Hassan. I feel like if I do this now, I'm just gonna like I'm gonna basically tank viewers because all this stuff takes really long. I really need a soundboard that works with Discord. Oh, you mean like the way that Destiny does it? Like how he did it in that one thing? Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's a way that I can figure out how to do that, and I will eventually. Okay.
This is not going to happen 24 hours before because she's not going to pass that in 24 hours. Why not at that point?
Oh, right. Wait. It's actually going to be this.
That point, then endorse.
Because it's
There we
a
go.
fucking genocide.
Is Donald Trump is he a fascist?
What's
I
that?
can't. God, how did they make such a fucking joke out of such a?
Wait, hold on. I can probably find it in the original, but okay.
That point, then endorse.
Because it's a
Oh my god.
That point, then endorse.
because it's a fucking genocide.
That point, then endorse.
Because it's a fucking genocide. It's a fucking genocide.
There we go.
That point, then endorse.
Because it's a fucking genocide.
This is such riveting stream content, you guys.
It's a fucking genocide. It's a fucking genocide.
There we go. We got it. Okay.
a fucking genocide. It's a fucking genocide. It's a fucking genocide.
Okay. Yes, he does sound like a mean girl. That's the joke. All right. Wait, where is it? Did it not save? Oh, wrong place. There it is.
It's a fucking genocide. It's a fucking genocide. It's a fucking genocide.
Hell yeah. Okay.
It's a fucking genocide.
Based. Okay. Yeah.
While Americans have shown the world that might makes right, it appears the U.S. has bit off more than it can chew with this supposedly 47-year imminent threat.
You need to add that boom sound. I need to add the boom sound to the soundboard. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff I need to add to the soundboard.
Which is just really picking on a country that chose to fight back for the first time in a very long time.
Oh, you mean fight back against? Oh, yes, because yes, we love this. Hassan just totally ignores everything about. No, I'm not gonna add the Vine Boom onto the end of the Valley Girl thingy. If I want to use it, I can. He's talking about Iran. It's just dumb. In a very long time. Yeah, I know. It's fucking stupid. Because Hassan doesn't actually know the history of any of this. He doesn't know the fact that, like, most of Israel's quote-unquote aggression in the region is them fighting back against, like, things that came at them first. And the problem, obviously, is that they do so disproportionately, often insanely disproportionately. But there's just literally no, there's, like, but there's no acknowledgement of this, and that's not good. Because that means that your criticism of Israel is just stupid. Like, you're just an idiot.
And one of the lessons that not only we are learning, but the rest of our security partners are learning, is that in the absence of soft power, 800 military bases that we have all around the world can very quickly turn into 800 separate invasions, or in the case of the Gulf nations, it can turn into missile sponges at the behest of Israel, almost overnight. And all of this is happening as the United States government has...
Israel never asked the Gulf nations to be missile sponges. It was up to Iran were the ones who chose to attack them. I think the Oxford debate is better than the Hassan Slav. Oh, is there an Oxford debate? Because we can also listen to that. I mean, I don't know. How much more of this is there? Because, yeah, I am at this point. Like, now he's going to start talking about Israel, and this is just boring. I was more interested in hearing the historical revisionism. Oh, yeah, of course. We need to keep the Putin pick aligned.
Has destroyed its credibility domestically with a murderous and absurd deployment of ICE as the cost of living just keeps going up and up and up.
Yes, military bases can turn into invasions. Yeah, like they did in Crimea. Oh, hey, Epic, you're here. It should be illegal for Hassan and Elon to have First Amendment access. True, I agree. Epic, now that you're here, what do you know about the Korean War? Because I don't know shit about the Korean War. And Hassan talked about the Korean War in this. I'm sure you probably can guess what he said about it.
Up.
He talks a bit more, then other students come up and present their sides. There's one particularly unhinged student. Oh, okay. Yeah, so you probably know more about it than Hassan does. I mean, fuck. If I went to Wikipedia and I read like just a little bit of stuff, then I would know more than Hassan did. Yeah. Like, I don't know. Hassan presented the Korean War like, I guess he talked about how the United States did. He said the U.S. dropped like 6,000 pounds worth of bombs during the Korean War, like I think on Korea, versus the 500 pounds they dropped during World War II. Yes, Canada did participate. Yes, we did participate in Korea. I just don't remember because I haven't learned about it since fucking high school. My 8-year-old nephew probably knows more about Korea than Hassan. Yeah, I can believe that. What else does he say about it? And then he says that like the United States like pardoned Japanese war criminals who helped them make biological weapons in the Korean War that they used on like Korea or some shit. Yeah. Korea was a UN mission, the entire UN participated. Yeah. Yeah, it was a UN intervention, but Hassan says it was just an American intervention, basically. And I'm assuming that, yeah, like, I don't know, did the US pardon some of Unit 731? Yeah, I would imagine the biological weapon claim isn't true. Yes, well, Hassan would say the UN was just a US puppet. I don't know. Or he would say it was all the capitalist countries.
The very same tactics that we have observed in countries that we have dominated, in countries that our allies have dominated, like in occupied Palestine, are now being turned back on the domestic home front against American citizens.
Yeah, okay. Oh.
Masked thugs of the state.
Not for America. We don't use were chemical weapons used by the UN side in Korea, except for Vietnam. That was an oopsie. What was it? Okay, yeah, because Hassan made it sound like they did use them. Oh, did he say occupied palace? Of course he did. Okay. MacArthur is the worst general purely for protecting the Japanese royal family from being imprisoned. Everyone used chemical weapons in World War I, Orpheus. And then after World War I, everyone was like, hey, chemical weapons are really, really bad. Let's not do that anymore, is I'm pretty sure what happens.
State, unaccountable to no one, unelected, are engaging in acts of violence against Americans with impunity. And when Americans fight back...
Wait, what's retarded? Sorry, Epic, did I get something incorrect? Or are you talking about what Hassan is saying? The Chinese claim that we were dropping spiders on them as bioweapons. What? Legally Agent Orange and White Phosphorus. Yeah, I know. Yes, Saddam did use chemical weapons. I'm not saying everyone stopped using chemical weapons. I was talking about like I guess like NATO countries or like I guess Western nations or whatever the fuck. But I don't even know if that's true. I'm not even sure if chemical weapons were used much in World War II, or at least not in the Pacific War. But I could be wrong. I don't know. Oh, Tom D said in my stream chat, spiders as weapons, spiders should be used as friends, true and based. Oh, all of it. Oh, everything Hassan is saying is retarded, you mean? Yes. Oh, now Epic is saying stuff about machine guns. Oh, this is that Israel debate that you were talking about, Oxford Union. 1 hour and 25 minutes. Who are they arguing against?
Thank you, Mr. President.
The House believes that Israel is a greater threat to regional stability than Iran. Oh, Jesus. Why? That's so fucking dumb. This House will. Oh, so is this just an Oxford debate where like people come up and debate this? This was 7 days ago. I mean, at least this is a debate and it's not, this might be more interesting potentially. I'm actually curious, like what arguments, although I don't know, people are probably just going to say some real dumb shit. You know what? I'll watch this while I honestly, I don't know. Is there like really much more of this? I don't know if I really care about watching the rest of this because now all he's going to do is he's just going to repeat all the same talk. I mostly just wanted to hear his post World War II historical revisionist garbage. But now he's just getting into the treading the same old talking points that we've heard 10,000 times and I don't actually care. I debated students at Yale University. Okay, I don't want questions. Fuck that. Debate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. I'm wondering, does anybody actually like put up any or like debate Hassan at all here? Like any kind of like in any kind of reasonable way? A base guy will debate mog him. Oh, okay. Because I'm gonna try playing this game, and what I'm gonna do now is hold on. No, go away, Putin. We're done with you. That meme is done now. It was funny for like 5 minutes, but now we're finished. He also gets questioned at the end of this. Yeah, I know, but I'm not interested in like him answering questions because usually that's just people glazing him. A liberal sounding guy responded, then a woke scoldy gal will talk as well. Okay. What's this game about? It's about pirates. Oh, I also need to adjust the volume of this game too. Hold on. Okay. Let's listen to Hassan potentially get debate mogged.
The revolution will not be televised, they say, but apparently it will truly rely on which.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker and chat, it's a pleasure to be here with you.
Fix your audio.
And I really think this Speaker gets a lot right. It's right that America is an empire.
Why is the audio so bad?
It's right that it's being problematic. But he goes so far as defining what the American empire is. But all I want
What is this guy's microphone just not on?
is that U.S. empire is not just a question of territorial positions, not just a question of military presence, nor convention, but also one of technology to finance and economics. That America is a leader in those domains has established a system with the rules of the game by which everyone else plays to decide that those two are parts of its empire. The fact that almost every country in the world uses American satellites.
I mean, there's only one. I don't remember it being bad. Maybe just the beginning of the speech. I hope not. Yeah, like is it? It's just this guy. It's like his microphone's just not on.
GPS. The fact that the present foot system means that it's American.
Like I can't hear him. The audio is bad through the whole thing in my face. Oh, great. If it's sped up, you may need to slow it down. Yeah, I did. The communist mind cannot comprehend good audio. Yeah, apparently not.
I posit that one of two things would happen. Either we return to a system of spheres of influence, and we saw how that turned out in the early 20th century with World War I. That's a much bloodier world, I'm sure. It was not the case that it was an ethno-nationalist empire. Every other empire on
Mr. Speaker, make no mistake, America is unique among empires.
Sorry, yeah, they fix it.
Thank you very much. First, I'll just outline 3 reasons why. The first is that America has no homeland. Mr. Piker will assert that America has been an empire since the Spanish-American War. I say it started much earlier than that. It started with the establishment of, yes, the...
Epic, has America been an empire since the Spanish-American, like, I don't even, how do you even define, I feel like the idea of the I guess the United States, like, was more of an empire. I don't know if America is still, like, an empire, unless you stretch the definition, because I never really got the impression that, at least after the 20th century, that the United States was an empire in the 20th century, in the same way that, like, Britain was an empire, you know? Where like they actually had colonies and shit. Maybe you could say that because America had territories, like in the 20th century and whatnot. But I don't know. Oh, okay. You're saying that we were an empire after the Spanish-American War until 1945 when we gave that shit up. Okay. Yeah, like that's why people use terms like neocolonialism, because the United States was not an empire in that way. You could say America is an empire in the sense that America has lots of influence and they're the most powerful nation in the world or whatever, but I don't really like I feel like using that word. You're literally just using that because it's morally loaded. We did have a colony, the Philippines. We took it from Spain and abandoned it in 1945. Okay, well, based, yeah. Listen, empire was the British thing, as XPQY says, and now it is no longer your thing. RIP. Not that, I mean, the British Empire was obviously, like, not good, but, you know. Yeah, there was a thing in the Philippines, yeah.
The 13...
Although I feel like these people would probably argue that, that these people would argue that, or that Hassan would probably argue that, like, Puerto Rico is a colony of the United States because it doesn't have, like, proper representation or whatever.
13 original colonies. America has been an empire since its inception.
What? No, No! America was part of the British Empire! What?
In fact, the land we're standing on today is formed by way of violent displacement of the Quinnipiac, Paugussett, and the Wappinger peoples. Second, America is no ethno-nationalist empire. Every other empire in history has been ethno-nationalist, with the exception of Rome.
That's true.
The British Empire was for white Brits. The Mughal Empire was for ethnically Indian people. The Chinese empires were for people who were ethnically Chinese. America is not an ethno-nationalist empire. Finally, America is an economic, not a territorial empire. Why is this so significant? I think Mr. Piker and I would both agree that economics are the most important component of America's empire. It is capitalist incentives that draw us to this sort of downfall.
Oh, we were literally trying to colonize Puerto Rico like we tried to colonize Cuba and the Philippines. We literally tried to import white settlers. We haven't done that in Puerto Rico, and Puerto Rico is only still part of the U.S. because they keep voting to become a state instead of leaving. Oh, okay. But the U.S. just won't make them a fucking state.
And I'm really glad that he brought up the example of Guatemala. I agree that the deposition of Jacobo Arbenez, that was an economic incentive, but note the difference. It was not the case that it was a typical colonial expansion where America made Guatemala a colony. It was commercial interests. So that's the first thing I'd like to establish. But then the second thing I'd like to say, and this is where I'm in the negative, is that an American empire is greatly preferable to any other type of empire. Now,
ethnically Chinese is the kind of sentence that you can get shot in certain. They can get you shot in certain parts of China. Yeah, I agree. Puerto Rico should be a state. I don't know if anybody in here disagrees with that. And it's probably the Republicans that are largely stopping that from happening. Unless there's some other good reason to not make them a state.
Now, my problem with Mr. Piker's speech is that he lacks a theory of power. He lacks a theory of where power goes. Power does not evaporate. And I think it's telling that he would agree with me when he says that it was a tragedy that the USSR fell because suddenly there's a power vacuum and there were real big problems that sprouted from that. I would posit the fall of the American empire would lead to a very similar situation. Why is that important? I posit that one of two things would happen. Either we'd return to a system of spheres of influence.
Wait, Only P, why do you think they don't deserve to be a state? Like, it's entirely the Senate won't make them a state because they're afraid of 2 seats in the Senate that could disrupt the current balance of power. Okay, that's annoying. Do you think that they should be a Senate or should be a state though, Epic? AOC actually wrote the bill to make Puerto Rico a state and got it through the House, but it died in the Senate. Well, that's stupid. Oh yeah, I mean, DC should either be a state or it should be, I don't know what the fuck, but DC should be something that actually allows, like, them to have some sort of representative who can vote in Congress. Or they should have some kind of special thingy. I know they kind of do right now, but yeah. I don't know why Only P thinks that. Only P, I can't figure you out.
Of influence, and we saw how that turned out in the early 20th century with World War I. It's a much bloodier world I'm sure we don't want to live in. And second, America could be supplanted. And I'm grateful to Ms. Perry for bringing this up in a question. Mr. Piker now claims, he says that that would never happen. He says there would be no supplanting because the historical record doesn't reflect that. But his examples, the fact that power went back to the people in South Africa, it went away from the apartheid state and towards the people, shows that power does not evaporate, it changes hands.
No reason, I just do not like the obsession with what? But they're a group of people who are not, like, represented, and they should be. I don't understand, like, what do you mean? Yes, absolutely, they should be just a state. Denying them statehood is a great moral wrong. Based? Yeah, it is. DC definitely does not deserve to be a state. It's not meant to be by design. Okay, well, DC is, like, a more complicated thing, but I don't know why you would... Yeah, I think it is a worthwhile concern. Like, Jesus Christ, this group of people are not being represented. I mean, for fuck's sakes, isn't that why you guys rebelled in the first place? No taxation without representation? Is Puerto Rico being taxed? DC shouldn't be a state, but it should have better representation. Yeah, there you go. Do Puerto Ricans pay taxes to the federal government? Because if they do, and they have no, then that's PR do not pay federal taxes. Okay, other people are saying they do. Oh, Mel, are you in Puerto Rico? They do pay taxes to the federal government. All right, well, you know what? That's fucking awful then. Fuck that shit. They need to be a state. It's the same reason that you guys were mad. Okay, one sec.
So it's not a question of empire.
I'm gonna grab some food.
Or no empire. It's a question of where the power is. And I posit it's much better that it's in American hands, which are covered in blood, than it's in Chinese hands or in the hands of another great power. Why is this the case? I'll posit that America gets a lot right. America gets free speech right. America gets capitalism right. America gets a lot right. The fact that we are motivated by competition above all else is the greatest virtue of this country. It means that we get an efficient economy. It has its problems, and I'll be the first to admit those. But it works a whole lot better than the Great Leap Forward, where the state says, we need to collectivize this land, and 55 million people die. Now, Mr. Piker recently made a trip to China, and he commented that this is a nation that's brought 800 million people out of poverty. That was because of reform and opening up. 改革开放. Reform and opening up to what? Reform and opening up to the system, the post-World War II system that America created. The opening up to billions of dollars in Western loans from the IMF and the World Bank. American empire has enabled these things, and while it's far from perfect, it's by far preferable. And Mr. Piker, because you like Mao so much, I'll end with a quote of his that I think you would do well to study, which is 枪杆子里面出政权. Did you get that? Did you get that? It's political power grows out the barrel of a gun. We do not want a violent world due to a power struggle when American empire falls. America has blood on its hands, but
okay, that's pretty based. Like, he literally mogs him with fucking, like speaking Chinese. I hope that they actually get to go back and forth.
But it's better for power to be in American hands than any other.
Question gentlemen.
Yeah.
For perhaps question. Nick Schwartz.
I just wanted to pass on one of the statements you made about the ethno-nationalism question of the American empire. So other countries did have slavery. There's been around since before the U.S. existed. But the U.S. practiced race-based slavery, and it did want, and it hasn't ended. In so it's still practice segregation based on race, and arguably Israel does the same thing. So why would the U.S. empire stop?
Oh boy, yes, Fasterman, that is correct. Stomping is clapping and hissing is booing. This is the Yale language.
Stopping racism in the U.S.
I think that's an excellent question, and I think that it's true that our racist legacy continues with us to this day. But I think there's a big difference between a racist society and an ethno-nationalist one that claims this empire is for this ethnic group,
That is true. People often forget this. This is the case. Like, it's not the same. Do we have opinion on Linus on Lannis? Do we have the opinion of Lannis if this Yale culture is inferior or not? Oh, I mean, Lannis would probably say yes. Actually, I don't know if he would, now that I think about it. I guess, I don't know. Actually, he'd probably say yes. But, yeah. But no, yeah, obviously there's not going to be any nuance. This Yale culture is just a misguided liberal people. Oh, okay. Fair. Oxford is much better. I don't know, maybe. We'll find out in a bit.
A system which is systemically racist. I think we can all agree that we are moving in what is certainly the right direction. We are moving in the direction of civil rights. The last half century has proven exactly that. And so while I'll be the first to concede that America is not perfect, especially on race, especially when dealing with immigrants, we are not an ethno-nationalist empire.
Any further questions for the gentleman?
The guest.
What's the format? How do I say for the speaker? Is that how you
Just ask the question.
Okay, all right, never mind. Just wanted to abide by tradition. It's been around. For the gentleman. You have somewhat of a deeply cynical, I would say, worldview about how power is supposed to continue. You did bring.
We need to talk about my utopian worldview where everybody is equal as long as they don't preach ideas that I disagree with, in which case it's to the re-education camp with them. Oh, was there a 10-day ceasefire in Lebanon? Starts characterizing his worldview. Oh yeah, he probably won't address the guy's points. Linus, why do you think that that's lame? Like, I'm sorry, but I don't think what Israel was doing before in Lebanon was necessarily going to work or be particularly helpful or useful. Oh. Of course, Trump has to announce it. Because of course he does. Thon literally asks him, oh shit, the goal ended. We had almost made it too. Endless war is not a good idea, Lennis. Have you guys seen the US fumble during that shit? Yeah. Okay, so US President Donald Trump announces a 10-day ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah will take effect at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, 12 a.m. Israel, Thursday, Friday. Okay. So it takes effect at 5 o'clock tonight. Oh, thank you, Nem, for the $5.
I got you a calendar.
That's very kind of you. Thank you very much. I just had excellent conversations with the highly respected President Joseph Aoun. Joseph Aoun, that's it. Joseph Aoun of Lebanon and Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu of Israel. Trump writes on Truth Social. These two leaders have agreed that in order to achieve peace between our countries, they will formally begin a 10-day ceasefire at 5 p.m. EST. Trump says he has directed U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and U.S. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs General Dan Kane to work with Israel and Lebanon to achieve a lasting peace. God. It's just, isn't it like the height of like absolute shit that Donald Trump is basically announcing everything on Truth Social where he capitalizes like words that he thinks are important because that he's a fucking child. Speaking of Puerto Rico, here's a fun one. The president can deny territories federal aid after they get hit by a hurricane or something, and Trump keeps doing this because he says they're corrupt. Oh, of course he does. Yeah. I'm sure that's got nothing to do with the fact that it's a island full of like people who speak Spanish. Don't they speak Spanish there? Late Wednesday night, Trump announced that the leaders of Israel and Lebanon would be holding a historic phone call on Thursday, but Aoun balked at the idea, insisting that Israel agree to a ceasefire first. It's unclear whether such a call will take place now that a truce has been announced. I mean, it might, but like, I don't know. I can see it like Aoun's walking like a very, very, very like a tightrope. How can a ceasefire hold if one of the sides who would cease the fire or Hezbollah? Well, I don't know. Chat, Kalinda, Russia segment, or Jim. I mean, Arthur, at the moment I'm doing other stuff right now, so I think you should go to the gym, just because that I want to, because like we're in the middle of watching stuff. And if I'm still live when you get back, then we can do a Russia segment. I think that would probably be a fair idea. I know XBQY you want to do the Russia segment, but yeah. Arthur, you should go to the gym. It's good for you. Go get swole. Or whatever.
Did bring up an example in apartheid South Africa where the people were...
The if part is the question. Yeah, I know, but we'll see. I might be live. But yeah, no, go to the gym. You know what? Honestly, I think it'll depend on like how much I enjoy playing this game, because I found that playing video games lengthens the length of my stream, which can only be a good thing. Which is why I've been trying to find a game to play. Denying aid post natural disaster will build character. Like I'm either in like 40 minutes or I don't know, 2.5 hours. Yeah. Okay, we'll see. Also, I'm not necessarily going to watch the entire rest of this with like Hassan or whatever. I want to listen to that Oxford debate. I'm actually curious about what kind of arguments people are going to make.
Able to achieve liberal democracy to a certain degree. There were issues, and there's still issues in South Africa. Why do you think that the abolition of U.S. empire would create a power vacuum that creates a Chinese empire, for example? And why do you think that that system would be far more violent as opposed to an evolution just like what we saw with the American empire being a far better legacy than...
Oh my god, they've got a fucking Mao emote in his chat. I don't know, this seems fairly easy to answer. Because the fucking, like, isn't China already stepping in to fill the void that has been left by America's withdrawal from places like Africa with regards to USAID and whatnot? Maybe because the Chinese want to literally genocide everybody that's in the way of Han ethnic supremacy. Oh yeah, within China, yeah, they do. Also, China treats their foreign migrant workers not particularly great as well.
Than, let's say, monarchies that existed.
That's an excellent question. And I don't believe that when the American empire falls, if it does, China will necessarily take over. But I do believe that, apparently some people do, but I do believe that power doesn't evaporate. Power is something that doesn't simply disappear, it falls into different hands. And so I think as this applies to my speech, Mr. Piper, what I would say to you is that it has to go somewhere.
I think they do. Doesn't China, you know, China is like the most ethno-nationalist major country on the planet. I have a foreign-born, there's a foreign-born population of less than 1%. Yeah. I think they basically don't allow immigration, and they literally are forcibly sterilizing the ethnic minorities. Yeah, I know they don't allow immigration. Don't they have, but hey, I'm sure they'll do just fine running the global system. Don't they have like some migrant workers there that are not treated particularly well, but they're not allowed to stay? I know that Epic knows a lot of stuff about China.
Somewhere. And again, I think one of two things will happen. Either it'll be assumed by another great power. And unfortunately, there is no better great power than America. I really wish there were. And the other alternative is that we return to a system of geopolitics, which is contingent on spheres of influence. I don't believe we should return to the time when it's kingdoms fighting each other. I think that's a much bloodier world. In an interview with Ezra Klein last week, Fareed Zakaria made a comment. Former YP president, I will comment. He made a comment that liberalism has become a victim of its own success, which is to say that liberalism has succeeded to such an extent that we have forgotten. Mr. Becker, my generation, your generation, my parents' generation, your parents' generation. Hi, Mom and Dad. I hope you're watching this. Which they are. We don't remember what it was like before this liberal system. We don't remember what it was like before World War II. We don't remember how bad it was. And so while I am right there with you that America has created such evil through its colonial empire, I also believe that it is far better than anything we've ever had. The reason why we have intellectuals like Fukuyama saying it's the end of history, it's because this is almost as nice as we've ever had it.
And with that, the gentleman is thanked. Rebuttal.
That's definitely true. People forget that. Because in every basically the time in which people are living is always like the worst time or whatever, you know. But there's definitely been times that have been worse than right now. This girl is unhinged and short. Okay, this might be interesting.
With respect, your division of the violence and imperialist brutality that America has committed and the capitalist international order that we uphold is entirely artificial and farcical. The blood—
Oh my god.
on our hands was spilt in service of the liberalized capitalist international order that you so idolize. Our coups and our imperialist conquests are committed at the behest of the international corporate conglomerates that our governments serve.
Oh my god, bloodword or buzzwords. It's the buzzwords. There's so many buzzwords. Wait. USAF PFT run score. What is this? Is this a thing?
America is not and has never—
Sorry, Arthur was asking Epic in chat what his USAF PFT run score was. I'm guessing because that he wants to beat it at the gym.
has never been the linchpin cinching together the democratic free world. We toppled Allende to install Pinochet in the 70s, provided financial backing to the fascist Argentinian juntas, supplied unconditional support to Yeltsin, chief architect of the modern Russian oligarchy during the Soviet collapse of the 90s, and today we bankroll the genocidal apartheid Israeli regime, playing defense in the UN for the anal gang rape of Palestinian prisoners with rusty metal holes. We have set a global historical precedent for draconian drug laws, upending entire economies with gang warfare driven by the American elite's unquenchable twin desires for coke and bloodshed. We have set back progress, combating the climate crisis that—
Is that even true about the fucking the United States letting coke loose on the street in black neighborhood? I keep hearing like different— I have to— that's something I still need to look into it, but Jesus. Yeah, I know. Did she say coke and bloodshed? Yeah, she's talking about— oh my god, this person's crazy.
that threatens the imminent annihilation of life on Earth by funneling untold billions into hydraulic fracking and deforestation of old-growth forests on federal lands. The incineration of the Amazon is in service for our appetite for beef. The Israeli state is a product of Palantir, and we sponsor the dissolution of democracy internationally through armed violent coups. And we sponsor the dissolution of society through the insidious arm of neoliberal austerity exercised in our name through the IMF and World Bank. These problems are not a product of America per se, but they are an inevitable outcropping of our status as the concentrated seat of the powers of capital on the global stage. We are their principal agents and benefactors. Our interests are their interests. This barbarous monstrosity, this regime of terror and destruction and death that we have created must be destroyed, and it must be destroyed now.
Epic, how similar is this person to the standard communists that one may encounter in the Bay Area?
And there, perhaps, a question from the much maligned. Question.
I agree. But I'm wondering if the speaker can tell me where should the power go after? What better way to spend power? I see the way that we actually build a stable system post-American Empire.
I find the assumption that power must necessarily concentrate in the hands of some other international dominant government to be insane.
Yeah, I know, right? This is literally a standard communist from the Bay Area. What university is this? This is Yale University. Wait, I don't actually know where Yale is. Is Yale in California? Oh, Yale is East Coast. Oh, okay. Oh, it's in Massachusetts. Of course it is. That's another very blue place. No, but it seems like they've been it seems like they've been boarded the University of California Culture to the okay. I mean, this seems pretty standard like I guess academia shit. Oh, it's in Connecticut? Okay. F Connecticut, getting my schools mixed up. Jesus Christ. This is like
What we are striving for is not just to transfer our status as imperial global hegemon to another quote-unquote more benevolent empire. What I and what the Left Project in general is aiming for is the complete dissolution of that hierarchical system of international control, power, and economic coercion.
I'm just trying to think, like, I understand that people say that this is one of those things where like you can never imagine like the world. It's impossible to imagine the world without empire or whatever. You won't find these comments as often at Texas Tech. Yeah, I wouldn't imagine that you could. But what does that even mean? LOL, it's so highly idealistic that it isn't even grounded anymore. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't, it doesn't, that's not really how the world works. You know? As much as like, it would be nice to say that, I feel like humans just don't work that way. And yeah, like another country is going to take its place. Countries are going to get powerful. Are going to get like more powerful or whatever. If your country happens to like be in a position where it becomes more powerful, then it's going to do that. And then it's inevitably going to start making, and because we live in a globalized system, I don't know how the fuck you would even prevent that from happening. This girl and her ideas are me, but gender bent. Yeah, but Arthur, you're not as insane as this person. Or at least you don't seem to be. And you also recognize that on a pragmatic level, what she's saying is not likely going to happen. Like, I agree with her goal, but it also ain't happening. Yeah. You know, I mean, it's nice to imagine that one day we could have a world like this. And her narrow applications are retarded. Well, yeah. No, only countries will get power. Not only will countries get powerful, but they want to get powerful. And even the said nations with said citizens will want a piece of the power if it benefits them. Yeah. What is the reason for the Lebanese government now to disarm Hezbollah? Lannis, you realize there's lots of reasons why the Lebanese government want to disarm Hezbollah that aren't necessarily related. Like, you think that Israel bombing the shit out of Hezbollah out of like Lebanon makes it easier for the Lebanese government to disarm Hezbollah? Like, it doesn't. It makes it harder. Because because the people of Lebanon are going to get super pissed about this. Like, you understand what I'm saying, right? Like, there's the thing is that Hezbollah is becomes like less popular when Israel's not around for them to fight against, and when they stop having like reasons to justify their existence. This is my understanding of it. Yeah. She doesn't live in reality. That's the problem. Both the mechanism and the end goal are important. She is the first. Yeah. I think this takes out their incentive to... No, it doesn't take out the incentive. There's so... Can you... Lannis, just think for a minute for me, okay? Why do you think the Lebanese government doesn't want Hezbollah around? Can you think of reasons why they wouldn't want Hezbollah to be there? That are like not necessarily related to Israel? Because like those reasons exist. Yeah. Preeta said it. Internal security and control over their own country. Yeah, because like if I were a government, I wouldn't want a fucking like militant group sitting in the south of my country with their own goddamn army, basically controlling that portion of my country and constantly causing problems for me and fucking around and like assassinating politicians and messing around in order to stop like the government from like messing with me. And then also fucking with Israel, which as a result like causes Israel to attack me. Like, yeah, Hezbollah gets in the way. Hezbollah gets in the way of Lebanon actually being able to function as a normal country. You can say that those incentives aren't strong enough if you want to, Lannis, but Israel bombing the shit out of Lebanon is not going to create greater incentives. Because the population will be turned against, will like be more mad at Israel than they are at Hezbollah. Lannis, your problem is the same problem that Israelis, like, I guess, like, center and like, right-wing Israelis in general have. And it's that you think that everything is going to be solved by force. Yeah, because it's not super easy to do it, Lannis. It's not as easy as you think it is. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying that, like, I think that this notion is ridiculous, that Israel can solve all of its problems by beating their chest really hard and bombing the shit out of everything. And, like, you have this same view of, like, the West Bank, too, where you're okay with settlements because you basically want to beat the Palestinians into submission. Instead of maybe finding another way to try to convince them to back the fuck off. Like, everything that you're suggesting has not worked. But you just keep wanting to do it. You keep wanting to do it. No, but what sort of pull does Ayun have on Hezeb? I don't know. I don't know if he has much pull on them. Although obviously I don't imagine that Hezbollah necessarily wants to keep fighting because they probably want time to reconstitute. But they're going to have to come to some sort of arrangement, I imagine. Because I understand that Israel is done with Hezbollah's shit. And, like, that's fine. But I don't think the answer to that necessarily needs to be, okay, you have to bomb the shit out of them. When now there is actually a Lebanese government that wants to do something about Hezbollah. It's just the problem is they're in a very tough spot. Because they also don't want to be seen like they're working with Israel. And so it makes it more difficult to do so. But I don't think Israel bombing the shit out of Lebanon is going to help make it any easier for them to do it. Anyway.
Where power should end up and where power should resolve is in the international hands of people, of human beings, not of governments, not of corporate leaders, not of stock traders.
Cool. Like, it's actually really funny because, like, if she wants this, then, like, in order to establish such a system as the one she's talking about, a lot of people would have to die.
Stock traders, not of the monsters who would bomb life on Earth into oblivion for another cent in their stock portfolio.
In the affirmative. The speak.
Oh, God. Hello, YPU. Hello, chat. Hello, March. Hello, guest. Okay, so in 1961, Dwight Eisenhower, a Republican president, a five-star general, and supreme commander of the Allied forces in World War II, warned the nation.
Five-star general. Oh God, she's gonna talk about this. She's gonna butcher the military-industrial complex shit.
The nation that we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence by the military-industrial complex. Okay, he said that it would devour the resources the country needs to survive, and 65 years later, he was totally right. So,
I feel like people misunderstand what Eisenhower was trying to say in that speech. It's not really like what she's saying. I'd have to go back and listen to it again because I don't entirely remember. But these people like to twist this around to mean that, like, the military-industrial complex was going to take over everything or whatever. Eisenhower was one of the only five-star generals. But, like, his warning about the military-industrial complex wasn't... It didn't sound like what all these leftists like to claim that it was about. I think that... If I recall correctly, I think that it was more like, becoming subordinate to some sort of state of endless war or something, or because they literally just lie about what he said in the context in which he said. Oh, Epic, do you remember exactly what he said? I think SDA and I listened to it on my stream like months ago, and now I can't remember it because I've only heard it like once. You know what? We'll just do solo/offline for now. Combat difficulty. I only trust 4-star generals.
So America is an empire. We've got 750 to 800 military bases across the globe, the territorial possessions from Puerto Rico to Guam, shout out, the ability to sanction any economy, bomb any country, and topple any government that we choose. The United States just approved a $1 trillion defense budget, and next year's proposal is $1.5 trillion. How are we going to pay for it? By cutting 10% of literally everything else. So we spend more money on the military than the next 10 countries combined. That's 40% of all the military spending in the entire world. But my argument.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with it, and again, there's a lot of lies about what he said and what it meant in the context in which he said it. Oh, well, you know what? If you want to explain what the fuck he was talking about, that'd be based. Okay. I don't... Oh. Press 1. Okay. Oh, does this game lock me in? I mean, I can if you want to be on top of it, if that's what you're asking. Yeah, I do. I want to remember exactly what it was that he was talking about, just because it, like, I can go and listen to the speech again, but yeah. Oh, come on. Does it actually... Is there a... Oh, okay. I literally have to tab out. Alright, fine. I accept this. I mean, if you want me to hop on, I don't know why this thing is so stupid. Oh, yeah, sure. Hold on. Just a sec. All right, yeah, you can if you want, sure. Huh. Hello.
Hello.
How you doing, buddy?
Good. How you doing?
Pretty all right. Where is the
So we know when Eisenhower's president, right?
yeah, after in the 50s, he's president after Truman. I believe that
Yeah.
was he president during the Korean War or was that Truman?
He was president during the Korean War, and he's also Eisenhower's president, or he's Supreme Allied Commander of NATO forces in World War II, right? In the Western European theater, so not in the Pacific. In the Pacific, that would have been split between Nimitz for the Navy and MacArthur for the land force. But
Okay.
so for Eisenhower, this is a guy who spent his career commanding the Western Allied forces in Europe in World War II, and then he's president for parts of the Korean War, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So during World War II, do you know what the current U.S. defense expenditure as a percent of GDP is right now today?
No, but it's not as much as entitlements. I know that. It's
It's 3.4%, basically.
okay.
There's different ways to measure it, but on nominal real GDP line items, it's about 3.4%. What do you think it was during World War II?
Probably a lot more. Like a shitload.
It's close to 50%.
Jesus. Actually, no, that makes sense because my understanding is that the United States, or that all that
We had rationing
spending,
and shit.
Yeah. Also, didn't all that spending literally pull the U.S. like out of a or out of the Depression, like on the war and stuff? That is my understanding of
It's a common narrative. It's not actually true. We had recovered from the Great Depression before we joined World War II. It's more true to say that Lend-Lease helped us recover because we started Lend-Lease, but during the Depression still, and we were, by sending all these arms, we were creating all these jobs.
Okay.
But by the time we actually go to war, we had kind of recovered already. And so there's just two other historical things that are super important to go over. Do you know about the depression that the U.S. experienced because it ended World War II and went back to a civilian economy? Have you heard of this?
I never heard it called the Depression. I think that sounds vaguely familiar. Oftentimes I hear people talk about the post-war boom.
So that's the post-war boom is something that starts in 1948, right? But we forget there was actually between 45 and 48, the economy basically was in free fall collapse. Because what happened is, what do you think when 50% of your GDP is defense and then it goes back to like 2%? All these millions of people that work for the government and defense, they get laid off overnight. They're unemployed. After World War II, U.S. unemployment was at Great Depression levels for like 9 months while all these people had to find new jobs.
Oh, well, shit.
Okay. So last part, and hopefully we're kind of building a picture here. What do you think the percentage of GDP spent on defense was when Eisenhower, the day he gave the speech about the military-industrial complex?
Wait, sorry, repeat that?
This is just the last part in this chain here. What do you think that the defense to GDP ratio was when Eisenhower gave that military-industrial complex speech?
It was probably a lot.
It was close to 12%. So what Eisenhower's talking about is that because America had a war economy, there's this entrenched interest in maintaining that war economy. because it's this big economy with a lot of inertia that millions of people are a part of. You have all these people working in defense, and they're going to vote to protect their jobs. And the people that work in defense are going to vote to protect their jobs. And the defense industry is going to lobby to protect itself. And Eisenhower was warning that you can't let the military industrial complex, which in his time, the US had been in a war economy in the last 20 years, 15 of them, right? Because you had World War II, and then you had a very short pause, and then you had the Korean War, which a lot of people forget wasn't against North Korea for us. We mostly, like most of our dying was against the Chinese. That was a peer-to-peer war. It wasn't us bullying North Korea. They had the Chinese on their side. And the Chinese kind of kicked our ass in a couple of big battles. It went bad for us. That's why it ended in a stalemate, right?
Yeah.
So the point I'm making is, at the time of the speech, the US had had a war economy for years and years and years, and it looked like it might never stop happening. And there was this concern that the Cold War would be just the infinite beating of drums to have this infinite war economy, that the US would actually never return to a peacetime economy. Do you understand why it's stupid to bring up this speech today when we have a peacetime economy?
Yeah, yes,
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah, and the thing is, this is presented as if Eisenhower was talking about the concept of defense spending in a vacuum. Eisenhower was a military man. He was a professional soldier. He spent his entire career in the army. Do you really think he was against defense spending as a concept?
No, of course not. That'd be really
Obviously
dumb.
not. Yes, but a bunch of people who don't know anything I just said, I guarantee you the person that's bringing up this speech that you're listening to on this YouTube video probably has no idea about anything I just mentioned. And that's why I say these are lies. I don't know, it's not actually it's just ignorant. But the problem is, this is another truism we repeat so much, but we don't know where it comes from.
The reason why is because I would willing.
I'll make a
Hold
just
on.
really quick
Just
two things.
I just want to say, I think it's because that people don't have, no one sat down and listened to that whole speech. The only part of it they've heard is the part where he says the words military and industrial complex, maybe a little bit before and after, and that's it. They don't know the context and they don't know the historical context. Anyway, sorry, go ahead, Arthur.
Really quick, two things. One, to bolster the demobilization difficulty point, the Soviet military, from my vague recollection, stayed mobilized and like gradually wound down up until like 1948 or some shit. So
yeah, didn't you guys like avoid the recession we had because of that? Because you guys managed it like way smoother. Or is that
something
not
like
true?
that?
Yeah.
And because from what I understand, there was like a whole lot of very obvious stuff to do. Like you could just take the soldiers and move them to construction, because you know you had to like literally build an empire from basically scratch.
Yeah, we didn't have that same demand. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. And also probably the Soviet economy, you had way more tools to just put these people in civilian jobs, right? Whereas like we had to like let the market figure it out.
That sounds correct, but I'm not gonna I haven't read into it in a long time, so I'm not gonna. Yeah. And the second thing.
That's my speculation, to be clear, but it seems like
Second thing, the market cap of the four prime contractors, the ones that you know, like Lockheed Martin, RTX,
Boeing, Northrop Grumman, Raytheon.
Yeah, those combined are smaller than Procter & Gamble.
Yeah. NVIDIA is bigger than the entire U.S. defense economy. Every single defense contractor combined has less influence in government than NVIDIA, because they, like, if we're talking about ability to lobby and stuff.
Yeah.
NVIDIA can buy the United States defense budget, including all the salaries to the soldiers and the VA and everything else, for like 2 or 3 years or some shit with their market cap.
Yeah, there are single.
like-
it's funny. I'm driving through San Jose right now, a bit, I guess, to dox myself, but it's not like I'm telling you where I live. But like, I'm driving by right now. I can see Adobe. I'm pretty sure the building I'm looking at is probably valued at like half of the entire U.S. defense budget. Like if they were to Google could buy Boeing tomorrow, and it wouldn't be a big hit to their budget.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I
Yeah,
mean, I've heard that. Like,
but see, here's the thing: you got to understand the difference. In Eisenhower's time, it was the opposite. It was like Boeing could have bought the rest of the economy. Like there was a point in time where like more than half of the jobs in the state of Washington, an entire fucking state, was Boeing building fighter jets in like the 60s. So it's actually 180% inverted to the time. The context when Eisenhower spoke is the exact opposite of today. Back then, there were too many defense jobs and too little civil jobs. Today, there's too many tech jobs and shit, too little people making steel and warships. It's the opposite problem.
Yeah. I.
Like the super sophisticated version of the military-industrial complex argument is that, well, the MIC, through its collaboration with the military, has like a lot of brand recognition and a lot of like cultural influence, maybe because movies
No,
are
but
cool.
you say that, but
maybe
Boeing makes more money selling passenger jets than fighter jets today. Biggest
I'm
airplane
aware,
maker in the U.S. Yeah.
but like this is the best version that you could present and be like, well,
But
the
what I'm
market cap
saying
doesn't
is
actually
literally.
represent. Yeah.
But what I'm saying is like Boeing cares more about Delta Airlines as a customer than the United States Air Force, and would spend more marketing on keeping Delta than the U.S. Air Force. Like, go ask the Boeing CEO. 90% of their business is selling passenger jets today. Guess what? When Eisenhower was alive, Boeing didn't even make passenger jets. They were only dedicated to military aircraft. Like, this is how different the economy. It's so stupid to just ignore all the changes, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I know it. It does not
This,
make
by
sense.
the way, sort of comes up in a different conversation, and people do seem to understand it. Like this post-war depression risk when they talk about Russia and how Russia needs. Russia doesn't want to get a peace deal when it would create like the whole problem with the economy. And I don't understand why this is like the misunderstanding occurs in these two areas.
Yeah. Yeah, so again, like to summarize that, like all this boils down to basically Eisenhower's big concern is we had set up a situation where the US had been in a war economy so long that Eisenhower didn't see a path back to a normal civilian economy. And he was trying to warn, like, we need to figure out a way, because when Eisenhower's giving the speech, the Korean War is basically wrapped up. There's still tensions on the DMZ, but it's over, basically. There's no war in Europe. And Eisenhower believes, and this is a belief in the 50s, this is where the concept of mutually assured destruction comes from. Everyone should understand mutually assured destruction exists between 1946 and 1962. It's not actually a thing today. Like that's not how deterrence works. But in Eisenhower's time, it was the case that the expectation was the second an American killed a Russian, we would both destroy each other civilizationally with atomic weaponry. And so in Eisenhower's time, there was actually, he believed that we didn't even really need a conventional military anymore. Eisenhower was like trying to push to defund every branch except for the Air Force, and the entire US military would just be the nuclear capability. And we would only have a strategic nuclear capability.
Yeah.
And Eisenhower was getting a lot of pushback, and he was concerned that the US had created this like Eisenhower was looking at the army as an institution that didn't really need to exist anymore in this new nuclear age. And again, he wasn't stupid. This was true in the 50s. This is how it did make sense in the context of when he said it. And he
That
just
would have been
thought
a
that
fun movie.
yeah, and he just like really believed that like the US should demobilize, go back to a peacetime economy, and just maintain the ability to destroy the Soviet Union with nuclear weapons. And that he thought like, oh, this 10% of GDP on defense was not necessary anymore, that all these jobs supporting the army were like, they could be building like homes and technology and making life better for the civilian economy. So this is what he's talking about and what he's pushing for and why he gave that speech. And by the way, Eisenhower didn't die the day he left office. He was alive during the Cuban Missile Crisis. In fact, Anybody can go on YouTube and find JFK called Eisenhower, and the tapes are recorded because every phone call out of the Kennedy White House is now declassified public record, and they're all recorded. And he talked to Eisenhower a lot, and Eisenhower's mind changed, as did Kennedy's, because of the Cuban Missile Crisis, because they both experienced it, and they both decided, hold on, we cannot rely only on nuclear firepower. This is not sustainable. We cannot go to have our only option to remove the Soviets from Cuba cannot be a nuclear holocaust. We need something in between peace and nuclear holocaust. And this is when the new look comes about. Congress passes new defense planning, and this is how we kind of rebuild a conventional military. But yeah, none of this applies to today. Like, bringing this up today is so bastardizing everything about what Eisenhower's message was, and people just do it shamelessly all the time. Like college people who should know better, who go to Yale. Like, this is someone at Yale.
Yeah, I know. It sounds like genuinely irritating that like people just don't know about any of this, and yeah, like that's so stupid. I don't know.
I think they, to some extent, even do know, but just don't put the two and two together. Because if you were to ask them to pick a stock to invest in, up until 2025, I believe, investing in the prime contractors would landed you a lower performance than S&P 500 ETF.
You know what? Right. I can actually speak for this because my entire retirement plan is the defense industrial economy, okay? Which is why the real reason I'm here is because of my Boeing stocks, okay? Everybody listening, buy Boeing. That is investment advice. Sue me if I'm wrong. Fuck you. I'm joking. Actually, no, it's not. But anyways, if you like are an investor that owns a lot of defense economic stocks, you know that the U.S. market is the worst one to invest into because, like, we barely spend
German
any of
better.
our economy.
British is better.
Rheinmetall outgrows Boeing. You know, my fastest growing stocks, they're all Japanese because the Japanese are like tripling their defense budget every fucking 6 months right now. It's retarded. I love it. But yeah, like the U.S. is actually pretty much every year since 1990, the U.S. has spent about 1% less real GDP on defense. The U.S. defense budget today is the second lowest it's ever been as a percentage of GDP in the history of the Department of Defense since it was founded, and the only year that's lower is last year. The U.S. economy has been outgrowing the U.S. defense budget for 30 years. That, like, so if your thesis is that there is a current system in the U.S. where the defense industrial base has so much political power that not only can they lobby government, but they can actually get government policy enacted, which would lead to their growth. We can test that hypothesis, and the test would be to look at whether or not they're growing. And the reality is the defense budget is actually the easiest thing for Congress to ramp up because Congress, the way it works, most American spending is mandatory. The defense budget is discretionary. It is voted on every year. So literally any given year, Congress has the ability to edit the defense budget, and they do every year. And it's gone down almost every year since the Cold War ended in 1991. Basically, the only exception is this year because Trump increased it, and potentially next year because Trump's asking for another increase. If he gets that increase, those two increases are the only two times since 1991 that the U.S. defense budget has gone up instead of down every year. And just to clarify, because there might be people Googling, looking at these numbers, one thing that might be confusing is the total budget goes up, but what we should be looking at is the budget relationship with the overall economy, which is a percentage of defense as GDP. And ideally, you should use real GDP, not the normal GDP rate, because real GDP actually more accurately captures industrial output. Another fact, when people say the U.S. spends more than the next 10 countries combined, that's true if you're looking at U.S. dollar value, but the U.S. also has the biggest economy. The U.S. spends more on healthcare than the next 10 countries combined. We spend more on education than the next 10 countries combined. We don't talk about other programs like this because we're not lying to an audience to mislead them. So if you want to actually do it, look at how you look at any other program, which is per capita. And it actually turns out as a percent of GDP, as a percent of real GDP, which again is what you should be using, we actually have a smaller defense economy than China, our largest adversary. And actually, purchasing power adjusted, which is when you adjust for different currency conversions and labor cost ratios, China has an actually 10% larger defense budget than we do, meaning we don't spend that more than the next 10 combined. We actually aren't even the #1 spender. We're the #2 behind China, and #3 would be Russia.
Just to make an analogy, to
Sorry,
make
can I
this
just ask
slightly more.
one question?
Yeah.
Because Lannis is pestering me in chat. Lannis wants to know, what do you think, Epic, of the ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon?
Oh, I don't know any of the details right now, and I also feel like by the time I am able to familiarize myself with all the details, it will have already been broken by both sides and not mean anything anymore. So.
Yeah, okay. Well, I don't... Trump just announced it. He hasn't provided any details. I think it's just going to be like... What is it, like a... hold on. It's a 10-day ceasefire that's supposed to take effect at midnight, and I think it's literally just so they can start talking. That's it. Like, there's no more details about it besides that. I think Lannis is mad because Lannis's main belief about Israel, or about, like, is that he thinks that he wants, like, he wants Israel to, like, literally, like, beat up its enemies, and that is, like, mainly how he views things. I don't know. It seems very silly to me, but yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I just kind of, I feel like the thing, most people are forming opinions way too early on a lot of this stuff. I still don't even really know what happened with the strike on that girls' school, which is on the first hour of the conflict. And I probably won't really know the answer to that for another 8 or 9 months until like some government accountability office that's like nonpartisan releases some report that isn't classified that I can actually read. And other people can read on the public domain and then discuss. So I think everyone like has opinions right now, and a lot of those opinions, look, it's okay to have opinions, just like be comfortable with that opinion changing, because right now across the board, even for like the first day of this conflict, there are still so many gaps in knowledge. And I feel like when there's gaps in knowledge, it can be really easy to like read headlines or anonymous leaks or like unnamed sources to kind of like paint a picture. And that picture might be right, but it also could be very wrong. And you need to like have an eraser ready to like edit as you get better information.
Yeah, no, I understand. Like, okay, all right, fine.
To go back to the defense budget analogy, and I'm gonna jump off.
Okay, Arthur, if you want, my first impressions of this game, having played it for like 3 seconds, is holy shit, I fucking love this game. This is a perfect game to play on stream while I watch and listen to videos. This game is so cool. And I only just started playing it, and it's $40. But I'm playing offline. But if people want to play with me, maybe I can like make a server or something and people can join. But anyway, yeah, so that means, Arthur, I may in fact go for a while today. But anyway, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, that's good. Imagine you compare the budgets two families spend on living accommodations.
Yes.
You take a median, I guess maybe not median, but like think of a stereotypical American family and think of a person living fucking in Tokyo or in Moscow or in, in London. And you would intuitively understand how incredibly different the thing we're talking about hiding under the label living accommodations is. In one case, it's going to be like a 2-story, single-family, standalone house with a driveway, potentially for 2 cars. It's going to have a backyard. It's going to have potentially like a septic tank or whatever the fuck. And on the other hand, you're going to be talking about an apartment inside a multi-story mixed development, like skyscraper.
Yes.
So like the things you're including, like the lawn care maintenance, which would go in your house, expenses, things like the pipes maintenance, things like electricity lines, all of those costs going to the city or whatever. Those will fall under living expenses in an American arrangement, but they wouldn't in a major metropolitan area, because you would just pay like a service cost to your house maintenance company, and that's it, right?
Yeah, of
You're not going to be redoing your roof. You're not going to be maintaining your foundations. It's going to be all done by your house maintenance company.
Well, that's
which
true
have their
for
own
most
weird.
Americans too, though, right?
Is it?
I mean,
For
most Americans
single-family
rent.
development?
So most Americans rent, they don't own, including single family. So even if you're suburban single family, if you're a renter, the homeowner has an insurance company that pays for maintenance usually.
Sure, but you understand, like, the maintaining the asphalt, the roof, all those things, at some point would come from the budget we're talking about. And there are different things that are included in, like, the U.S. defense budget versus Chinese versus Turkish versus Russian versus whatever it might be.
Well, there's
And,
also the
people
fact that the U.S. doesn't lie about its defense budget, and China does. So, like, China just literally doesn't accurately report its defense expenditures, and the U.S. does. So this also, but yeah, there's also different definitions for sure. One of the things, like with Germany has been, quote, growing its defense budget, unquote. But if you look, Germany hasn't actually bought new weapons or added new soldiers or returned more aircraft operation by paying for backlogged maintenance, or actually really done anything to expand combat power. What it's done is it's built a lot of infrastructure, which is dual use, like roads and stuff, and then called that defense spending, which in the United States, since the 1960s, we have labeled infrastructure investment into the interstate system, which is a dual use strategic asset, as civil infrastructure, not defense spending. So we could pass a law tomorrow that would suddenly make all of the money we spend on the interstate show up under the defense budget, and then a lot of international reporting on this would show that the U.S. defense budget has just ballooned in size, but actually no new money is being spent on defense.
All right, I made my point. I'm gonna jump off now for a bit, and then potentially return this.
Oh yeah, okay.
Are you going to get a 50 on that run score?
I will try, but hey, I make no guarantees. I got
not
42 last
hard.
time.
Okay. Well, 50's hard, but honestly,
Yesterday,
like, getting
that
a
is.
high score on the PFT is really easy. It's like, all you need to do is not be out of shape, and you're fine. Yeah,
Which
if
I
you've
am
done
at the
it,
moment.
you know,
So like, yeah, I just
fair.
getting back into it.
Yeah. Well, it's a good one to ease yourselves in, because again, it's so easy. Like, compare it to the Army shit or the Marine shit, and it's just not even the same ballpark.
Yeah. That's like I don't even know like how that's measured though, so seems like, oh, see you later.
Well,
Arthur.
for the Air Force, there's a run test, and then there's a push-up test and a sit-up test. But like for the Army and Marines, like, it's way more than that. Like, they're doing pull-ups, they're running around with like fucking jerry cans full of water and sand. They're fucking doing all this crazy shit. For us, it's just like, can you jog 2 miles in a relatively quick pace? Can you do like 40 push-ups, and can you do like 30 sit-ups? Okay, good job. Welcome to the Air Force. It's a way different standard.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess like there were questions about the Korean War that Hassan was saying that seemed that, or like shit that just seemed kind of ridiculous.
Like what? I wasn't here for that, but if you.
Okay. What was a quick summary of what he said? Well, I mean, he basically said that he said it was entirely the U.S. but we already went over that.
No, it was a UN force.
Yeah, it was. I mean, we participated too. And then he implied.
Yeah, the whole world did.
Yeah, he implied something about Japan, or about like using chemical weapons, which yeah, I don't know, like.
Yeah, that's just a lie. That just didn't happen. The only time the U.S. has really done the whole chemical weapons meme was during the Vietnam War with Agent Orange. But that's complicated because as silly as what I'm about to say is going to sound, it is technically actually true. Agent Orange wasn't actually being used as a chemical weapon against people. The idea was to get rid of the trees. It was a defoiling agent, and then they couldn't hide in the jungle.
Yes.
Now, we knew what it did to humans, and we still deployed it, knowing that there would be people in those jungles. So it's, in my opinion, that's a very technical distinction that doesn't make it any more okay to use it. Like, I think it was wrong and just gross that we did that. But yeah, there's not really a history of the U.S. using chemical weapons. And the reason Agent Orange is kind of an exception is because it was being done, nobody in the Pentagon was thinking of this as a chemical weapon, even though it kind of is.
Yeah, okay. And this, yeah, that makes sense. That's pretty fucked.
Well, not only pretty fucked, it's just even if you're like a hardcore communist that's America bad, you should be able to appreciate the core argument for the U.S. not ever getting in a like serious chemical weapons program, even like back in World War I, really, was that American generals always looked at it and like, if the wind turns around, it kills our own guys. Like this is really not a good idea. Just like, even if it wasn't immoral, like this just isn't in our, like it doesn't serve our interest to use this stuff. We have better tools. So you don't even really need to like believe in like America being a good actor.
I've been informed by the grapevine that there are people besmirching the good name of chemical weapons. And I've returned to inform you, sir, that have you considered that they might provide you with a super soldier program?
Oh no.
That also charges your water.
Charges your water?
Yes.
Not sure
it removes.
I understand.
Yes, exactly. Because mere mortals do not have the capacity to understand such power that the Russian state has invested in. Like, memes aside.
Yeah.
Recently, like 2 days ago or whatever, an investigation into the Russian chemical weapons industry was released. And, it's insane. It's really interesting, but also retarded.
Yeah. I mean, it tends to be retarded because it tends to be like tends to be the case that chemical weapons are actually phenomenally expensive. You need like very specialized labor that doesn't have much other use in a military. Like chemical weapons researchers aren't very useful in other contexts, but they're expensive and difficult to find. And then you need these like super expensive facilities to do the research that are like super contained. And even then, sometimes there's breakouts where like you just gas a bunch of your own super valuable scientists. And then like, what are you actually getting out of this? Like a freaking weapon that might kill your own troops alongside the enemy? Like what? Why?
Have you considered though, going to an open field, taking some volunteers from the artillery battalion and just putting them in a bunker and shooting them with a chemical weapons artillery shell? How about that?
That sounds very Japanese. Are the Russians doing this too now?
Yes, they did so in like 2020s, I believe.
But why? What was the objective?
If I knew, I would tell you. I'm not privy to this conversation, but that's reportedly the case.
It sounds like an elaborate execution tool.
Not true.
Well, the industry, sorry, not the industry, the specific network of institutes that were being investigated, number in the 3,500 employees. Like, it's a big thing.
Yeah, no, that's crazy. Yeah, they don't make a lot of sense. It can be cheaper to have a nuclear weapons program than a chemical weapons program in some cases. Yeah, I don't know.
Chemical weapons,
and like,
unironically though, do have like a gray zone potential, as Russia has like demonstrated multiple times.
yeah, for sure. And there were studies so the Navy did a study that was highly unethical, but they did it, where they actually, a bunch of Navy aircraft in the 60s released aerosolized gas over San Francisco to see how, and I think they designed it so it had only one symptom, which was like discolored urine. And then what they did is they sent Navy researchers to all the local hospitals to look for upticks in cases with people with discolored urine, so that they could study how quickly it spread. And I don't know the results of that study, because apparently the Joint Chiefs were so horrified by how quickly it spread, they classified it, never tried it again, and then put all of the Soviet chemical research facilities as like top nuclear strike targets on day one of a war, with like just vaporizing everything in the area. So apparently that, yeah, there's definitely, but that's as a weapon of terror, to just kill a lot of civilians, which is something you could do, but that's not something the United States government has typically been interested in, like having tools for that. And if we really want to do that, we have a nuclear arsenal already.
I guess to make everyone sleep at night a little better, the Russians did get rid of the VX nerve agent stocks.
God.
The bad news is that they replaced it with something better, reportedly. I don't know what it is, but this is supposedly the motivation, or at least the quoting from people in the industry, that they the Russians removed nerve gas to replace it with better things.
Based.
So, very based.
Yay.
Yeah, I just I think I might be wrong. My understanding is the way the Russians typically have looked at chemical weapons is something they could use with artillery. And I know back in World War I, the Russians had a lot of, and the Germans too, had a lot of chemical warheads for howitzers and other types of artillery they'd shoot. But even then,
maybe I guess as a teaser of the Russia segment, which seems like the chemical weapons are at a point of interest at this point. These are not the chemical weapons you're thinking of, I guess. They're not being dropped from aircraft, per se. Maybe they're going to be delivered by artillery, but a lot of the research is focusing on stuff the FSB might use. There's a nano delivery fucking capsule pharmacology bullshit unit, for example.
They love that stuff, yeah.
It's not an artillery, it's like a smidge on a door handle, or a what was that plot point in the second Kingsman movie that was retarded?
Oh god, I only saw the first one.
Yeah, I only saw
the second one was bad.
Oh, okay.
Well, okay. Second is retarded, but yeah. It's basically this kind of subterfuge, weird shenaniganry afoot, not a military application in a LISCO thing. But yeah, I'm truly gonna be off now.
Okay, yes.
Well, I mean, they also
gym.
like to put uranium in people's coffee, so that's cool too. But
well, that sounds fucking ridiculous. Fuck, what else did Hassan say about?
Well, it makes it really obvious that they do it because when they use radiological, so labs can trace what reactor that stuff came from, with 100. In the same way, if you shoot a bullet through a gun, you can match it to a specific barrel. So when you use those radiological stuff to kill people, it basically is Russia taking credit in a way that's verifiable to other countries' intelligence services without them taking the political like flack of taking credit by saying they did it.
I see.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because your average normie won't believe the CIA when they say that we trace this to Russia, but everyone in Washington will know damn well it came from Russia. That's kind of how that works.
Yeah, of course. Of course it will. Or of course they will. Rip.
Yeah. And then they have useful idiots like Hassan Piker that will go around and be like, well, can you trust the CIA, the Empire fucking Langley fascists, when they say the Russians did this? No, obviously it was the Democrats or Jews or Israel or whatever.
Yes.
And then the Russians will have their bots amplify those clips and make sure they show up in the right people's feed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Really fun world we live in.
Yep. I know. I'm trying to think of
So you were asking sorry?
the Korean War.
Yes, you were asking about that.
Well, this is an interesting tree cut down system. Anyway, yeah, I don't even really know too much about it, honestly. Other than
You know
just,
how it
like,
started, right?
My understanding is that it was like the United States and the US basically was or no, it was because the communists wanted to take over all of it, right? Like it was Kim Il Sung and his guys. And I'm assuming and they were getting help from the Chinese too, yeah.
And the Soviet Union. But
Okay.
yeah, so originally so Korea was a Japanese colony before World War II, and it had been for like 30 years. This is like the whole Korean-Japanese blood feud, like fucking like the turbo racism you find between Koreans and Japanese. That comes from this. That comes from like the fact that, you know, the Filipinos hate the Japanese and they were under Japanese occupation for 4 years. The Koreans were under Japanese occupation for an entire generation. It was bad. But anyways, so when the Japanese Empire collapses, the US and Soviet forces basically met at the borders of what would become South and North Vietnam. And originally, the US had a vision. So when we were originally thinking of how to like divide up the Japanese Empire, it was before the Soviet Union had declared war. So the original thought in the US, and this was from talking with our allies at the time who were the Chinese, because this was before the communists had won in China. At the time, Chiang Kai-shek ruled most of China, and the communists were kind of losing the Civil War. And, you know, it's just very different. But so the nationalist Chinese Republic.
I just died, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, the nationalist Chinese Republic, even though it's not really a republic at the time, they and us kind of thought that Korea would just be an independent Korea as it was before Japan invaded and colonized it, as it had been for really like 1,000 years. But then a lot of things happened. The Soviets joined the war against Japan in the last weeks before Japan surrendered. The communists turned around and started winning the Civil War. And then eventually you have the situation where Japan collapses and you have North and South Vietnam, or North and South Korea. And, you know, there's nobody really knows what to do about that, because the Soviets, they're like, well, yes, it should be one Korea and it should be independent and a communist satellite state of the Soviet Union, of course. And the US position was, no, this is going to be a Western liberal democracy, and it's going to be, you're right, one Korea, and we can't agree on this. And basically the same thing that happened in Germany happens in Korea. You get the borders drawn where the Soviet and American army originally met when they were pushing out the Japanese, and that turns into a DMZ, which turns into something like the Iron Curtain in Asia, right? And to the north of that wall, you have, well, there's no wall, but to the north of that line, you have the Soviet-backed North Korea, and this is a Soviet-backed country, not a Chinese-backed country. And to the south, you have the U.S. occupation, which turns into the Republic of Korea, right?
Yeah.
So Stalin basically helped arm and plan North Korea's invasion of South Korea, and the Soviet Union greenlit it, and North Korea invaded the South to push them out and unify under communist rule and be, Stalin saw this as he could have like a satellite state in Korea in the same way he wanted, West Germany to fall to East Germany, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So the Soviets started this war, really. And like, you need to understand, like, when American airplanes fought hostile airplanes over Korea, it wasn't Chinese pilots or North Korean pilots. It was Soviet Air Force planes with Soviet pilots speaking Russian, serving in the Soviet Air Force. Like, they weren't even volunteers. The Soviet Air Force provided air cover, and the Soviets sent troops and they sent weapons. It wasn't just moral support. The Soviet Union from day one was involved in the North Korean invasion of South Korea. And so the UN Security Council had a vote, and what happened is the Soviet Union didn't show up to the vote because they were protesting the fact that the UN would not give the veto seat from the nationalist Chinese government, which is now Taiwan, to the communist government, which is now the People's Republic of China. So because the Soviets didn't go, and that because they didn't show up and vote no and use their veto, the UN Security Council passed a resolution authorizing a UN intervention. And it was that UN intervention which deployed to South Korea and fought the Korean War against Chinese, Soviet, North Korean forces. And that's the Korean War. So how this gets turned into American imperialism is something that will never cease to baffle me. And it is bending history as much to favor the North Korean narrative as you would expect Nick Fuentes to bend history to favor the Third Reich. It is a psychotic interpretation of history to say that it was an act of U.S. empire. And in fact, a lot of Americans after World War II did not want to go into another war. We did not want to have to conscript people again. We did not, like, as much as America was willing to fight the Korean War, it did not ask for it. We did not want it. We didn't want anything to do with it. And at the end of the day, our lack of political will is why North Korea still exists with a DMZ, with South Korea, with a war that was never actually fought till its conclusion. We did eventually negotiate and leave, right? So the idea that it was an act of imperialism is so retarded and disgusting, bending the truths. And if you said it, again, I'm from the Bay, so I live, like, there's more Koreans and Chinese and Japanese Americans here than there are white people. If I said that shit out loud, a Korean would throw something glass at me. Like, it's insane, and honestly really offensive to a lot of people who lived through that shit, or their parents might have lived through it. But you have white communists from LA who just, for some reason, yeah.
Yeah, no, I get it. That is, I honestly, to me, that feels very similar. Although I guess you could make this work. When people make I think the somewhat, oh, is my sword broken? It would appear that it is. Rip. Anyway, it seems to me that there is like a kind of people will say this about Europe and the Marshall Plan. They'll say that that was American imperialism because the U.S. came in and helped out all these European countries, which basically meant that, you know, I'm assuming that they did that because that they didn't want communism to take over, or at least that was part of it, right? To help out their allies, like Western Europe. I mean, the U.S. came in.
Well, it was because a lot of it had to do with Germany, because when the Iron Curtain fell, and when I say fell, I mean like it came up, really, not like when it fell in the 90s. When the Iron Curtain like emerged is better to say.
Yeah.
So before the Berlin Wall comes up, you have free flow of people between East and West Germany, and it was it came from Truman, but also this was, in my opinion, that's very biased because I'm a Democrat. I think like Kennedy kind of embodied it the most, especially with him flying to Berlin, and you know, even famously like the whole Ich bin ein Berliner, like that comes from him advocating for a lot of these policies. But basically the idea was that we were going to prove that our system of liberal democracy and market economy is so superior to the Soviet system that we just wanted basically East Germany to fail as a society, because all the people would pick up their stuff and move to West Germany. And we just to like send a message basically to the whole world. And there's this whole argument, and if you watch the 1960 presidential election, you'll see this a lot talked about by both candidates. There's this whole argument at the time that like Africa and Latin America and Asia are the future. The old world is the past. That most of the economic growth of the 20th and 21st century will be in Asia. And that's true, by the way. This has objectively been how things played out. And that a lot of the third and second world had not decided if they were going to follow the Soviet or the American system. And we wanted to send a message to Thailand and Indonesia and South Africa and Australia. Well, less Australia, they were already on that path. But we wanted to send a message to these countries that our system was just better. And this is kind of the impotence for the Marshall Plan.
I just got killed again. Anyway, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
By the way, the West Germans came up with a lot of this too. The West German government at the time, I forget the German, the way they said this in German, but I think in English the best way to understand the phrase was magnet politics. That like West Germany would win the Cold War by literally just convincing East Germans to just move to West Germany. And it was so effective, they built the Berlin Wall and started shooting people that crossed.
Yeah. Yeah, it's imperialism is when you don't let two empires, PRC and USSR, do what they want to foreign countries. Yeah. That's I guess that's what imperialism is. Apparently, it's kind of stupid.
Yeah.
Doesn't really make a lot of sense, but you know.
I mean, well, just look at the two. Look. Let me put it this way: just we drew a line, and the Soviets got their way to the north, and we got our way to the south. And the south is the Republic of Korea, one of the most developed economies in the world, with some of the with a liberal democracy, with an incredible standard of living. I think a higher GDP per capita than the U.S. I think they're literally richer per capita than we are. Incredible services, and to the north is North fucking Korea. Like,
yeah,
I just how we can possibly say that there's any way you can look at it. They started the war. It was a war of aggression and territorial conquest. They were trying to destroy their neighbors and take their land and slaughter their people. And they did it against the whole fucking UN, and the whole world showed up to fight for the right side. And the right side today is a liberal democracy, and the other side is literally the worst state in the world to live in.
Yeah. Listen, I've watched some, like, North Korea is like, it is a hellhole and it is also like insanely fucking repressive. Yeah, I've watched various videos on YouTube about people escaping from North Korea, and yeah, it's not. Like they listen. If we think that Russia's internet is bad, I mean, North Koreans can't even access like the real internet.
Well, Chinese too, by the way. But yeah.
Oh yeah, that is true. They yeah, that is true. They can't access. Yeah.
I mean, China, just at the end of the day, is a much bigger, much richer North Korea, but like the government is actually very similar. And that actually isn't that's not an accident. Like I said, at first it was the Soviet Union, but eventually China becomes a much bigger influence in North Korea after the Korean War, after the whole split between the Soviet Union and China, and after China becomes more of a partner of the US than the Soviet Union in the Cold War. But yeah, like the same level of censorship and stuff you'll find in China. The only thing is you won't find that in all parts of China because their provincial governments are very powerful and they're kind of a federalized government, and they have certain provinces where they want like tourism and stuff. So.
Oh yeah. Yeah, of course, and this makes sense. Yeah, goddamn. Okay, I don't know. I'm trying to think if there was other shit that China said in that, but anyway. Oh yeah, Lannis, you could come in if you want, but I don't know if you're still here. So, yeah, I'm trying to think of what the fuck other stuff there is to discuss that I'm. But although you can always come in later if you want to, like if you get back later on or whatever. I think.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
I think I'm.
What did
go...
Lannis want? What was his thing?
Oh. I mean, Lannis's opinion is that basically he wants Israel to like pursue maximum strength. Basically, it seems like that's what, like Lannis supports the settlements in the West Bank because he essentially wants to beat the Palestinians into submission, and then like he wants two states eventually, but he thinks that the best way to get them to give up their whole we want the entire we want all the land from the river to the sea shit is by like beating them into submission, which I don't think is a good way to attain that goal, but okay. And then the other thing that I guess that he wants is and yeah. And then what else is it? He doesn't want Israel and Lebanon basically to stop or he doesn't want them to stop fighting until like he thinks that bombing Lebanon is a good incentive to force the Israeli government to or to force the Lebanese government rather to disarm Hezbollah, but I don't believe that that's the case because that doesn't seem like that's worked, and yeah, but I guess he seems to think that that's a thing that should happen. I don't know, man. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, if I were the dictator of Israel, I would do some very spicy things for a couple weeks, and I think everybody would hate me. So I don't know. I don't. The problem is there's really no non-psychotic solution to a lot of the problems in the region. So.
Yeah, I mean, there probably isn't to a degree. Wait, what would you do if you were a dictator of Israel that everyone would hate? I'm curious.
So there's this moral thing I guess you have to conceptualize. Do you agree that, let's say you're General Kane and Trump is ordering you to invade some country, right?
Yes.
And you have two options. And option A is you do like you avoid like striking a bunch of stuff that's super important to like maybe civilian infrastructure, and you like try to do minimum property damage, but the war lasts 100 days and 5,000 people die every day. Option 2 is you don't have those restrictions, you do a lot of very violent things very quickly, and maybe 10,000 people die a day, but the war lasts 5 days. Would you agree that the second one of these is just more proportional than the first?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. So I think there's certain things Israel should have done to end the war quickly in Gaza, and I think a lot less people would have died over the course of the last few years.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. I think actually the worst thing possible for Israel is to extend conflict, because I think the problem is you're going to have a lot of people die from exposure and malnutrition and just the logistics costs of a war being fought in these kind of areas with these kind of less developed economies that you're dealing with. Like Gaza will take, at this point, probably a decade to fully recover, in part because there's been years of sustained fighting. Like, here's an example. You know the whole debate about Rafah?
Yeah, vaguely. Oh no, I mean, yeah. I actually, yeah, I do. I remember Insomniac, for example, told me that he felt like Biden stepping in and stopping them and like getting all the civilians, or like they didn't really like the way that the U.S. intervened in that. That's what I've heard from some Israelis. But yeah, my understanding is that the argument was basically that the Biden administration wanted them to get the civilians all out, and yeah, before they went in.
Yeah. So like, there's a strong case to be made, and when I say a strong case to be made, I'm not saying that this is objectively true, but there's a very strong case. It's very compelling, and there's a lot of data points that would support the argument that delaying the invasion of Rafah by 10 days or so in saving however many thousand civilians you saved might have extended the duration of the totality of the conflict by months or years.
Yeah.
And it's really hard, in my opinion, to justify any delay that has that effect, because the consequences of months or years of additional fighting in Gaza is almost always going to outweigh the higher risk you impose by just going in. And I think that Israel had, in my opinion, really like 6 months of legitimacy to go in and get shit done, and now we're in like year number 3 or 4. So yeah. So like I think like I'm going to be honest. If Israel was a little bit more violent in certain ways, that maybe would have contributed to more casualties, collateral damage earlier in the war, but they had been done within a few months of October 7th, I think there would be a much better argument for like being pro-Israel, I guess. But the dragging it out this long has just, in my opinion, been very unacceptable.
No, yeah, I get that. I understand. That makes sense. Makes a lot of sense, actually.
And I think that like we need to be aware of this in the West, because like if we go to war, we're going to have to make decisions, and it's not always the best decision to do like short-term less damage, because you might actually be doing long-term more damage. Here's an example. There's a lot of discussion about Trump targeting the Iranian power grid. Now, to be super clear, I don't think there's any direct benefit for targeting the Iranian power grid right now. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't see what we'd be getting out of it or why we'd need to do that. But in the Iraq war, in the first few minutes of the war, some of the first weapons to hit Iraqi soil were American cruise missiles. They were actually the first weapons fired of the war, was about 200 cruise missiles fired by about 50 B-52s that flew out of Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana, United States. They flew around the world, and they fired about 200 cruise missiles at Iraq, and those cruise missiles hit. They turned off the Iraqi power grid in the first minute of the war, basically. The first weapons to hit Iraqi soil were those weapons. And the reason we did that is because Iraq had hundreds of air defense sites that were powered by the civil power grid. So there are certain times where that level of destruction might be necessary to allow you to do something like toppling Saddam in 6 weeks of fighting instead of 5 years of fighting. And I think you could argue on net, us doing shock and awe so quickly and getting Saddam out so quickly and basically destroying the fourth largest military in the world in like 2 weeks saved so many urban centers from years of prolonged fighting. And that was a good thing. Now, I'm not saying the Iraq War was a great idea, but if you're going to fight a war, fight to win quickly. Don't drag things out. You need to win quickly. It's actually a moral imperative.
Yeah.
And if you can't win quickly, you need to find a way to be done with it, to get out of there.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, of course. Roof required. Well, fuck you, game. Fine. I'll build an actual house. Anyway, yeah, okay. So basically, it seems like what you're saying is that I guess the problem is that it seems like with Israel and shit, it seems like what Lannis wants is like I don't know. It feels like Israel using insane amounts of force just hasn't really worked particularly well for them. But I mean, I don't know. I could be wrong about that. You know, like.
Well, I think, like I said, I think there's a very compelling case that could be made, and that very smart people have made, that they should have just swept through Rafah very quickly, and that it seems to be the case that a lot of the 6 or 7 months of fighting after Rafah was literally trying to find the people that escaped Rafah with the fleeing civilians. And it seems like a lot of Hamas leadership was actually in Rafah, and if they hadn't been able to disperse, that like the duration of the next year of fighting could have been very different, and maybe a lot of the battles that happened wouldn't have had to happen. And again, I'm not saying that is a fact, but there's a very compelling case to be made, and it's just one example. And also, part of what I'm saying is, if you feel like a quick victory is no longer possible, at a certain point, you need to recognize that some exit strategy is important. So, like, again, we're years into this. Like, if we're not going to be able to wrap this up, like, tomorrow, we need to have some way to end this sustainably, where we might have to make some difficult decisions about what kind of peace we're willing to accept, because it's not in Israel's interest, it's not in the region's interest, it's not in anyone's interest to fight in Gaza forever. Like, that's not going to help anybody.
Yeah.
And when we talk about this is an interesting thing, because at first you had all these dipshit lefties talking about insurgent math. You kill one guy, you make 10 more terrorists. That's always been taken out of context. But the context for that originally was, if you're fighting for decades, like in Afghanistan, then eventually the enemy does regenerate, and eventually the shit you did 10 years ago does matter. But people were using it in the context of like the weeks after October 7th, when this was supposed to be a shorter duration affair. But if you're going to be in Gaza for decades or for years, that's going to leave a lasting impression. That's going to have a lasting impact on how people think about Israel and Gaza, that you wouldn't have with a much quicker conflict.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, that it all makes sense, you know. Like, I think that yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to think here what the when did they take out Sinwar? Pragmatic American, I think they got Sinwar in 2024. But I don't remember. But Pensive asks, if you're not displacing Gazans, how would the conflict not last for decades? Well, you don't need to displace. Like, the problem, Israel's problem is not like how they solve the military shit, it's the day after and the fact that they lack it. Am I correct, would you say? Like, is that, it's because they never,
Yeah, to an extent. But again, like, I do think there were certain delays during the war where it seems like it gave Hamas a window to kind of redistribute. And every time they do that, you're kind of like starting from square one again. Because a lot of the goal with the idea, like the military objectives, have been to destroy Hamas. And I think a lot of people misunderstand that to mean like literally kill every member of Hamas, but really what it means is destroy the cohesion, kind of shatter the organization into 1,000 pieces that could never like really reconstitute into the same whole again. Anything that would rebuild would be rebuilt by new, inexperienced leadership. Like the same people and institutions would be dead. In the same way people talk about like Trump with the Department of Education, like it's still there. Congress hasn't voted to defund it, but Trump's fired all the leadership. It would take a lot of effort to kind of reconstitute the same group of talent, right? That's what that means. And again, Rafa is an example. I feel there are other examples that we could probably find if we were to get into it. Where it seems like there was a delay in the fighting to let people evacuate certain areas where there would be combat. And it seems like every time this happened, all Hamas did is reorganized and resplintered in with the civilians. And it seems like you're basically like restarting the war every time you do this. And it seems like that actually significantly expanded the conflict's duration.
Yeah. No, yeah, that fits. I guess that, like, I don't even know. Oh, Blup says, on the U.S. bombing the Iraqi power grid, isn't U.S. using graphite bomb to only disable the power grid and not the Iranian power grid, you mean, and not outright bombing it? Graphite bombs to disable the what?
Well, we're saying, aren't you using a graphite bomb and not bombing? So when you drop a bomb, that's bombing. If you're talking about did they use a specialized weapon versus a high explosive bomb, absolutely. They had strips of graphite, and the cruise missile would disperse the graphite strips, and the strips of graphite would fall onto power lines and then cause arcs, which would cause the entire power grid to basically like shatter itself, because you'd have power surges all over the place and the national grid would fail. And understand, when that happens, when you have power surges like that, pretty much every power plant in the country like burst into flames. This happened in Texas too, by the way, when it got really cold and they had a grid failure. Like some of their power plants like literally had physical damage because like I'm not a power grid engineer, but it's complicated, and apparently like crazy shit happens when there's power surges, and it could be really bad. But we basically caused power surges in every power line in Baghdad at the same time, which is like pretty crazy. And we did that to a country that obviously has way less ability to, you know, kind of restore that infrastructure than you would in like the United States with the Texas, right?
Oh yeah,
especially Texas. They have huge economy. But, yeah.
STA told me about that. The Texas Holofrost, where 6 million Texans froze to death. That's but I remember when that happened because I have a couple friends in Texas, not just him. And this was before I knew him. I remember that went down, and like one friend of mine, like people were just like living in their living rooms and shit. Like if they happen to have fireplaces, which obviously not everybody's going to.
Except for Cancun Cruz,
yes,
who flew to Mexico, and then another time Cancun Cruz. Because the second time their private power grid failed, I know our fucking communist woke green power grid in California is so gay, but it doesn't fail every winter. Curious. And Cancun Cruz flew to LA, and he was shitposting, calling Newsom a failed governor and talking shit about PG&E being expensive in California while his constituents were freezing to death. It is unhinged. The lack of self-awareness from Cancun Cruz and the Abbott regime. Just saying.
It's actually crazy to me that he got reelected after he did that. That was like a thing, and then nobody cared.
No, it's not crazy. You just have to remember, Texans are ontologically evil, okay? The only good ones are Californians who, God bless their hearts, have taken the trek back across the donor pass to recolonize the interior to make them more like us, okay? The only reason, you can fucking fact check this, the only reason Texas is turning blue is because like 2 million Californian patriots moved there during COVID and are still voting Democrat, okay? We need to keep colonizing Texas.
That is actually based.
Yeah.
Hello.
Well, that's part of the reason like people from Texas shit talk us so much, because if you go to Austin, Texas right now and just scream everyone from fucking LA raise your hand, half of the people will raise their hand. We like unironically colonized Austin. They don't even, if you go to Austin, you will hear more like accents like mine, like from the Bay Area, than you'll hear like Texas accents. It's very funny. And Austin's a blue city now as a result. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, it's not just Austin isn't it? I think it's like a bunch of their cities are blue now, if I recall.
They are, but Austin's the one that like really is full of Californians. The rest are mostly, when I say I mean like 2 million people moved to Texas from California, but Texas has a population of like 30 million, I think. So like it's, yeah, but yeah, the reason most of us like Californians went to Austin is because there's two big tech hubs in the US. There's Silicon Valley in California, and then there's Austin, Texas. So if you're like a worker at Google in Silicon Valley and you want to move out of California, but you also want to still work for Google, the only other obvious choice is Austin, Texas, because a lot of the big tech companies have campuses at both of these places. So that's why you'll find like a ton of Bay Area bros in Austin, Texas. And Austin, like, it's kind of like a little mini San Francisco enclave in Texas. Like, everyone has our accents there. Like, there's all the little fucking San Francisco style boutique coffee shops. Like, everyone's kind of gay like us. It's just funny. And by the way, people in Texas will never stop shit talking Austin as a result. It's very funny.
That is actually quite amusing. Okay. I didn't know that, although I guess that does make sense because, you know.
Yeah. Even look at Joe Rogan. He moved from California. Where did he move?
He moved
during COVID. He moved to Austin, Texas.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it is funny though that everybody says everyone's leaving California because it's blue and it's all crazy and they're all, but like those people don't stop being Democrats just because they move. They move to Texas.
Well, not only our population has been growing. So one of the funny things about this is, look, if 2 million people left West Virginia wouldn't have people. If 2 million people left Wyoming would be negative 1.5 million. But California has 40 million people. So a lot of this narrative is driven by, there's a lot of Republican attack ads that'll have like a picture of Newsom's face and then be like 2 million people left during his time as governor. It's like, yeah, but like 5 million people moved here. Like our population's 40 million people. Obviously, millions of people enter and leave California every year. Our population has been growing pretty consistently for a long time. So yeah, I mean, the next census is 2030, so we'll see what we're pegged at then. But the cities report their population every year, and yeah, the state's population is bigger today than it was 2 years ago, and it's bigger today than it was 4 years ago. So yeah, it's just a lot of people live here. So even a small percentage of our population moving somewhere, it feels huge for somewhere that's not here because they might, like the city I grew up in has a larger population than most states in the union do, So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. But sure, I suppose so. If this is like the way that things are gonna go, yeah. Can you talk to chat for a sec? I need to feed the cat. Do you have the
Yeah, that's fine. I can.
Okay.
Kind of see it on my phone here a little bit.
Yeah, people are still arguing about yeah.
Arguing about what? Fourth largest economy in the world is true, by the way, and we're coming for the Germans. Okay, we're gonna be third soon. We're outgrowing them. It might be the case before Newsom leaves office. We'll be the third. I don't know if we'll ever catch up to the Chinese, though. We'll see. Hopefully. It would be really based if the biggest economy was America, and then the second biggest was California, and then the third was the Chinese. I hope we can make it happen, but we'll see.
All right, I'll be right back.
You're right, Orpheus. It's not hard to outgrow the Germans, but California's grown 40% in the last 10 years, and the second highest is China at 29%. So we're outgrowing China too, not just the Germans. We're actually, California in the last decade has experienced more economic growth than any other state or any other nation state on Earth. So then all the other 49 states and any other country on Earth. But, you know, failed state, Democrats, Gavin Newsom. So, yeah, apparently we're going to be broke soon, I hear. USSR, well, I mean, it depends how you define war economy. They certainly transitioned out of the World War II economy, but they don't have like a they don't have like a market economy or they didn't have a market economy like we do, and they also had huge dual use spending forever. That's where their space program came from, and then obviously they had a huge military, but they certainly didn't have the World War II style economy going through the whole Cold War. Can the F-35 replace the A-10 Warthog? No, it can't, but it's not trying to. The F-35 replaces the F-16. The F-35 is, if you think of it like a tech tree, the F-35 comes from the light tactical fighter tech tree, which the F-16 would be behind the F-35. And then the first American light tactical fighter in the jet age is the Northrop F-5 Freedom Fighter. And that aircraft, we didn't actually buy many of them. The F-16 is the first light tactical fighter that we actually really mass-produced for U.S. service, and now the F-35 is replacing that aircraft. The A-10 is an attack aircraft. The current attack aircraft the Air Force is acquiring today is called the AC-130, which is a type of gunship. And the AC-130 and the A-10 both do a lot of the same mission stuff. But the F-35 does not work in that kind of space. Yeah, so the thing is, the A-10 isn't a CAS plane, it's an attack plane. Close air support is something that attack planes are very good at, and they do quite often. But when an aircraft is given a mission and a role, when we're talking about close air support, that is one type of mission that would exist in what we would call a set of missions. And attack aircraft specialize in a mission set that includes close air support. And the A-10 is an attack aircraft, but there are more missions in that attack mission set than just close air support. Vanilloven, I think the A-10 could probably give you a closer shave. I don't know whether or not you'd survive that shave, but it would definitely be closer. I don't know why you think Napoleon should have won, Mr. Bombastic. He seemed kind of French, so I don't know how we feel about total French domination. But you're Bulgarian, so I figured you wouldn't be on that board.
Okay, Jesus. The inspectors came by to look at the apartment, and I was like, oh shit.
Yeah. Oh, Vanilloven, Laserpig's an idiot. I wouldn't use him I wouldn't. If you watch the A-10 video and that's where we're getting ideas from, I'd just throw all those away. But
Uh-oh.
The A-10's gun is the most accurate aircraft-mounted gun on any aircraft ever in the history of combat aviation. So anybody saying it has an inaccurate gun, I would just like to hear what they consider to be an accurate gun, because there is nothing in the world ever that's more accurate than that one.
Okay. That is my question. With regards to some of this.
Yeah.
So here's a question that I have for you. You said that, so the F-35 is different though from, like, let's say your aircraft or the like the F-16. Isn't it like slower and like
Way slower. Yeah, it's really slow. Well, it's faster than it's fast by a lot of people's standards, but by military fighter aircraft standards, it's a very slow airplane. It's fast compared to like a Boeing 747 passenger jet, but it's very slow compared to other fighters.
Okay.
So I was talking to your chat. I'll just repeat it, but it's easy to think of this as like a tech tree, right? So like right now, the American Air Force tech tree, you have a light tactical fighter, which is a single engine jet that's smaller and easier to turn around, which basic turnaround time is the plane lands, how long does it take to fuel it, rearm it, do basic required maintenance before the next flight, do a pre-flight inspection, put another pilot in it or the same pilot back in it, and get it back off the ground. So if you have a less technically complicated aircraft with like less features that is easier to turn around, it's going to have a quicker turnaround time. Like a big bomber with 4 engines needs all 4 engines inspected, whereas a single engine fighter doesn't. It needs 1 engine inspected. So the light tactical fighter, we have the F-35, which like is replacing the F-16. The strike fighter, which is a kind of a modern version of a fighter bomber, we have the F-15E, the Strike Eagle. The air supremacy fighter, which is just for killing other airplanes, we have the F-22. And then we have our bomber force, which are big bomber stuff. And then we have attack planes like the A-10 and the AC-130. And that's kind of like the tech tree for the Air Force. So like the F-22 replaced the F-15C as an air supremacy fighter. The F-35 replaced the F-16 as a light tactical fighter. The F-15E replaced the F-105 as a strike fighter. And that should cover most of the tactical fighters, I guess. But yeah, these are all kind of different in what they do.
Okay. All right. So all right. Fair. I understand they're all kind of different. I'm just like, but fast plane.
Well, so the easiest way to measure aircraft speed is because there's so many. There's not even really like airplanes don't even have a maximum speed that as a concept doesn't even make sense for an airplane, because like maximum at what altitude, like carrying what payload, what are the winds like, you know, what temperature is it outside. So yeah, but the easiest way to think about it, an F-35 can go about Mach 1.6, which is 1.6 times the speed of sound.
Yeah.
An F-15 can go about Mach 2.5 plus, so it can go at least 2.5 times the speed of sound, and then the Air Force will just say it can do more than that if they really need it to. So that's, you know, a huge difference, right? 1.6 versus 2.5. But, you know, you don't need... so, like, these things all come with costs. So, like, part of what makes the F-35 stealthy is also slowing it down, right? So...
Yeah.
The F-15, for example, is not a very stealthy aircraft. So it can be easy to focus on one thing and be like, oh, that's the only thing that matters. But there's just different requirements for different, like an F-35 might be really good at doing one specific thing because it's kind of stealthy. But maybe for a different thing, you just need a jet that can get from, like, it needs to do the strike quicker, like from takeoff to strike to landing, and maybe stealth matters less. And that's kind of why you have these different types of platforms.
Okay. Yeah.
I guess I just thought of a really simple example I think most could really easily appreciate. Like, let's say you're Trump and you want to bomb Venezuela, right?
Okay.
So let's say there's a ship, there's a Venezuelan destroyer, and you have intelligence, it's parked at this port, and it's going to leave port in 2 hours, right? And you have two options to carry out the strike. There's an F-15 squadron based out of Miami that can take off and fly a harpoon missile and fire the missile at the ship and get back home. And it would only take about 30 minutes for that squadron to get in the air, climb to altitude, fire the weapon, and the weapon hit the ship. And then let's say there's another squadron that's a B-1 Lancer squadron. And let's say that squadron will actually need 5 hours alert notice to even get the plane ready for the mission because of how much time and effort goes into like getting a B-1 bomber ready for a strike. So only one of these squadrons is going to actually be able to react. We in the Air Force call this the reactivity measure or reactivity. And actually aircraft have a score. There's a card that'll be like reactivity, strike, air supremacy, and it's how the aircraft is rated on a scale of 0 to 100 on each category of mission parameter. So like if you need to strike something now and the intelligence is like in 2 hours the ship's going to leave and no longer be where it is, so you won't be able to strike it. You need a highly reactive aircraft. You need a plane that can quickly, not only does it need to go fast to get to the area quickly, but it also needs to get off, like you need to be able to quickly get it off the ground. Like it can't require 6 hours of pre-flight inspection. So
yeah,
all these things matter. And like the F-35 is very stealthy and that's very helpful. But being stealthy makes it a lot more complicated. It makes the plane slower. It makes it more maintenance intensive. So it needs longer between operations where it can't be used again. So there's advantages and disadvantages. And you don't want to have too many of your eggs in one basket with one type of aircraft that is only really good at a specific range of functions. Because in the real world, there's so many different things that can happen where maybe for this mission, we need something different.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, that makes sense. Obviously, there's going to be a bunch of stuff. What's going to happen when the F-15E gets decommissioned or whatever? Because apparently that's a thing that's going to happen. In 2030s.
There's a huge debate over this. Yeah. So we're buying F-15EX, which is the E is the Strike Eagle and the EX is Eagle 2 or Advanced Eagle, depending on which budget office you ask, because there's literally documents that say both. I'll say Advanced Eagle because I prefer that term, but they both show up in Air Force documents right now. And the Advanced Eagle is the new replacement for the Strike Eagle, and it's better in every way. It's got better engines, it's got a better radar. It has this really cool level of automation where it's now optionally 2-seat. Like it is a 2-seat aircraft, but the second seat, a lot of the stuff's automated, so it can fly with only one crew member if you really want to, which is that's helpful because the National Guard doesn't have second seat. The National Guard doesn't have combat systems officers as a job, so they can't fly the Strike Eagle, even though they'd really like to, because they don't have people trained in the rear seat position. So this new Advanced Eagle is awesome because a lot of National Guard squadrons can finally get that capability. And in fact, the first Advanced Eagle in the Air Force is operated by the Oregon Air National Guard. And of the 14 Advanced Eagles that Boeing has already built and shipped to the Air Force, all 14 belong to the Oregon National Guard right now, not the federal component. So the National Guard units are really happy about this. Here's the problem. There's about 800 Strike Eagles, and Congress has only paid for 200 advanced Eagles. So we're going to retire about 800 airplanes, and we're going to buy about 200 airplanes. So there's going to be about a gap of 600 there, and there's a big debate in the Air Force because there's a lot of crews that fly the Strike Eagle that the Air Force would like to keep retained. Like, these are people that cost millions and millions and millions of dollars to train. These are people that fly very complicated jets, but they're very specialized. Like, you can't take a Strike Eagle pilot and throw them in an F-35 without putting them back through 2 years of school. So, and most of them probably might just choose to retire at that point. So nobody knows what's going to happen there. There's a debate in Congress. There's a few things being proposed. Trump is asking for Congress to just pay for another few hundred advanced Eagles and fix the problem. I hope that happens. As much as I hate Trump, I really hope that happens. The other alternative is maybe we can find a way to kind of modernize the Strike Eagle fleet and keep some of them in service another few years until we can find out how to find the money to buy more advanced Eagle.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, at least there's that.
We'll
so the
see.
U.S. is still gonna have lots of stuff. Yeah, we will see.
There was just a letter written to Congress that was signed by, so the commander of the state guard, like the air and army guard component, is called the adjutant general, and they're appointed by the state's governor. So General Kane is chairman of the Joint Chiefs. He's in charge of the military, but every state has its own chairman, kind of like General Kane, and that's the adjunct general of each state. And 20 adjunct generals signed an open letter to Congress last week, literally begging them to buy more advanced Eagles so we don't, like, lose a bunch of squadrons. But we'll see.
Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, Who needs 2 years of school? Just grab a joystick and go vroom. Thanks, Van Loven. Thank you for your contribution.
Well, you know what, Vanaloven? You know what? Back when flying was that simple and it was just grabbing a stick and pilots were stick monkeys, we actually let soldiers do it. That's why it was the Army Air Corps. But eventually, planes became more complicated and technical, and we needed an Air Force with people that went to college. Because planes can fly themselves. I mean, most of the time I'm flying a plane, I'm not actually flying the plane. I'm telling the plane's flight computer which fucking autopilot course to fly through the sky. That's most of flying. But there's so much other shit besides flying the plane that you're responsible for. Half of my job is paperwork, okay? And fucking managing radios and, like, communicating to different towers and getting the right clearances, or, like, legally authorizing the release of a weapon, or understanding proportionality, because, like, if you drop a bomb, you're responsible for whatever that bomb does, and if you do a war crime, you go to jail, not the guy who told you to drop the bomb. So that's really the technical education part, more so than, like, how to fly the airplane. A lot of the difficulty with going from one platform to another is not learning how to fly the airplane. You can do that in a few weeks. It's actually learning the airplane's very different set of missions. So, like, if you fly an F-22, you train only in air-to-air combat. Like, you don't do bombing runs. That's not your job. So putting you in a Strike Eagle, that is a plane that mostly drops bombs, is like, you need to have a whole different type of training to be compatible.
Oh, I don't know. Van Loven is, like, going back and forth at you now, but it's just funny. You guys are just shit talking.
It's all a scam. No. The scam is the Space Force, okay? That was a fucking scam. Taking $200 billion of our fucking Air Force budget and giving it to a new branch. That was the scam, okay? The Air Force is the only real branch. Everything else is a scam.
Teach us how to coordinate a BVR timeline. What? I don't even know.
Was that Mr. Bombastic?
Yes.
Of course it was. Look, I'm not gonna give you weapons school tips, but you can play DCS better, okay?
I really want to see DCS get. Yeah, I feel like that would be entertaining. But unrelated, but do we know why Israel was buying grains from Russia in occupied Ukrainian land? Wait, were they? Oh shit!
Because it was cheap. I think they got a discount, right? Didn't the Russians give them a discount?
I mean, isn't Russia basically giving everybody a discount? Because otherwise...
Yeah, anybody who will take it. But I think the Israelis were one of the groups that accepted the deal.
Yeah.
And why wouldn't they, right? Israel's not like aligned with Ukraine. I think they're neutral on that officially.
Yeah. Not great, but hey.
I mean, look, not great, but I'm going to be honest. Like, Mexico is also neutral and also buys grain, and Mexico is a much closer partner to the U.S. than Israel. So I'm just going to be, it's just one of those things where if you really give a fuck, Israel's not the only country you should be bitching about. I give a fuck, and I bitch about Israel doing this, but I also bitch about Mexico doing it. So when I see people that only care when the Jews do it, that's strange. But if you do really give a fuck, just understand there's a lot of other countries like that are neutral on this and also aren't really supporting Ukraine and also are buying grain. And if you care about that, you should care about all of it, not just Israel.
Fair. This is fair. Yeah, I don't know. Actually, I'll keep that.
I mean, we'll see. I think now that the Russians are out of Syria, the Israeli situation with regards to Ukraine might warm. I think you've kind of seen some of that, but I don't know if we'll see more or not. I guess we'll kind of have to see how that goes.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of wish that Israel would help that. Like, you were posting in chat about that the other night in Discord when you were saying, like, wow, if Israel could give some of these missiles to Ukraine, and that would really help them, you know?
Yeah, that'd be pretty sick.
Yeah, but I guess they're just not going to do that.
Well,
Probably
I mean,
'cause, yeah.
everyone just kind of expects the U.S. to do that, and then the U.S. isn't, so the Ukraine's just kind of been in a weird place where everyone's willing to virtue signal, but no one's really doing anything about it. Again, I say no one. There's exceptions. The problem with the exceptions, and no offense to my Eastern European bros, but you guys do not have the same size economies that the US or Canada or the G7 nations of Western Europe do. And as much as Finland and Poland and the Baltics and Latvia, and as much as they've all been exceptions, the real action has to come from the big economies that can actually move the needle in a big way. And they're all just kind of circle jerking each other about how much they really have concepts of a plan.
Just those plan concepts. Nothing else.
Yeah. It's okay. The Germans, they're talking about maybe in the future potentially having loans that might, some of them maybe be used on potentially weapons, and some of those potential weapons from this hypothetical loan might maybe find their way to Ukraine in 10 years. Good luck.
Rip. Yeah, not great.
Yeah. So it'd be cool if Israel gave Rampage missiles to Ukraine, but like I can say it'd be cool if Germany gave Taurus missiles to Ukraine, and they're not doing that either. So it'd be cool if we gave Tomahawks to Ukraine, and we're not doing that. So yeah. Frustrating, but Israel's not unique is all I'm saying. They're just kind of doing the same thing as everyone else.
Oh yeah, totally fair. I mean, Van Loven said, we're using those missiles. Whatever missiles those are, I'm assuming we're using them. Doesn't Israel have other missiles that they could also be using? That they could, yeah, I don't know. Israel's got lots of shit.
Israel does have a lot of stuff. I mean, Israel falls into the same camp as Eastern Europe, where like, even if they really wanted to help, they're just, they're just not Germany or the U.S. All you need to do, like, look at just a list of the top 10 GDPs, and Israel's not there. It's just to do the scale to kind of support the war in Ukraine, to have like the right like scale for your economy, to be able to like actually manufacture enough to support that. I mean, the Ukrainians are firing more shells in a month than like I think Israel's made in like a decade, and it's just, Israel's just not a big enough country to meaningfully move the scale here in the same way that like Poland isn't, and Estonia isn't. And again, you really do need action from like Germany or the United States, or I mean, really, those two are the big ones because those are the two biggest economies in the Western world. But like after that, France, Britain, Italy. But, yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, we'll see.
Big missiles, small missiles, ugly missiles, pretty missiles, we'll take them all. Yeah, thanks, Vanilloven. Listen, yes, we know. You guys like to blow stuff up. We understand that this is a thing.
Yeah.
Alright. I think I'm probably gonna go back to listening to these cringe debates now until Arthur gets here to do more Russia segments. I feel like there was something else that oh! One last thing! Fuck. So... I don't know. Did you read that New York Times article about how Trump took Trump took the U.S. to war in Iran? That one. Are you aware of this?
I read about half of it, and then when I was halfway reading through it, the fucking New York Times refreshed the page and then said I couldn't read anymore without paying, and I refused to pay them a penny. So I'll wait until I fucking spend enough time to find a way around that and read that. But
would you like me to? I can give you a way around it. There's an extension. It's called bypass paywalls. Okay, I use it. And yeah.
Normally, I just open the site a few days later and then it lets me on. But yeah, I can. Yeah, I guess.
But in order to use the
I read like the
extension-
first half of the article, basically.
Okay. Well, actually, maybe it probably gets through the part that you need to do. Also, in order to use the extension, you have to download it from like a Russian knockoff version of GitHub, because the GitHub kept taking the article down, or kept taking the extension down. But it's available for Firefox and Chrome. Once you install it, it'll automatically update. I've been using it. It's really good, and it lets me listen to the AI versions, or the AI voice, or voice reading articles. But anyway, so the way that the basically what they were saying in there is that Trump asked all of his guys to like, he wanted to like take a couple of days, and then he wanted everybody to come back and tell them what they thought. And I noticed that it seems like General Kane kind of avoided like putting forward like a "do you think we should do this" opinion, and that struck me as a little bit different maybe than Milley or Mattis, who it seems like they did tell Trump like this is something that you shouldn't do or should do if he wanted to do a thing, if I remember correctly. Is that like a correct assertion?
So it's half correct. It's correct with Mattis, but Mattis was not chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Mattis was Secretary of Defense, which is a political role that involves giving political advice. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs is a military role, it is an apolitical role, and it is actually grossly outside of your duties to give that opinion you're talking about. Like, I could get fired for giving an opinion like that to a policymaker.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't... Your job is to explain what the military options are, and that is it. You're not there to dictate the political conversation. At the end of the day, the military's job is to plan operations, and the political person's job is to determine whether or not the operations are worth the cost. That is a political question. That's not a question the military has an opinion on or is allowed to participate in that conversation.
Okay. All right. So I was not understanding exactly what that was, and I guess like I also forgotten what Mattis and like what their various roles were too.
Yeah, Mattis was Secretary of Defense. It was actually very unusual for Mattis to be Secretary of Defense because he had very recently been a general, and up until there was actually a law preventing someone who had recently been in the military from being Secretary of Defense, that Congress literally repealed that law to allow Mattis. So that's probably why you're thinking of him as like a general figure like Milley or Kane, but that was a civilian office he had at the time.
Yeah. Which I think was interesting because that Kane because that oh, actually that is interesting because that Biden's dude was
Secretary of Defense was General Lloyd Austin, but he had retired from the Army like a decade prior, which is a bit different.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, that is also good to know. Okay, yeah, if he retired, then that's, yeah.
Yeah, whereas Milley basically went straight from being a general to SecDef, which is, again, extremely unusual. He's the only example in all of U.S. history.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyways, I know someone in your Discord, because I remember I actually was made aware of that article by your Discord, and the person who linked it, I don't know who it was, but I remember reading. They didn't reply because, you know, it's not always worth it, but they said, like, General Kane was a dud. I think there's not always a good understanding of what a general's job actually is. It's not to participate in the political conversation. Whether or not we're going to go to war and whether or not that's a good idea that's for civilians to decide. Your job is to explain what the options are from the military perspective, what the risks will be, what the casualties will be, what we expect to happen operationally as the battle develops. It's not to get involved with whether or not this is worth it. That's not your job.
Okay. All right. So, I mean, I guess if Milley or if Kane wanted to provide any information to Trump, like to in any way say about like all he really could have done probably would be would have been like Iron.
Do you remember? Did you watch HBO's Chernobyl?
I did. I love that show.
Do you remember the main character, doctor guy, when he's talking to Gorbachev? He's there just to answer questions, and anytime he says his opinion, everyone looks at him like he's a fucking retard.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, same shit, right? But the difference is, if you say your opinion in the military, not only do they all look like you are a retard, you might also go to jail for violating U.S. law.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Okay.
So the expectation that General Kane should be saying what is or isn't a good idea politically is incompatible with liberal democracy. The military cannot influence these decisions.
What if
and we can't allow that to exist?
But he can say what is or isn't a good idea militarily, yes?
Yeah, if Trump were to ask a question, he can answer the question. So if Trump were to say, do you think that it would be a good idea to land Marines on Karg Island? General Kane can say, Mr. President, I don't think that's a good option. I think you have better military options. I think if you want to secure Karg Island, here's how I'd recommend doing it. Maybe he gives them an airborne option, like using the 82nd Airborne. But his job is not to say, no, you don't want to do that, Mr. President. His job is to give the best possible military solution to what the president is looking to solve. That's it.
Okay.
You're not a politician.
Okay.
You're not the president. The president's the guy who won the election. You're just a soldier. Your job is to give the commander-in-chief the options he's looking for to achieve his policy objectives, so long as those objectives are legal and the orders you're receiving are legal. That's it. You have no other input in this conversation. You're not supposed to even fucking open your mouth if you're not being asked a question.
Fair enough. Yeah. All right. I understand.
But a lot of people don't understand this, including journalists, including ones who work for the New York Times, unfortunately. But Yeah, that. And by the way, we should want it to be this way. Like we don't want like a MAGA general arguing with Biden.
Yeah.
And it's just not how the military. We don't elect generals. They're not democratic representatives. They don't have they don't have room for an opinion in this conversation. They're there to execute the will of the civilian government. That's how democracy has to work. There's no other option here. And unfortunately, that means when your commander-in-chief's a fucking retard, you're going to have really smart people helping him do retarded shit. But think about the alternative. Would you rather really stupid people plan the war in Iran? Because that'd be bad. Look, So, you want the military to be professional and apolitical in a democracy. There's no other option.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Oh. Sorry. There we go. I was almost killed by a fucking bird. Anyhow, yeah, and by the way, you might like this game. You get to be a pirate, but it's also like survival and shit.
What's the game called?
It's called WINDROSE. It's just new. It just came out.
Okay, I'll take a look at it, I suppose.
Yeah, it's like I think it's I don't know. It was like 40.
By the way, if
for
you
me,
don't
but
mind
yeah.
me, if you don't mind, there's someone in your chat that asked a very important question, which I just think is really, I think like Americans should know this, like as a civic thing. So they asked, why is Secretary of Defense different? The Secretary of Defense is a civilian office that is appointed by the president, that is confirmed by the United States Congress. They're appointed in a political fashion to serve in a political office as a member of the president's cabinet. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs is the highest ranking officer in the United States military. They are not appointed by a political process. They are not serving in a civilian position. They are not member of the presidential administration, but they represent the professional officers of the United States military. That's the difference.
Ah, god damn it. Anyway. I just died. Fuck me. Now I gotta find my way back there. Yeah, that...
By the way, look at Israel. The Minister of Defense in Israel is... What's his name? Isn't it that fucking Ben Gvir motherfucker?
No, he's the Minister of Internal Security. The Minister of Defense in Israel, his name is Israel Katz, I believe.
Okay, that one, Israel Katz. Yeah, that's a politician. Like, this isn't a fucking if you want the Israeli equivalent to our chairman of the Joint Chiefs, I think in Israel they call him Chief of Staff of the Army. I think that's just the guy. But yeah, like there's a huge difference between a professional military officer serving as the highest ranking officer in their nation's military and a politician. These are just totally different in every way. Yeah, their ability to navigate these things are totally different. Here's like an example. Our Secretary of Defense is an alcoholic, right? You can't be an alcoholic in the military. That just isn't allowed. Like he wouldn't be allowed. Like he literally, if he were in the military, he would be in violation of so many different regulations. From the tattoos he has to the things he says. Yeah, but he's not. He's a politician, so he gets to do all the politician things.
That motherfucker was not even in there for very long, or was how long was Pete Hegseth in the army for? I feel like he barely did anything.
He was in the National Guard for like 8 years, I think. He got to the rank of major. He was a National Guard officer. I don't know what state what guard he was actually in, but I don't believe he was ever part of an active duty federal fighting force. I will say that like the reaction a lot of generals had in the Pentagon when Hegseth was nominated is, who the fuck is Hegseth? And then you had like a bunch of people like looking in libraries or like online libraries for like books written by Hegseth, because most secretaries of defense are people with like 40 years industrial military oversight. Like usually they're like former CEOs of like Boeing or Raytheon. Usually they've written like multiple books about the defense industrial economy, and like they were finding like fucking like weird ramblings by Hegseth about Christian nationalism instead of like actual academic papers or anything. And it's just so unfortunate that this is where we are as a country.
Yeah. That seems incredibly unfortunate.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
Jesus
here we are.
Christ.
But what state? I gotta know. Oh, he was in the Minnesota Army Guard. So he was in the same he was in the Minnesota Guard at the same time Waltz was, and Waltz I think would have outranked him. That's very funny. So Hegseth might have had to salute Tim Waltz at one point in his life.
Oh no.
Just think about that. Maybe that's where it all comes from, all the anger.
Yeah. Honestly, I can believe that.
Yeah.
Jesus
Project
Christ.
Pat, he does. I also would have assumed he was a Marine if I didn't know better. He does give Marine vibes.
Oh my god. Okay. Jeez, you die to those things so quick. Alright. I need to make more bullets.
You can make bullets?
Yes.
Oh, are they like old school muzzle loading black powder weapons?
Oh hell yeah. Yeah, you can only shoot
Oh.
once and then you reload again. I mean, it's not completely like ridiculous. I guess you just have gunpowder, but yeah, if you pick up stones, you can make stone bullets, and then if you pick up like regular, and then like later on you can make copper bullets if you get the material for it, basically. Yeah, it's
That's cool.
It's very like you can craft, like, I don't know, you played Rust, right? It's like that kind of thing.
Long time ago. Yeah.
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 Okay. No bullets or gunpowder. What? Mm-hmm.
Sorry?
Oh, nothing.
No. Well, I mean,
Oh, I don't have any
it
gunpowder.
does look like a pretty interesting game. But okay,
what?
well, I'm assuming you're gonna go back to the Yale retarded debate nonsense. Fucking communist, dribbly, slop, gobbledygook. Okay.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna listen to the. Well, I wait for Arthur, and then he's gonna come do the other thing. But yeah.
Okay. Well, I won't keep you from that any longer. Good luck with the brainwashing, I suppose.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Yeah, just know that the morality of the Korean War, the communists will take advantage of the fact that most people don't know much about it, and our natural inclination to be aware of how crazy the U.S. was, especially in the 50s and 60s in the Cold War. Like, we did crazy shit in Vietnam, and we did crazy shit in Korea. So people will point to like a massacre that happened somewhere, and they will try to paint the image that these are morally neutral. There was a right and wrong. North Korea was the aggressor, and they were pushed back by the entire collective might of the UN. And the US played a part in that, but so did Canada, and so did West Germany, and so did Japan, and so did the whole UN, pretty much. And there was a right and wrong, and we were on the right side. And just look at the societies that were built after. Just nobody can, with a straight face, say that the liberal democracy we built in South Korea should have been destroyed and unified under the North Korean regime.
Well,
and every death in that war was fighting to preserve the democracy they have in the South. So.
Now, hold on. Here's the thing, though. I have one last thing to say with regards to that. Hassan pointed out that South Korea became a brutal dictatorship after something. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh yeah, I guess before I go, I should just give a summary on that. They did in the same way Taiwan did, and there was very complicated reactions to this in Washington, and it really did test our relationship with Taiwan and Korea, and we were kind of fighting to simultaneously. It's a lot like with Israel today. We were trying to push them towards democracy without throwing them to the wolves of the north. And South Vietnam was also a brutal dictatorship, and we fought alongside them against the aggressor. And Ukraine also has not a brutal dictatorship, but horrible corruption issues. But we should fight alongside them too. You don't always have perfect allies. The South Koreans did have a dictator for a while. That dictator was not as bad as the one in the north, and was willing to negotiate with us, and was willing to at least not slaughter his own people, and us negotiating with that regime and pushing them towards democracy, and helping to keep the underground pro-democracy movement alive is part of the reason they were able to go back to have a liberal democracy, which is what they do have. And again, in the long run, look at the society we built in the South and look at the society the Soviets built in the North, and nobody with a straight face can tell me that ours was worse.
Yeah. Oh yeah, of course, obviously. Also, I do have
And by
one
the way,
last.
again, Taiwan also long struggle to get to a democracy too in Taiwan. But again,
Yeah.
look at each side of the strait and tell me which one's better.
No, exactly. Like it's stupid. I guess there is like one other thing that I think hang on, what was it? There was another thing that I was gonna mention that I just remembered now. God damn it. I feel like I just lost it. Fuck. It'll come back to me as soon as you leave too. Have you considered that brainwashed citizens are genuinely happier, Van Loven says.
That's true, actually.
Yes, I'm sure the Chinese citizens are very happy people. I
mean, a lot of them are. China's government is actually popular, but understand why. China has a population of 1.5 billion. Around 800 million now have running water that's clean, electricity, housing, and they didn't 20 years ago. So that's big. I know a lot of people are younger now. In 2005, China's economy was smaller than Japan's, or maybe 2005 is the year it crossed. But like up until like basically 2004 and 5, China, a nation of over 1 billion people, had an economy like the size of Korea, basically. They were 1.5 billion people collectively, economic output like less than Mexico or Japan. So China is now an economic superpower, and that happened very quickly. That happened in one lifetime. And if you lived through that in China, if you grew up in a country where a lot of people couldn't read or write, and you didn't have electricity everywhere, and now you have like the ability to compete with the United States, I can understand why you would like that government. But North Korea didn't do that, right? They have the oppressive regime and also live in like the most retarded level of poverty you find in the world almost. So
North Korea is awful, and they've got like crazy camps and shit that they'll send people to, and it not good, as Arthur likes to say. Fuck, I could have, what was it that I was gonna say? Taiwan has better GDP per capita though. Well, yeah, but isn't that because capitalism or something?
Well, it's a lot of things. I think people are too quick to attribute capitalism as all of the reason. There's a lot of Taiwan and South Korea and Japan's economic success actually comes from huge state intervention in the economy too. Like Japan's industrial economy is largely state planned. I think as important as capitalism just being a better model than whatever the fuck you want to call the Chinese system, because it's certainly not socialist, but it's not capitalist either. It's but it is better as a model. But I think another thing is that Taiwan and Japan and also the United States, historically less so today, unfortunately, because of Trump, have been open societies that have invited the best scientists and innovators in the whole world to come there. Like Taiwan did not build a dominance in chip manufacturing just because capitalism. They also have some of the best schools in the world in Taipei, and they have students from all over Asia that go there that end up contributing to their technology advantage. In America too, with the university systems, one of the things I'm proudest of, like with California, is the University of California system, and like the things that like Berkeley and Stanford have given the United States in regards to like so many of our advances in the Cold War. So capitalism's part of it, but I think also just like not arresting everybody that like wears glasses and writes critical things of the government is probably important too.
True. Yes. Of course. Yeah, I would imagine that would probably be important.
Yeah.
Oh shit. No! God damn it. I fucking died
get
to the...
yourself killed again?
What? Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Oh, you got yourself killed again? Nice.
Yep, I did. I died to the dodos again. Now I'm gonna run all the way back over there, even though the sun's gonna set soon. Yes, based. But, okay. Yeah, I don't remember what the fuck I was gonna ask, so I'm just gonna go back to the communist brain rot. Oh boy.
Okay. Well, good luck with that. We were right in the Korea War. We were kind of right in Vietnam, but man, we did some terrible shit that really fucked it all
I
up.
remembered! Fuck! It
And,
was... I remembered it! Only P was saying some shit in chat about how, it seemed like they were talking about China. And they were sort of implying that, that China would potentially, or that things would have maybe been better if the US hadn't like done the shipped all those jobs off to China and shit.
For sure.
Oh, do you think you think that that's generally the... I guess like the question that I'm asking is that like I feel like there's so much hindsight there, because China, like, was it a guarantee that China was going to turn into what it currently is today, in the 90s?
Well,
like, who was in charge then?
Well, nobody could have seen Z coming. That was crazy. But and Z's crazy. Like, he's completely changed the direction of China. Because before Z, the Chinese system was more oriented around peaceful economic dominance. Like, they still wanted hegemony, but they weren't interested in being a military player. They wanted to just basically dominate like the global economy and be a really important part of their goal up before Z wasn't destroying the global order by fucking invading Taiwan. So for sure, yeah. But none of that's relevant. When it comes to key strategic industry, you just don't export that to a country that isn't a close partner.
Okay.
We exported a lot of our manufacturing to Japan in the 60s. I don't think that was a huge mistake, because Japan is a reliable partner. Japan's not going to like tariff. Well, I mean, they might now because of Trump, but that's all different. But like, we don't have to worry about Japan like embargoing. Like, it's okay that Toyota makes most of the cars. Like, Toyota makes more cars than Ford in the U.S. because I'm not really worried about like Japan embargoing car sales to the U.S. and like then we'd have a crisis in the U.S. of like huge inflation in the automotive market. That's just not going to happen. Like, Japan's a close, stable partner. China's not, and they weren't in the 90s. And putting huge portions of our key industries in China was just never an intelligent thing to do. It doesn't matter whether or not you could predict Xi coming to power. I believe in friend shoring, not offshoring. And friend shoring is something from Biden's platform, actually. This was Biden's platform. It was, it's okay to export jobs, just don't export them to your adversaries, export them to partners and friends, like the Europeans and the Canadians and the Mexicans and the Japanese and the Koreans and the Australians. And that's what happened under Biden. We kind of Biden kept Trump's tariffs on China, but he also signed a bunch of trade deals with Australia and Japan and Korea. And today, we actually import more from Vietnam than China. Vietnam is a larger manufacturing hub for American overseas manufacturing than China is. So I'm okay with exporting manufacturing, just it should be to stable partners who in the long term we're going to have good relations with.
Okay, fair. No, all right, I get that. That's a good point. I think. Okay.
Mexico and Canada are the two best because they're right. We have borders with them. There's no reason not to. NAFTA is great. The U.S. Canada Mexico agreement's great.
Okay. I understand. Yeah, fair enough. I think there was some stuff there. All right. Well, I'm gonna go and suffer now.
Yeah. Good luck. Don't get the communist bond virus. Have a good one.
Yeah. Thanks. Okay. All right, chat. I'm just gonna put these on and use these because that that friend shoring stuff. Wait, what's the game? I missed it. Oh, it's called WINDROSE. It's like a pirate survival game. Vietnam's tourism is also a big part of its economy. Of course it is. That would make sense, honestly. Okay. All right, let us continue with this brain rot garbage. Oh boy.
My argument isn't just about money, it's about morality. Historian Howard Zinn documented how American expansion has always been justified by the same lie that we're spreading freedom and democracy around the world.
Howard
But from the
Zinn.
Philippines to Vietnam to Iraq, the pattern never changes. It's mass violence abroad, decay at home, and ordinary people are set to foot the bill. So, who gains and who pays? This year, Congress added $39 billion in military projects the Pentagon didn't even ask for. Why did they do it? Because of the lobbyists.
Yeah, okay, so I remember where this started out, where she's saying a bunch of dumb shit about the military-industrial complex. And she gets it wrong, because the military-industrial complex is actually about a war economy, where, like, a shitload of your money is coming from the, like, the, the military. Or, like, a shitload of your money is going towards, like, funding your military, and that's, like, a huge part of your economy, which is not, yeah. That's not what you want. But, obviously, yes. The lobbyists.
This is empire. It's a wealth transfer from the working class paychecks to defend military contractor shareholders. So, there are currently 46 active armed conflicts right now, which is the most since World War II, by the way. We've spent $8 trillion on the world on terror, and what do we have to show for it? The world is severely less stable than it ever has been before, and this is the fault of the American empire. So, moving on to who's paying. Let's look at the kid in Mississippi whose school can't afford textbooks while the nearest military base next door gets $500 million in expansion money. The veterans, poisoned by burn pits, denied care while defense contractors produce record-breaking profits. However, and having said that, money isn't the real issue. Even if we taxed the wealthy and funded both empire and society, empire would still be wrong, because empire means domination. It means killing people who have done nothing to us, including our fellow US citizens. On to the impacts. From an environmental perspective, the US military is the single largest institutional producer and consumer of fossil fuels on the planet at 270,000 barrels of oil a day. And that's for routine operations during peacetime, not even at wartime. That's more emissions than 140 countries combined. And we, the people, are told to recycle, take shorter showers, buy EVs. The onus is put on the individual to change the world. Meanwhile, a single military refueling tanker burns more fuel in one flight than the average American does in 40 years. We sacrifice, they indulge. So, the military burns oil to provide access to oil, which funds more military spending. It's a self-reinforcing cycle of extraction and violence. Our business models cycle and sustain themselves on death tolls. And from a lives perspective, Brown University's cost of war projected that we tracked a human toll. So the deaths of post-9/11 wars have killed 4.5 million people and displaced 38 million people. And the empire doesn't deliver the stability that it promises. Every intervention creates blowback. We've armed the Mujahideen, we got all—
Oh, okay, so essentially, this person's entire, this person's entire fucking, prescription. So what? Like, does she just think that the U.S. just, no one should respond to any war ever? Because that's where the logic of this goes. Bad things might happen if you respond. This just seems real dumb. I really... But okay, sure, I guess. Alright, guys. Hopefully I don't get killed again when I go back over here. Hopefully the boar is gone and I can actually fucking...
Al-Qaeda. We toppled Saddam, we got ISIS. We are the ones perpetuating these conflicts because perpetual war is profitable for the elites. And the negative says, like, be glad it's the American empire rather than somebody else's, but at the same time, this is a false choice. The choice isn't between, like, American empire versus Chinese, it's between domination and cooperation. China's power is economic, and mutual destruction isn't in anyone's best interest. So the power vacuum fear comes from, like, the idea that somebody must dominate, but that's an imperial mindset. Most of the world doesn't yearn for American or Chinese hegemony. They want multilateral cooperation where no single country has power or autonomy over them. And that world is possible, we're just blocking it. So, what is the world of the alternative? Empire undermines rule-based international order, replacing it with war of one against all. You can't champion international law while bombing whoever you want, and you can't demand others to follow the rules that you don't follow yourself. Most of the world already wants multilateral cooperation, we're just undermining it, because we are the ones withdrawing from climate agreements, we're the ones vetoing UN resolutions, we sanction International Criminal Court. Instead, we ought to work towards diplomacy before bombs, strengthen our international institutions, create trade agreements that benefit workers, and use the trillions that we save into investments at home and abroad. So, with that being said, America's founding promise was self-governance, and empire betrays that promise. Every dollar spent on defense is a dollar taken from a public school. Eisenhower was right. In the empire, fund the future.
Oh my god.
For the lady, for perhaps the penultimate question, Mr. Mo.
I thank the lady for her speech. I guess the question is, with this framing that America is the country that introduces, this desire for domination without the U.S. We all hold hands and live together and be really happy. I mean, it's really nice, every class, it makes me so happy. But I mean, there's a lady, and maybe, I'm asking kind of a proxy to Sun, but I mean, how did they do Chinese efforts on South China Sea? How did they do efforts to take over Taiwan? How did they do efforts to return? So, okay, the U.S. goes away, and all these are fine because it's under, like a communist government. Like, I mean, do we just dissolve all governments, and then we all live together, and then more of this? Like, where does it end?
So what I'm saying, it's not like militaries won't exist. I'm advocating for, like, regional partnerships. Like, we aren't the ones, America shouldn't be the answer to, like, what's happening in the South China Sea. I think Japan, Australia, South Korea, Southeast Asia, they can form their own partnerships, like, through diplomacy, or what have you.
Further question for the lady, or perhaps a final question. I have another question. I got two debates.
Yep, these are supposed to be the brightest minds.
So the lady sort of makes the claim that there is an alternative to domination and cooperation. One of the sort of big issues with sort of international bodies that seems to me is that there is not sort of cultural cohesion, right? I.e. some things that seem like totally incompatible for us are part of the cultures of other countries. How does she reckon we sort of work through that in this idea of cooperation? Do we sort of ignore the issues on which we have cultural differences, or will we eventually sort of coalesce around one global culture?
I don't think it's necessarily advocating for a global culture, like people can have their own cultures, what have you. I think it's just about diplomacy, and what our guest said, like diplomacy, 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 till the last, like that, as far as we can go. Rely on that rather than, us unilaterally deciding what the world can and cannot do.
And with that, the lady is thanked. Motion.
Okay. We go back up to the voice. I move, we thank Ms. MJ Joseph for a 5-minute speech on the floor of the
Is there perhaps a second dominant speech in the negative? For the speech.
Oh, someone's gonna give a speech now? Okay. Unilaterally deciding is when you partner with other countries. Well, yeah, obviously. Saint Joseph McCarthy, please deliver us from this scourge. Hey, if you guys want, we can always go over here. The House believes that Israel is a greater threat to regional stability than Iran. You guys want to listen to that instead? So we could always do that. Can we listen to Hassan instead? Hassan seems sane compared to this shit. Hold on, we might get some liberals.
Sorry to everyone that missed Ben & Jerry's free ice cream. So thank you. I'm pretty sad at this. We on the left need to say something that too many of us have become afraid to say. America is worth loving. Yes, America has flaws. Serious ones. I'm one of the biggest critics of my country and I will continue to be. We should be honest how we treat the poor, how gun crimes ravage our communities, and the lack of healthcare. But call out the hypocrisy that exists in the gap between our reality and our ideals, but never forget that we're still better than any of the countries supposedly under our empire, not just the alternatives to our empire. My mom was born and raised in India. She loved learning and reading and writing. She scored at the top of her class in school. But when it came time to college, my grandmother thought it would be more fitting for a woman to get married and learn the trades of a wife rather than allow her to pursue her dreams at college. She was married off to my dad, who she did not meet until her wedding day. He happened to be a good man. Many others were not so lucky. So what should we say to this? My grandmother was wrong. The culture which taught her this was wrong. The government which did not stop that and even incentivize it was wrong. And this is what so many of us on the left are so afraid to say. We're so obsessed with classifying everything in terms of hegemonic power structures that we fall into the worst form of relativism, one in which we can no longer recognize evil. We think of the world in terms of such a binary. The West are the oppressors and everyone else is the oppressed. But in doing so, we romanticize and fetishize the evil of these regimes simply because they are anti-Western. I respect you a lot, man, but Stalin dead has killed 20 million people. Look at Iran. It is not some innocent, misunderstood regime. It's a regime that killed 30,000 of its citizens just because they protested. It is a regime that has backed terrorists that have intentionally killed thousands of civilians. It's a regime that has allowed women to be stoned for committing adultery.
Okay, this guy's based.
Or look to Venezuela and Cuba. They're so corrupted by cartels that they're basically narco-states. They deny their citizens basic necessities. They jail and kill dissidents and only look out for those in power. You may oppose intervention for practical reasons, fine. People can disagree about what can be done and what costs are bearable. But do not delude yourselves into thinking that these people are free or that they are living great lives. Do not tell yourselves women beaten into silence or dissidents being thrown into prison just need more time to work things out on their own. The least we owe them is honesty. There is no hope for these people outside of America. Their regimes will continue to repress them while
the fucking hissing. Remember, hissing means booing, and stomping means clapping. This is the Yale language.
Their leaders. The lady before me asked for regional partnerships. A regional partnership with Iran and Lebanon going to free like the Iranians? And the rest of the international community will continue to turn a blind eye, whether in Israel or Palestine, or in Armenia and Azerbaijan. The only solution is an American one. I agree with the lady before me that the American imperial project is inherently corporatist, but how do we solve that? I think Mr. Piker has said before, elect someone other than J.D. Vance or Gavin Newsom. That's the solution. Not to get rid of American power wholly, but to make ourselves better.
Except for the Gavin Newsom thing. I mean, Gavin Newsom seems like he'd probably be pretty good.
So criticize America all you want, I will too. But do not insult the people who flee these places by pretending their chains are beautiful. There's a reason my parents came to America. They were offered a promise, and though this promise is far from fulfilled, at least we're trying. My mom got her community college degree here in 2012, and she hopes that I will have a daughter one day to realize her dreams. To know the difference between a country that fails its ideals and regimes that do not even have those ideals. The left has room for patriotism. So while I have a little bit of time left, and it's my last speech of union, I just want to say a few words about Rick Scott, who proves again that conservatives don't believe in free speech, which is conservatism. I condemn Mr. Piker's statements on political violence, just as I condemn Mr. Scott's colleague from Georgia who said that Obama should be hanged or that Pelosi should be shot. I condemned him just—
Oh man, I think I remember that. The Obama hanged. Hissing and stomping is what happens when your state is an Anglo project instead of a legacy of the glorious Spanish.
Just as I condemned the January 6 rioters who committed actual violence and was summarily pardoned by Mr. Scott's party. But here is the difference. I still believe that Mr. Piker and Ms. Green should be allowed to speak here. Because in America, unlike in Iran or Venezuela, dissent is not supposed to mean censorship or silencing. In this country, when we hear ideas we disagree with, we do not respond by saying that the state should shut it down. We respond by arguing, by vehemently debating. We respond by listening, persuading, debating bad ideas in the open. This is the fundamental ethos of the First Amendment and part of what makes this country extraordinary. And a group of college students seems to understand that better than the senator, because we do it every Tuesday at the Yale Political Union. So Senator Scott, you're free to rage about college students on Twitter and threaten our funding, but never again pretend to be a champion of free speech. Thank you.
Question for Jenkins.
Yes.
Oh, I get special privileges?
Yeah, bro.
Okay. Great speech.
Thank you.
You brought up that Venezuela and Cuba were narco states. Not exactly sure where you got that information from. I think it was Donald Trump who said Venezuela was a narco state, and then he dropped it. Or at least the Southern District of New York dropped it. The FBI did, because there wasn't enough evidence for it. But beyond that, you talked about free speech at the end of your speech. It's a value that I also believe in, and maybe even sometimes exhaust. But I also believe that free speech has been taken away from Americans time and time again, especially throughout times of war. Eugene Debs famously was jailed for being a conscientious objector. We've interned Japanese people living on U.S. soil during World War II. We've assassinated leaders of the Black Panther Party, of the Black Panther movement. These are all direct violations of free speech, both for domestic concerns and at times when America's power around the globe is felt threatened. Now, do you feel like free speech is inherent to American liberal democracy, number one? Do you feel like social liberalism is only compatible with American imperial hegemony, and if so, why? And last but not least, what do you say to the argument that we are losing what remains of our free speech right now directly as a consequence of America's power waning on the global stage, because empire does feel threatened?
What? Why would you? What? It? No. How about it's because what? Donald Trump got in power. Did Biden like go in on people's free speech in the same way that Trump did? I don't think so, as much as maybe some people might disagree. Like, Biden wasn't deporting people because they were fucking, you know, whatever. Really, debate board? How did Biden go in on people's free speech?
So I think your first question was like free speech and relation to liberal democracy. So I agree. I think like I'm one of the big ones that like condemns like the Americans who like jailed in the Red Scare and all those things. I actually think that like we're actually pretty good at like actually protecting actual free speech right now. I don't think people are actually like jailed or anything. I think like one of the most dangerous attacks on free speech is the sort of more like institutional one, like the ones that's happening in like schools all over, like the South, for example, where you can't teach critical race theory. But once again, like I think one of my main points is that like this sort of free speech is like I think unique and like even unique to like America compared to the rest of the West. For example, the UK, where like they can like censor anything. But I think the state of free speech in America is certainly, I think, way better than anywhere else. Your second question, is social liberalization only compatible with American imperial hegemony? Currently, yes. Currently, yes. It's like we are the only ones that like you look to our partners in Europe. Look to anybody that's like advancing any idea of like social liberalism. Yeah, there are like some like dissents in like some of these countries themselves, but I actually think that the strongest voices are the people right here in America, and those are like the left. And I think like we gotta win this election in 2028. That's how we solve it. I forget your third question.
It was just Venezuela and Cuba being narco states. Where you got that information from?
So I mean, once again, I'm not like the greatest like expert on like cartels, but I'm pretty sure, for example, like I can't cite specific research for you, but like I'm pretty sure Cuba, for example, is like makes a significant amount of money as like a middle point between like South American cartels and like America, and it's like planes take off from there. And there's like some evidence that like the government has cooperated. Same, I think, similar in Venezuela. That's what I'd say. I think it's like wrong to sort of like say that they haven't cooperated at all with some of the cartels. Yeah.
For perhaps a final question, Mr. Patrick.
Oh, thank you. I would agree with the gentleman on
See you tomorrow.
About certain states maybe better than others who live in. But my question is more about empire as a choice. Yeah. America being an empire is a hard power choice. It's like that multiple states take on that around the world. And I would think that America is great, but do we need to impose our greatest environment? Does it shine on the hill? You can burn down those things to make them.
I mean, honestly, debate board, we're not going to agree there. I don't think that was, like, the Twitter files ban people, or rather, because Twitter banned people, but there was plenty of instances where they didn't ban people, that the Biden administration asked them to. But if you want to say that, whatever, I don't know. I don't think that's anywhere near as bad as what Trump is doing, because a lot of the times the stuff that they were trying to suppress or go after, as far as I understood it, was literally like shit like COVID misinformation. But I understand that you probably, I don't know, you probably don't agree with that, and that is a whole other conversation. Because, like, I think that misinformation and the fact that we all live, or that, like, the left and the right or I mean, I guess MAGA and like and everybody else kind of lives in like two different realities, and a part of that is because of misinfo and echo chambers online and all this dumb anti-vax shit, and the fact that there are people who think that the election was stolen and nothing will sway them from this, and QAnon and all this other garbage, and it's so easy for people to fall into that and just completely not believe anything otherwise. So but I don't think that the Twitter files are anywhere near as bad as... And also, by the way, Donald Trump asked people to ban people from Twitter, too. And I would argue that in his case, it was dumber. Like, I think he literally wanted that one lady banned because she called him a pussy on Twitter. That was so fucking stupid. But I know that you're not going to sit here and say it's okay when Trump does it, debate wars. So I don't... Like, that's not really an argument to make, I guess, like, against you or whatever. I'm gonna go back in my house because I need to figure out how the fuck I can get gunpowder. Yeah, I just don't think Biden did it nearly as bad as what Trump is doing. But that's just me. And also, like, I'm still on the fence about whether or not I think that, like, I don't know, like... It's not even just about pressuring social media companies to ban people, because social media companies did want to ban misinfo. They also, like, they didn't want to have, like, for example, Russian bots on their platform. And like, people spreading misinfo and shit. Yeah, I think that I would argue that banning people who were spreading COVID misinformation was actually more defensible than banning people because they're critical, or than deporting people because they're critical of Israel.
So on violence, like, I think one of the tough parts of me giving a speech is that like I'm like a struggling pacifist.
But I mean, if people want to argue with debate board in chat, they can. Or hell, you know what? Maybe one day we'll have I don't know. I have to read up on the Twitter files again because it's been a while.
But then I also have like trouble like largely like thinking about history of World War II. But I do think there has to be like some level of imposition, right? That like these things aren't going to solve themselves. And I think that's like part of my point. Is that like Iran isn't I actually think like revolution is like now impossible. You can't like resist states anymore. Like military technology has gone like way too advanced. Like the only way I think is external. And I think to be honest, the only hope for like a lot of these countries is the American people. So go vote 2028.
And with that, the gentleman dissent. Is there perhaps a third docketed speech in the affirmative?
For the speech!
Speak!
There's one more.
Mr. Speaker, today I stand before you wearing all black for two reasons.
Oh, no.
One of those reasons is due to your resolution, because I fear we cannot argue about whether to slaughter an already dead empire. An empire is not defined by territory, especially in a world that is so wrought with globalization. Rather, empires are defined by their dependencies. If a state becomes structurally and asymmetrically reliant on another for culture and tradition, security, or economic survival, they are integrated within this larger empire. For example, if I'm a sovereign state that adopts American cultural traditions, receives protection through military bases, and relies on exporting goods to American soil, then I am one with the American empire. But there's one thing that those who have and will speak on the stage have gotten terribly wrong, Mr. Speaker. Empires are inherently good. When conflicts can be simplified down to in-groups and dehumanized out-groups, forcing other nations under one in-group is bound to reduce out-group villainization, dehumanization, and conflict. Without this coordination, power fragments, and struggle for domination wreaks havoc upon this now vacuum. An empire can stabilize trade, reduce conflict, and establish greater order and allow for greater lived meaning in a multicultural world. The world needs dominance for peace, and if this is a sort of utopic end, then certainly the ends justify the means. There is one condition, though. An empire is only legitimate if it is directed towards a clear and coherent end, preferably one that maximizes collective human good, but an empire can be legitimate without. When an empire...
What was the false narrative? I can't believe that I'm gonna... I mean, I don't know. Debate board, you're basically an anti-vaxxer. Like, you parrot shit about vaccine injury or whatever. I I don't know what to, you know. And now you're gonna get mad at me because I said you're basically an anti-vaxxer. They didn't straight up lie. Yeah, I know. Yeah, wait, what do we all know? I don't think Fauci lied about masks. He was worried that they were going to run out of N95 masks because they needed them for the for like regular people or whatever. Also, there was a lot of shit that they didn't know about fucking COVID. Like, it was a new thing. It's so funny to look back on this with hindsight and be like, oh, well, you know. It must be super easy. At some point, I will fact check what you just said, because I don't entirely remember, like, literally every single thing. Yeah, I think they knew they weren't as effective, but the issue is that they also didn't want everyone to go out and buy N95 masks. Also, yeah, Vaniloven just said that too. Chat, did you pick Russia stories? Yeah. Well, Fellrunner, if you follow the link that's in the pinned thing, you can go through the list of stuff that yeah. Also, I'm sorry, but the side effects of the vaccine are considerably less than the side effects of catching fucking COVID. And I am quadruple vaxxed, by the way. And I am, once again, extremely annoyed that I don't have my fucking 5G antenna yet. I was promised my 5G antenna. Where's my 5G chip? If I wasn't lazy, I would get the annual one with the flu shot. That's what I did last time I was there. I got the because basically my parents, when I was visiting them, they were like, "You're getting a flu shot, god damn it," because my dad's like immunocompromised and shit. So I so I went into the I went into the store and yeah. Vaccines still help to stop the spread, even if it wasn't as much as they said. And initially they did, by the way. It's just that the vaccine, like, the virus mutated. I'm pretty sure now, don't we have a vaccine for the current, whatever the current strain of COVID is? Because they did eventually develop vaccines for the other, no, it didn't. It didn't at all stop. Yes, I'm sure Debate4. Yes, of course it didn't stop. Because, like, Jesus Christ, half the population in the United States never got fucking vaccinated. Because of weird conspiracy garbage. Yeah, I know, vaccines are great. And it actually annoys me so much that RFK is basically, that all this shit around mRNA vaccines means that you're killing off, like, a really cool, like, new technology because of dumb conspiracies related to it. Yeah, Debate4, you know what? It was fucking stupid of her to say that. She shouldn't have said that. That was really fucking dumb. I'm not gonna defend that. That was insanely fucking stupid. Like, that was just, like, dumb partisanship. Especially since it wasn't Trump that, like, Trump didn't have a hand in that. All he did was approve Operation Warp Speed. And then it was, like, professionals who handled the rest of the development. It's not like it was politicians who were in there being like, oh my god, you guys cut corners. They were given, like, a shitload of money and they did the work and they produced the vaccine. And now Trump can't even take credit for it because most of his base is insane loony anti-vaxxers who literally think that the fucking, that the vaccine is, like, gonna kill them or whatever. Even though none of those predictions came true about the supposed mass death events or whatever. Okay. Oh, alright. Okay, I can't make gunpowder yet. So I guess I'll just go to the next area. Actually, wait.
Does require for legitimacy, though, is for its actions to push towards this coherent end. And, for a time, the American empire met this condition. Initially with the Monroe Doctrine, and then later with policies in the post-war period like the Marshall Plan and the Truman Doctrine, America drove towards clear ends of democracy, social mobility, and containment of totalitarianism. But today, it has failed. It does not fail because it lacks power, but it fails because it no longer knows what this power is for. What are America's ends now, I ask Miss Union? The issue is not that America has no direction, it is that it is attempting to pursue incompatible ones. The American empire still holds claim to its original ends, but it now directly contradicts that through maintaining strategic control over global regions like the Middle East, supporting allies and instigating regime changes, often promoting its own influence over eventual democratic outcomes. This is not covered under this ends justify the means philosophy, because these are competing priorities that are fundamentally incompatible. After all, control, by definition, limits autonomy. So, it is not that America has no end, but rather the presence of multiple incompatible ends at once. An empire with many ends has no ends at all. America no longer has a strong enough national identity to consolidate a single direction, and without that, its actions lose meaning. We see this contradiction clearly in practice. The American empire was built on the idea of a melting pot, a nation defined not by exclusion, but by openness and integration. But today, Mr. Speaker, even within its own borders, that identity is contested. Immigration is no longer a shared ideal, but a point of polarization within our political climate. And when there is that level of internal conflict, this empire cannot export an end that it no longer believes in itself. And on a global scale, this lack of coherence breaks down the very system empire is supposed to create. Where a strong empire organizes its subject states, an illegitimate one doesn't halt to the in-group, out-group conflict, and instead serves as just another force in the mix that can be seen with Middle Eastern conflicts today. And When an empire loses its coherent end, its means no longer serve a purpose beyond themselves. What was once a path towards stability becomes a system of permanent control and just a lifeline for the Americas to stay kicking. The ends once justify the means, but now there are no ends left to justify them. So why not reform? Why not just realign the system? Because the American empire cannot regain a coherent end without abandoning the very structure that makes it an empire. If America chooses democracy as its end, it must obtain control over allies and regions, which dissolves dependency and the empire ends. But if it chooses control as its end, it must abandon democratic legitimacy, which destroys...
Hey, does anybody want to come on Voice and argue at, I only if DebateBoar wants to. Anyone want to come on Voice and argue with DebateBoar about vaccines? Y'all are welcome to, if he wants to, of course. I should do like some sort of like day where if DebateBoar's available and he wants to, where people can just like argue with him. Oh, he says he can't do VC right now. Never mind. Unfortunate. Well, you know what? Maybe later.
destroys credibility entirely. In either case, the current system cannot survive. Ending the American empire does not mean chaos. All it means is abandoning a system of domination that no longer has direction, and letting American cultural, political, and economic presence fade. It means recognizing that power must be tied to a coherent, intelligible end if it's to remain legitimate. And thus, the danger is not that American empire ends. Thank you. The danger is not that American empire... Oh, that's 1 second. Okay. The danger is that it continues as a system that has lost its purpose, and in doing so undermines the very order it once claimed to preserve and guide.
Isn't this supposed to be affirmative? Yes. Question for the gentleman. Or perhaps a question. Mr. Guest.
Thank you, Mr. Steve. So I think this is really interesting speech. I'm interested in like the sustainability of the system he outlines. He says like an empire must have sort of one end, but it seems like to me that an empire naturally wants to dominate more, wants to take more, wants to have multiple ends, and it kind of like pushes into having multiple ends and then becomes unsustainable. It seems like to me this is a process of empire.
The issue with talking about COVID vaccines is so few ordinary people actually know what the development protocols were and what the testing protocols were. Do you? Because my suspicion is that, like, it would surprise me if you knew any more than anybody else did. Unless you, like, literally work in that industry or something.
How does the man, like, the gentleman reconcile that? Is it like possible to have like, a sustainable long-term empire with just one end?
I think that's actually a really good question because it can be shown with a lot of empires in the past that they start off with this clear goal, they dominate for it, but then eventually over time they start splitting, they start gaining competing factions, and then eventually they fall. So, I mean, I think America is already in this downward spiral, but I would like to hope that in an ideal empire, that there is one that is able to stick with their ends, with either a strong enough constitution or leadership that keeps the same ideals to generations, which I know is very highly unlikely, but at least that's what the ideal empire would be like.
For perhaps a penultimate question, Mr. Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This
presents this idea that empires, in order to have meaning, have to have one particular goal, and he describes which goals are good. But have any empires throughout history actually had one particular goal? They seem to be motivated by and fighting communism and other geopolitical ends. Can we actually obtain the standard that the gentleman describes?
So by one coherent end, I don't mean we're picking between democracy and the containment of totalitarianism. I mean like one set framework. But I do understand where the gentleman's coming from, and I honestly don't think any empire has really reached this at this point, because what other empires besides the American Empire, and perhaps the Chinese Empire, do we have really existing today?
And for perhaps the final question, the senior sometime speaker at Yale.
So, empires opt to employ ends to certain, or means to certain ends. So I'm curious what, kinds of means are justifiable. For example, if an empire deems a certain group subversive to its own ends, a group that makes up a sizable portion of its population, would something like a mass extinction or a mass termination or like a mass disenfranchisement of this group ever be justified? Because of the way the gentleman posits his view of empire, it seems like this is a reasonable option. So
we're about to unveil liberal Hitler.
Absolutely. So I did have one line that was basically third here, and one that maximizes collective human good. So I mean, the empire, if it does those actions that the gentleman is saying, then
liberal Hitler,
then it could be a legitimate empire, but it's certainly not a good empire.
And with that, the gentleman is next. Is there perhaps a final docketed speech in the negative?
I will say, Debate Board, that's true, but also at the same time, there has been some based people who came up here to defend the United States, being able to stay and like America's existence as like the global hegemon. So it's not all bad. Not everybody was like anti-liberal or whatever. Just saying.
Speak.
So I'll have this, and then I'll close remarks. You don't have to say this, just go there. Sure.
No questions on him?
Yeah.
No,
it's not. Wait, nope.
Oh, okay.
One day, the young people of today will inherit America. We grew up hearing that our country was strong and special. We heard stories of our founders that taught us that this country meant something. That it was more than just land, more than just an economy. We were supposed to be the nation of liberty, of builders, a nation of industry where those who worked hard succeeded. But we now stand to inherit an America that is not that. Our political machine has given us back-to-back senile presidents. Our president desecrates Easter on Easter. We still don't know what's going on with Epstein, but it isn't good, and it involves a lot of people. We have a Congress that's bought out that 80% of Americans disapprove of.
Yeah,
that's our
okay.
leadership.
And then we get
what fruits has
and then we get this retarded shit. Oh, you came in. Hold on. Just a second. Okay, let me see if this will work. And of course not, because that would just make my life easier. Hold on a sec. Oh. Just a sec, sorry, hold on. Can you hear me?
You can.
Wait, okay, one sec. Okay. That says it's at 100. Alright, that's fine. I can go out of one ear. Okay, just a second here. Let me, can you talk?
I can talk.
Okay,
In
good.
fact, wait.
Yes.
Hold on.
Wait, stop. Oh, just give me a second. Hold on. Sorry, just a minute. Just a minute here. Okay. I have no idea why the Discord, like the fucking, reactive Fujitech thing isn't working. So we're not getting anything with regards to, we're not getting anything for the, for like who is in Discord and who isn't. It's just not showing up, which is annoying, but okay.
I don't know if that's really important.
Yeah, I guess it's probably not. Anyway,
Maybe not a moment.
yeah, so we've got all right, you are on the screen now. So, go ahead.
I've been shown that this exists. And I've been
Yes.
jamming out to it a little
What?
too much.
What, the BBC
The
thing?
BBC, yes,
That's kind of funny, honestly.
and it is, and I like it. There should be a way to sort this very easily, but I am unfamiliar with. Oh, here you go.
Yes, you can sort things. This is a thing that exists. It allows you to do it. You have the technology.
Okay, whatever. I'm not gonna be figuring this out on stream. But yeah. First segment. I'm gonna get the chat up on my phone.
Based. I will not read
Just
the
so
chat.
I can
and
see things.
Yeah, if you wanna ask the chat anything, or if the chat wants to ask anything, they can always ask you. Might be easier to at you, yeah, than other stuff, but you know.
Yep. Let's jump to, I guess, the first thing that was on my radar in the document. Pavel Durov claims that they've upgraded the anti-censorship protocols so that the users in Russia may be able to connect to Telegram, the app, despite the ban. He says people should set up a bunch of proxies and VPNs so that there are multiple ways of avoiding the censorship, which is fine, but for me personally, it raises the concerns of authenticity, I guess, because a thing that Western audiences might not be aware of is that Durov had a crypto venture that was called, I want to say, Ton Durov. Yeah. This thing. It's like a cryptocurrency situation that he started back when that was a thing in like 2018, I want to say. The Russian government censorship of Telegram itself had already been happening for some time. And if you remember that narrative,
Yeah.
the Russian government tried and failed, but the crypto venture crashed and burned, which, you know, that happens. However, Durov leveraged like an unreasonable amount of money, meaning he didn't just invest, he got a loan or some stuff, and the Russian government came and through some shady, like extra legal, like spy movie schemes and bail them out. And this is my like conspiracy theory because I'm connecting events that are true, but I don't have sufficient context to like determine the validity of the following in like a true sense, but like a potential explanation might be that Durov started like cooperating with the Russian government at that point. That cooperation has limits, but if you remember Durov being arrested in France, right? Durov arrested France.
Oh yeah, he was. I do remember that. I don't know what happened to that, but that was a thing.
If you remember this, the this happened because Telegram wasn't cooperating with French authorities to take down stuff following court orders. There was a transparency bot, which I could potentially pull up, but it would. I don't quite remember how to do it, so I'll do it like either in downtime or off stream, and put it in the sources doc. The Russian government made way more requests, and way more of them were granted, both in absolute terms and I believe also in relative terms, than like Western governments, be it French, be it German, American, right, whatever. But like Turkey, or Turkey, I should say, Russia, I want to say even Iran, are on the list of countries that Telegram did cooperate with in taking down specific shenanigans, right? Now, to give, I guess, a disclaimer to that story, it could also be the case that this is a business strategy wherein Telegram knows that it has a bunch of users, especially in the authoritarian countries, and getting completely blocked there would be bad for their operations. And the credibility of the threat of being blocked is higher in these authoritarian regimes as opposed to Western ones.
Yeah.
And as a result, Telegram might make that calculation. So I've presented you two narratives, at least. This is not exhaustive, but like, this is a thing. It's potentially the case. I'm just flagging my concern as to the legitimacy and validity of this sentiment here. Of a true, like, free speech warrior concern. Yeah? Blasting through. Next thing is the spyware in. Nope. Wrong link. This thing. Spyware. If you think about the apps you have on your phone that kind of enable the 21st century or even 2020s era existence, right? What you're going to think of is going to be your taxi app, your bank app, your, your music app, your news app.
Yeah.
If you're in a country with developed digital infrastructure, it's going to be your government services app, it's going to be your browser, right? All these things are going to be on your phone. So let me just go through what these apps are for people who are, I guess, not familiar with the Russian market. This is Yandex Market. This is Wildberries. You remember these from the story where they got acquired and or merged with Rus Outdoor, and Chechens and Dagestanis were involved. Shootout.
Yes. That was, I still can't. That's still fucking ridiculous. But anyway, go on.
Mega Market Also similar kind of Amazon-like marketplace shenanigan. MirPay, this is Russia's competition with Visa and MasterCard. It's a payment processor used by banks. This is Alpha Bank. This is VTB, which is a bank. This is Sberbank, which is a bank. Tinkoff, or now it's called T-Bank. Ozone, which is, sounds similar to Amazon, and it's basically Amazon. VK, which is Facebook plus TikTok plus
both.
Yes, plus Instagram. They try to be everything.
Oh, actually, I mean, I guess
succeeded.
I guess Facebook is kind of like that now anyway, because Meta owns like Instagram, which also has real. Yeah, but yeah, I understand. Yeah, but this is different.
Yeah, but the Facebook app and Instagram app are different. This would be the same app.
Oh, okay. It's everything's one. Okay.
This is like actual Facebook. This is what boomers use. It's called OK, or originally Odnoklassniki, classmates. This is VK Music. There's a music app. This is Max. This is RuTube, which is not YouTube.
This
is VK Video, which is another Russian YouTube, except this one is better than this one because they have, well, they're sitting on a pipeline of money because that's a thing. Kinopoisk used to be an IMDb competitor, now is both IMDb and Netflix. This is Yandex Music. This is Zen, which is a news aggregator. This is Yandex Browser, Yandex Maps, Tuges, which is a map app. This is Russian Digital Governance. I forget what this is, but I remember seeing this in a lot of places. I don't use this. Yandex Go, that's your car sharing, your taxi, your what's called micromobility, hailing. This is your delivery apps. These two. This is a Facebook marketplace. This is your mobile carrier. This is your mobile carrier. This is like olden email-ish. At least I think this, like, I don't know of anyone who's like my age who uses this email. Yeah. From my quick and rather hurried explanation of these apps, these all seem very much integrated into your daily life.
Yeah.
Yeah. These are the top apps from both Google Play and Roo Store. I believe Roo Store is an Android-only thing because I don't see it on iOS. I think this is like a Google Play equivalent-ish. And methodologically, it says they decompiled the APKs for these apps and controlled or searched for 68 control points in 12 categories. Key findings. 22 out of the 30 apps studied are trying to detect VPNs. Of those, 18 send a ping to VPN status internal server. Does that make sense to everyone?
Yeah, I think it makes sense to me. Yeah.
iOS is not banned in Russia now. There was a story that said something to this effect.
Oh, yeah.
But what it amounted to is every single iPhone being sold in Russia is now defective, legally speaking, because they cannot install a Roo Store and a bunch of these apps as a prepackaged thing. So, rip.
Yeah.
I'm going to assume that people are not super familiar with how internal overrouting works inside computers. So I'm going to explain it anyway.
Okay.
If I go on localhost.
Oh, hey. You can't visit localhost.
This follows the same structure as a normal link, yeah? However, the address, instead of being like, I don't know, NewYorkTimes.com, it is localhost with a column and a number. This thing could conceivably be replaced by YouTube.com or New York Times or Roll20 or whatever it might be.
Yes.
And this is a port, because within the same address, you might have many different little slots that you plug stuff into, or like little windows where you put your items in like a shop, right? The shelves in a thing that you're presenting. In a lot of ways, your computer does the same stuff with apps that it hosts. If you go on your activity monitor, which I'm not going to do because I'm not sure if there's any doxable shenanigans or like cybersecurity concerns, you will see that there's a process ID and there's a bunch of other information. The process ID is similar but not the same to the port. But like the apps on your computer, when you look at them in the activity monitor, they have like a unique way of identifying each other, and they can talk to each other using the process ID. And this is like, if we think about an app as a single thing, within an app, they also could occasionally talk to parts of themselves via the same sort of structure. So you're going to have a port. It's like basically localhost, and then instead of 5173, it's going to be like 428575 or whatever. And some of those are static, some of those are not. With VPNs, the service that handles routing of the these requests, like the thing that turns my typing letters into a thing on in my browser into a command to the processor to tell the antenna to send a signal to my router. There's like a thing that handles this decision making, and the VPN lives in there, as far as I understand. So you could conceivably ping. As you can see, I type in localhost 71 or not 71, 5173, and nothing comes up. Because for me to do stuff, I need to go into my development IDE and launch the dev server. And then on this port, I'm going to have an app that only lives on my computer and nowhere else. And if you type in the same thing on your machine, it's going to be different. But if we both type in New York Times, it's honestly going to be the same, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of very on the spot explanation. But so if I got something wrong, bear with. Point being, it's possible to make an attempt on Android, because this is an APK looking at apps in Google Play, to see whether the VPN server that's internal to your phone, not the one that lives in a data center, is live. Because it's going to be your phone VPN server talking to your network and taking the request
Okay,
Like,
so
I don't
yeah,
know,
so
here?
basically what you're saying is that like they stripped apart these APKs to see whether or not whether or not these um to see whether or not these apps were like connecting to a VPN using your phone, like quietly without you knowing on Android. Is that like basically essentially what you're getting at? And this is what they were looking for in there?
They're looking for this report is about the apps detecting VPNs. I'm just explaining some of the technical means they're doing it. Or it's not VPNs specifically, it's just any spyware shenanigans.
Oh, okay. So if it's connecting to anything that could be seen as a VPN, because then it would be okay.
Yeah, kind of.
Damn.
So 22 out of 30 are trying to detect whether a VPN is present. 29 out of 30 are trying to see whether they have root access.
That means
30?
like admin access, chat. That's what root means if you're not aware. Basically, if you have root
Yeah.
access, it means you're God and you can do whatever the fuck you want. Yeah. On that particular device, I mean. Anyway, go
24
on.
out of 30 request microphone access. 28 out of 30 request access to the camera.
Oh, geez.
24 out of 30 are scraping the list of installed apps on the device and send it to the servers of their own, of the company that, made the app. 11 out of 30 are getting the rating of red, which is maximum spyware. 49 out of 68 carry out these spyware functions without the user's input immediately after being installed.
Okay, that's pretty fucked.
If someone is A, more technically inclined than I can explain right on the spot, and B, has a means of translating a VPN, or not VPN, sorry, a PDF, the actual methods of detection, like reading the network interface, looking for proxy things and other stuff, is listed here. And below is like the depth of spyware. How many methods, as listed below, or as listed above, are being employed by each specific app. Yandex Maps, which is the thing I have on my phone, detects everything.
Uh-oh.
As does Yandex Browser, which I don't use. This prompted me to be like, I should uninstall this.
Yeah.
Which I have an alternative for, but I haven't like fully moved over to it yet.
That is insane.
Yep. One of these is also my bank. I'm gonna say which, because I don't know if that's doxing, but one of the banks that was listed above is mine. Beyond that, also I figured out this icon is Roostore itself.
Oh.
There you go. No wonder I don't use it. But yeah. Spyware. Interestingly, Max is the least sophisticated. If I were to do a little bit of racism to my tech companies, not mine, to the tech companies around me, Yandex, here, and here is the highest competency in the methods of detection as compared to VK Group, which has these apps. I don't even remember what else they have. And then below that is, I guess, Sberbank here. They own this. They own this. They own this and this. Which, by the way, worth noting, in the United States, Apple, Google, Amazon, those are the big names in tech. Those are software first. Those are maybe not even software. In some cases, they were hardware first, like Apple, right? And then they grew to encompass everything else. But they're also like in the tech space exclusively. I can't think of, besides Amazon, I can't think of Apple being in manufacturing or in housing development or in, so they're, while they're broad within a specific sector, they're kind of sector specific still. Russian tech scene is different. Yandex, which is arguably the most software forward of these companies, has a bank. They have a fleet of cars that is on their balance sheet. They have maintenance infrastructure for those cars, because both for car sharing and for their self-driving projects, for the taxi service that they offer. They have a movie streaming service and a production company, or maybe multiple even. But like they definitely make exclusive content for their own streaming platform. They used to own a news platform, or a news aggregator, I should say. This thing was originally made by Yandex, Zen. It's like Orphelia says Yandex Maps kind of needs to detect quite a bit in order to actually function as a map service. This is conceptually true.
Yeah, but does it need to detect everything that they found that it was doing? Like, I'm genuinely curious. How much of this do you think the FSB is basically forcing these apps, like app developers do this so that they can spy on people?
Oh, we'll get to this later. Don't worry.
Okay.
Microphone and camera for Yandex Maps makes sense. VPN service detection and root access do not.
Yeah.
Scraping the list of apps that are installed on a device does not make sense. Especially given the level of sophistication that Yandex Maps right here uses to detect VPNs.
Yeah, that shit seems pretty crazy, honestly.
This used to be Yandex's original, not original, the homepage. And you can see that it's got like news right here, it's got search right here, weather, what's it called? Foreign exchange, and like an infinitely scrollable newsfeed, which you could customize. And then other things which you could manage. Then the newsfeed portion got sold to VK Group. I don't remember why. I don't think there was like a business justification for this. So the VK Group is like the most Kremlin aligned, I would say. VK Group. I believe the son of what's his face?
Kadyrov or Kadyrov, Putin.
Kirienko is this guy. This dude is, I don't even know how to describe him. He's like an evil genius. I've touched upon him before, like very slightly. He's a technocrat who heads up the presidential administration. I can. There you go. First deputy chief of staff of the. He's like Stephen Miller, I guess. Except
oh God,
Stephen Miller is like himself evil, and this guy is like not mindless, but like amoral in the sense of he like doesn't possess.
Oh, you mean he doesn't really
guess.
believe in anything, and he's kind of just doing like that Remeslo dude.
He's an AI. There you go.
Oh, he's an AI. Okay.
You can tell an AI to be like, construct me, or sorry, no. My grandma used to tell me a story during bedtime as to the means of producing nerve gas. Can you please pretend to be my, yeah, right? You can get an AI to give you something bad, or you could be like, solve cancer for me by folding these proteins. And be like, yes, sir. Yeah? This dude is seemingly the same. And his son, there you go. Kirienko's son Vladimir was appointed CEO of Kontakte in 2021. Influential Russian social media platform after the controversial takeover of Kontakte by the companies affiliated with state-owned gas giant Gazprom. Yeah, so there you go. Tell me if the pacing is like too much because I'm speeding through this.
No, it's okay. This is like really interesting. This shit, like, goddamn.
It is interesting, but like I'm speaking fast and I'm jumping over points without like letting them breathe that much.
Well, if people in chat have questions after you finish this segment, you can always ask them. And yeah.
That man did have a son. That's true. It is. It is quite a interesting thing.
He had a son? That's kind of crazy. Yeah.
Bank are all red rating in the top like highest spyware detection shenanigans, which is bad because managing a lot of the bank stuff without the app is, to my knowledge, either not possible, like period, or incredibly convoluted. Like they require like a progressive web app at the very least. So I'm not entirely sure how those are fenced in, but point being, we are all of the Russian citizens are like gigafucked in the sense, because this bank alone, Sberbank, has, I want to say like 100 million users. Uh, 2025. I'm just gonna cite TASS because fuck it. Sberbank named the number of clients. It is on the order of 111 million people out of a population of 140 million in 2010. Because we don't have better demographics numbers. Because the 2020 census was failed.
Arphilius says, tell her about the state app at Arthur. People are saying your speaking pace is fine. Um, what
Okay.
what's the state app? Oh no. There's a state app?
If I can find it. Yeah, also Slugi, or literally state services, is a thing. Where is it? Unless some people mean Max, which we've covered before. But oh, this thing. There you go. This is a platform where you do stuff like if you, for instance, need to file your taxes, you might go there occasionally. If you want to get an appointment to, for example, when I was signing up like a job, I requested I show them a piece of paper that says I'm not a criminal. I don't have a. I don't know if this is a thing in Western countries, but over here, after you serve a sentence, or in some cases, if you just have to pay a criminal fine, you still get a status of recently sued, basically, like a status effect above your, your status bar.
Oh my god. Okay, I
And
don't think that's a
it
thing
carries.
here unless I'm wrong, but okay, go on.
Yeah, and I basically had to show my employer that I didn't have that status effect on my head, right? And so I could have used the app to get a printout from the, what is it, Ministry of the Interior. Instead, I chose to just physically walk into a what's called a multifunctional center, or like a little one window service building where all the various government functions can be carried out. So I don't know how it works in Canada, but like in the US, from what I understand, you go to the DMV for like car registration, and then you go to the courthouse to get your marriage license, and in the courthouse you might pay a traffic fine and all these things. Gostaslugi, at least on theory, is supposed to solve most of these day-to-day things. Like if you're trying to do something super specific, you might need to go into a specific like office building somewhere. You might be able to file things through Gostaslugi, like in part, but still. This is like the evil ending of Estonia, by the way, because Estonia has a similar digital governance portal.
Oh
It's
yeah.
so
Apparently Ukraine
incredibly
has one
advanced.
too. Vasterman is saying that they have one, but I don't think theirs is. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, go ahead.
I just don't know anything about Ukrainian digital governance system. I have used the Estonian one though for an interesting reason, but still.
Oh, Orphelia
I
says,
was able
yeah,
to
this
sit in
is
Moscow.
like Estonian system but evil because they can send you to war via this app.
Yes, actually. Starting in, I want to say 2024, if you got a draft notice in this app, it was considered delivered to you because basically an email or push notification came to you.
Oh no.
Or not even. Because within the app, the thing was placed, whether or not the push like actually physically got delivered to your phone, it didn't matter. It was put up in the system, so GG. It's the same as someone like hand delivering a letter to you in law, which is like conceptually very different, right? But like
Yeah.
people were too efficient at dodging the hand delivered letter. I am proudly among those people.
Well, you'll have to tell us that story, but continue. Like with this, yeah.
Every single app on this list and gets at least an orange and the rest are red. I presume there's like a yellow and a green. Maybe not, but still, all of them are pretty bad. 35 out of 68 methods of detection. Not good.
Yeah.
And at least MirPay has 99% of its code obscured by like a library that that obscures code. So it's difficult to audit it even. It could be worse. Just the thing I'm catching here. In every, again, just reading through these real quick. Every single HTTP request, Yandex Market, which is basically Amazon, is inquiring whether the phone is rooted.
Oh, nice.
Odd and weird. Maybe there are some legitimate reasons for this.
Oh,
Maybe.
if it's a the only one that because as someone who has previously, like, I've rooted my phone before because I've installed like custom Android on my phone.
No, not for rooting, but for the app to know whether you rooted your phone.
Yeah, but
clear.
so the reason why I know this is because that, for example, Google Pay will not work if your phone is rooted, and so they have checks to check to see if your phone's rooted. But I mean, then of course, if you're smart, you can get like Magis Hide in order to hide whether or not your phone is rooted, and then like that used to work in order to get around, like, so you could still keep using Google Pay. But I guess for security purposes, they won't let you use Google Pay if your shit is rooted, or at least that's what they say. But yeah, I don't know why. Like, is this marketplace, like, can you put your credit card information in? Because otherwise, I don't know why the fuck they would need to know that.
Well, the service allows you to put your credit card information in. I don't know if it's stored inside the app. I would imagine not, because it carries over between devices, number one. And number two, I don't see why credit card information that does carry over between devices would need to be accessible to the device. Right?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Not to do a systems engineer meeting about the legitimacy of requesting root status in every HTTP request. The and these apps, this is like the normal stuff. The length of tap on the screen, which is like your everyday biometrics, right? They're the kind of stuff I would honestly expect from the likes of Amazon, Twitter, arguably YouTube, all those stuff, right? Like normal spyware.
Yeah.
This and the VPN stuff is not normal spyware. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yandex browser for some reason detects Tor browser.
Ooh, not good. Because I assume that people, will use that.
Ozone knows whether you have TeamViewer on any desk. Facebook Marketplace basically knows which other apps you have on your phone. It fingerprints your devices. So, good things, as it were.
Yeah.
There's other stuff which I'm not going to go into because it's going to be way too autistic. Oh, but like one thing that caught my eye here is some apps are able to read all SMS and even receive SMS, that is, hijack them, which I believe is like a feature, question mark, on some of these. I can think of the bank apps, for example, doing this because they also double as, what's their face? You know, the feature that like Apple and Google introduced like 2018-ish era, where the phone would like be like your concierge, right? Your secretary.
Yes. Yes. Oh, you mean like the
The
call
Banks
for you
app
stuff? Yeah.
introduced similar features. So, yeah. But like, scary shit,
Yeah.
I would say. On the subject, I remember one story that I was looking at today. Oh, there you go. Yes. Credit to the Bell and Maria. Jesus, I need to. Maria Kolomychenko and Valeria Bazichanuk. They've seemingly done an investigation and/or worked their sources to conclude that, quote, they are large and in charge, unquote. FSB's second service, now in charge of the Russian internet policy. These are the same people responsible for poisoning Navalny.
Oh, right.
Which is
Yeah.
pretty grim.
Lovely. Not good.
To explain why this is relevant, the second service of the FSB it is named here as the most bleak subdivision or service or agency within the security service. And it is supposed to defend the constitutional order and fight terrorism, which I guess in a way would include fucking with the internet if we take the idea that the constitutional order is indeed threatened by the internet, which in Russia is probably true, because holy shit.
Oh, well, yeah.
But
I mean, if we leave constitutional order out of it, but yes, whatever. If we were, or rather, if by constitutional order you mean whatever the fuck it is that Putin's trying to do, yeah.
yes, that is what I mean, because that's what they mean.
Yes.
Um.
Oh, hello.
The second service of the FSB is going to be a recurring character, at least tonight. Because, as I said, they tried to poison Navalny and Vladimir Karamurza. It was their agents. So, I guess set up for later.
Okay.
Quoting from the source of the Bell. Everything looked like complete horseshit. They just printed out and handed out pieces of paper to the heads of various companies. A list of instructions to fight VPNs. Ordered those managers to sign them and immediately took them away. Everyone who wouldn't comply was promised retribution, end quote. This is from the source of the Bell in the IT industry, recounting the recent meeting at the Ministry of Digital Development and Mass Communications. that ministry includes in its org chart the all familiar RKN, Roskomnadzor.
Ah, yes.
Yeah. However, in an interesting bit of trivia, the ministry itself, probably like the ministerial level, right? As opposed to, the lower level Archaean. It seems to be resistant or hesitant to do these VPN restrictions because it's kind of the job of the ministry to kind of proliferate digital memes. And like, I want to say they were in charge of the Gososlugi app, the state services being digitized. So it's like they're kind of sawing off the very branch that they're sitting on in that sense. Quoting further from the article, in this meeting, the internet service providers and mobile carriers were presented with the fact they must take up the fight against internet censorship being avoided or bypassed by Russians and carry out the blocks themselves. If they don't succeed, the consequences will be dire, up to and including the removal of tax incentives and removal from the whitelists. Meaning, if the FSB orders an internet outage, the ISPs and the tech companies in question would be removed from access, right, for that duration.
Yeah.
Again, quoting further from the article, is something I said. Such a statement was unexpected from the by the Russian tech companies, because usually the ministry stands on the side of the industry as a defender of it. However, a explanation was quickly found. The source for the bell that, a source that was present in the meeting said that for the first time in 2 decades worth of work in the industry, he saw a representative of the second service of the FSB, or its official name, Service of Defense of the Constitutional Order and Defense Against Terrorism of the FSB. Direct quote, "Everything changed because now the initiative has been taken by the second service. They walk everywhere and they decide everything." End quote. Questions so far?
No, this sounds incredibly grim.
That sounds pretty grim.
Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, the VPN shit is something that I worry about, especially for you and like Octo, but also and anybody else who uses a VPN in Russia, basically. But at the same time, it seems like the whole VPN thing, it feels like that's just going to turn into a big game of cat and mouse, or if it hasn't already, basically, where like people are going to continue to like find ways around it, and then they will upload those instructions to places, and then you will be able to find ways to find this information. And yeah, and I mean, like, I'm assuming that you also probably already have multiple different ways to access VPNs, or like that you're probably going to learn new ways or whatever. But especially since you're not even using the same.
This is like 2023 discourse, TBH.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, I figured. But it seems
It's
like
been a
they're
cat and mouse game for years.
okay. Yeah, I
I
was
remember
gonna
a time when I bought Surfshark off of an affiliate link, and it worked for a while until it stopped because I want to say OpenVPN protocol was banned or some such. And then it switched to
Ah.
WireGuard and also got banned eventually. So
Oh, damn.
it was very cool.
Rip.
I think I want to note.
Mhm.
This individual I wish Epic was here so he'd correct me on this. There are. I know there is like a Lieutenant General rank in like the NATO stuff, which is below General, and then there's General, right?
Mhm.
This says General Colonel, and I forget what that translates to. I'm gonna say like, you know, general, so like high officer at some point, but I don't quite remember what the hierarchy is within that. Alexander's or not Alexander, Alexei Sedov is 71 years old. Much like Putin, in the 1980s, he worked in KGB structures in Leningrad. In 1990s, he left the security services and joined the tax police, and then the equivalent of the DEA. The second service of the FSB, he started to head at Putin's nomination, and since 2006 has been its unchanging head. The son of Alexei Sedov, named Roman, also worked in the FSB, where he gained the rank of colonel, and then later went to Gazprom affiliated structures. This is to highlight the degree to which Putin's friends, or not even friends, Putin's fucking acquaintances, are fucking everywhere. I'm gonna go to another story, and if it's not interesting to you, I'm not gonna read it entirely. I'm just blah, blah, but I'm just gonna quote one thing. The story itself concerns the Russian universities. You would normally expect them to be in the civil society. You were just looking at Yale, and they're definitely like extremely different from the current position of the American government, right? Because they're independent, they're participating in the things I've outlined prior in the civil society segment,
Yeah.
where they aggregate interests and they communicate them, or they aggregate and articulate was the distinction. But point being, Russian universities, with one exception that I'm going to cover in the next, what's its face, civil society segment, have never done this. And even the one that was doing it got destroyed, or captured, I should say. I want to say like a year ago, which is big sad. Because I have some friends from that university and they don't care. Or one of them doesn't. But sad. Many such cases. Um, is the overall university subject interesting?
Yes. But yeah, maybe. What do you think, chat?
While chat is thinking, I'm gonna quote the thing that I came here for.
Yes.
Where is it? Come on, read the whole thing. Where is it? Oh, I think I found it. Sure, whatever. Quoting from the article. This is from Not Moscow Speaking. Here's like a play on Soviet era radio broadcasts where you'll be like, Говорит Москва, which translates to Moscow speaking, right? And this is like a regional focused or, I guess, trying to break down the dominance of Moscow in the discourse. Ish. That's the original intent. And quoting from this article, the richest provost of Russian universities has been, for a long time, the provost of St. Petersburg Mountain University, Vladimir Litvinenko. His monthly salary in 2024 to 2025 was almost $2 million. No, sorry, not dollars. 2 million rubles. That would be, what, 24 mil a year? That's 300,000 bucks nowadays, which is fine, you know, acceptable salary. However, this guy finds himself in dollar billionaires, according to Forbes, because he holds a significant share of some agro company. It also so happens that Litvinenko was the thesis advisor of Putin's dissertation.
Interesting.
This is the guy in question. I don't know why he's got like a military-esque uniform, but, you know, he does. Notably, according to our labor code, a provost can only be, they're term limited by 3 5-year terms, with the highest age, so they're also age gated at 70.
And
Let
me guess. And this guy's going to be allowed to stay on because of his connection to Putin. Yes. Is this where this is going? Even though he's
Yes, that is where this is going. That's not the end of it, because the provost of my alma mater, Moscow State, Victor Sadovnichi, is 87, and he's been governing the university since 1992.
Jesus Christ. The gerontocracy is insane.
Litvinenko, whom we've just touched on, has been in power since 1994. Which is cute.
Yeah.
It's also curious that these two universities, Moscow State and St. Petersburg State, they're governed by a different set of laws. They legitimately have their own federal laws passed for their own governance. I don't know. This is weird to me. You'll be like, maybe this is a thing. I just don't know about it. But it will be similar to the US Congress being like, the Texas State University or Michigan State or whatever, or University of Michigan, right? That's how that works. They are governed by a specific, different code of conduct for universities and higher education as compared to everything else. I would understand California maybe doing a similar, different thing for their UC system, but for the United States government to single out universities like this is weird to me. But Russia does it. So, if you can correct me on whether or not this is a thing, they can.
Yeah.
Epic asks, but why is Russia?
But why
I don't know
is
what
Russia?
that means. But I will say, just to suffer, I guess. I don't know.
That does seem to be the answer. The answer is just to suffer. Or something. I don't know.
Raphaelia says, this is partly because of Russian traditions of higher learning. I assume you're talking about the special legal regimes, which, I mean, kind of is true, but also kind of not. If we want to go into the history and say that Moscow State has like a long storied history, as does St. Petersburg State, sure, but then I can think of like a dozen more that are maybe not as, they don't have the same public name recognition, but have similarly impressive history, similarly long history, that don't have the same memes. So, shrugs. I have no idea what this is the case. Besides the cute Putin connection, do we want to learn anything else about the universities? I didn't see a definitive answer in chat.
Are folks interested? The UC system is flawless and can do no wrong. Well, thanks. Because of how universities were given special privileges by the Tsar at one point. That's what Orpheus is saying, but yeah, it's
Wait. Traditionally, a cop cannot enter campuses without permission of the faculty. Fine, but like, that applies to just universities, period, not to two specific ones. Number one. Number two, I'm pretty sure we got cops on our property, on our campus.
Isn't that
I know we have
generally
military
the
people.
case?
We got like military service members because we have like I'm not gonna explain it. Like, point is, every university has connections to the military. So, I don't know. It seems like the university stuff isn't selling like hotcakes, which is fine. If there's relevant stuff elsewhere, I will touch upon it later. Oh, American education should be absorbed into the United States Air Force? Okay. Fine.
Based.
I've seen less unhinged things. This story was voted highly. I'm gonna end up to do a little bit of autism.
Если сильно
Jesus. I'm gonna interpret what is being said, but before I do, I was hit with the tism when I was prepping this, and I found the specific place where this is. At some point later, you're gonna see. Actually, I don't know if you're gonna have the bitrate to see, but if you do, there's gonna be bus number 641. So I found that this was shot right here
Oh, nice.
on this bus stop.
Oh, that's not Google Maps. Oh, you're on Yandex. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, because Yandex has the buses.
Oh, yeah.
Um,
I'm assuming Google Maps does not have that shit.
I don't think it does.
I suppose
Although I haven't
would make
checked.
sense.
I should check. But I guess to situate ours in Moscow geography, this is the Kremlin over here. This is what's called the Garden Ring. Like Moscow is built around or within ring roads. Garden. I forget what the second one is called for some reason. I'm brain farting. Then there's Third, and then Moscow Central, or Moscow Ring Road, and then there's technically this thing, which is a big monster. It's called the Concrete Ring, and encompasses like other cities as well, like Podolsk, Leningrad, whatever. Doesn't matter. This area is like super duper fancy, just like by definition, because it's very small and it's got all the historical stuff. This is also pretty hype. It's got the Luzhniki like arena. That's where the Olympic Games were held, for example. And the 2018 World Cup was also held here, among other places. If you go down further, Moscow State University main campus is like this area, like here, ish. I have some other buildings like over here, but I'm gonna not point all of them out. This is also decently hype as an area because if memory serves, this is one of the like roads which the elites use to get in and out of the city. Like this, with this entire thing. And then go to their either private villas or into, you know, whatever it might be, right? So this is like decently hype. There's a lot of very nice parks here. They're very beautiful. We can drop in and see if we want to. But, you know, it's decently well off is what I'm trying to say, I guess. And it's got, like, over here, a bunch of big businesses. Sberbank, for example, has a tower here. This is Moscow City here, which is, like, decently close, yeah? And this is gonna have that glass business district that you may have seen, right? So with that, what are the people saying around here?
Если сильно захотеть, можно в космос полететь и сменить, если IP, то, конечно, он будет работать.
If you really want to, you may fly to space, and if you also really want to, you may change the IP and it's gonna work. The Telegram has been blocked for over a week. Tell us, have you been using it? How would you describe the functioning of it? It works fine. Do you think Telegram will stay in Russia? I think it will. It is becoming very dangerous to live here. You can see the guy is like blurred, probably because
Oh
he has.
yeah. I'm still listening. I'm just gonna feed the cat, but obviously you can also. And yes, yeah, Orpheus. Yeah, I know. Yeah, of course Arthur has to use Yandex Maps. Yeah, because it's got all the things. Anyway, I'll be right back. But yeah, keep talking. I can still hear you.
Also, Orpheus remind me of a meme. The first mayor of Moscow, Lushkov, was called Lord of the Rings because he presided over, I want to say, either the upgrade or some such to do with the ring roads.
Oh,
It's
also
before my time, but still.
that's funny. I just want to say, Arthur or Epic wrote in chat, we must secure the American century by ensuring the next generation of cat boys build the best jet engines on Earth. I just wanted to show that one to the chat. Anyway, that's why he wants everybody to. That's why he wants the U.S. Air Force, everyone to take over all the universities, so cat boys can build jet engines or something. Based. Anyway, BRB. Good luck.
I was a little stun-locked by the horny posting on main, but it's okay. I don't judge. I just note. Right?
I think that has something.
Myself and my...
What? Oh, I was just gonna say, I think that has something to do with the with like the joke about how furries are like a part of the Air Force or some shit. I don't know. It relates back to the Operation Epic Furry. Proper utilization of a strategic resource is not the same thing as a sexual fetish. Oh my god, that's so good. So says Epic. Anyway, have fun. I'm sorry. I'm actually gonna walk away from the computer now.
I mean, if you say so. Okay. You know what? Fine. Myself and my friends yesterday hang out on Discord and talked about the YouTube being blocked. The reason for name dropping all these services, I'm adding myself, is because all of them are banned. Discord is banned and requires a VPN. YouTube is banned, mostly, and requires a VPN to like work. Like you might be able to load in like the skeleton of the page without VPN, maybe sometimes. So yes, we're continuing to use it. Does YouTube work? No, it doesn't. Nobody uses it. The joke and like the irony being that, of course, he's being interviewed for YouTube segment, right? And Telegram is also blocked. And a lot of other things are blocked.
как думаете, Павел Дуров сможет ли он отстоять Telegram?
Do you think Pavel Durov is going to be able to defend Telegram and carry on?
Нужно вернуть стену. Полагаю, тогда его простят российские граждане, потому что...
This is deep lore. I don't know if I want to explain it, but yeah, he's doing
Потому что те, кто
meme.
сейчас принимают законы, это те самые люди, которые просили Павла вернуть стену. Паш, верни стену, пожалуйста. Но тебя тогда обязательно простят. Я
Is anyone interested in like 2010s Russian internet history meme? I can explain it, I guess, but yeah, Jesus.
Павлу нужно всего лишь вернуть стену, поэтому и тогда у нас разблокируют Telegram без проблем. Все очень просто.
Работает.
Сталкиваетесь ли с какими-нибудь сложностями?
Yes, Telegram does work.
Конечно, да, но VPN приходит на помощь.
Are you experiencing any issues? Yes, of course, but VPN solves them.
Это отлично.
And works out great.
Вот как думаете, почему люди не хотят переходить в национальный
Why do you
мессенджер
think people aren't keen on transitioning to the national messenger Max?
Max?
Потому что он небезопасный.
Because it's not
Все
safe.
пользуются Телеграмом, все
Everyone
пользуются
uses
WhatsApp. Max
Telegram
это
because
приложение, которое,
Jesus, I missed it.
все пользуются Телеграмом, все пользуются WhatsApp. Max это
Everyone uses Telegram. Everyone uses WhatsApp. Max
приложение,
is
которое,
an
не
app
знаю, оно не
that
дотянет 100% до того
that doesn't reach the full 100% capability.
уровня. Поэтому и никто не хочет им пользоваться.
That's why nobody wants to use it. Epic says 100% of my exposure to Russian internet memes comes from playing Stalker and Counter-Strike. I guess since it's just you and me talking via YouTube chat, have you heard any memes about the wall? If you have, this is what the guy was talking about. Basically, he said that Telegram was blocked by the Duma because Durov took away the wall, which is basically like your Facebook page, right? The like scrollable feed thing. And for some reason, a reason I cannot really understand, even though I was there, I was literally in that discourse when it was happening, and it still doesn't make sense to me. People were really upset about it, about that thing being removed. And like, yeah. This kid, or this young man, much like myself, is saying basically that all the issues are because Durov took away the wall on Russian Facebook, and therefore Telegram is banned. And so if you restore the wall, which is at 2010-ish, 2015-ish, that era meme, everything will be fine. There you go.
Не знаю, оно не дотянет.
There's probably a bunch of lore that I'm not explaining. Don't take this as a know your meme article, but good enough.
100% до такого уровня. Поэтому и никто не хочет им пользоваться.
Как думаете, Павел Дуров, сможет ли он одержать победу в этой битве
Do you think
между
Pavel Durov will be able
Роскомнадзором
to achieve victory in this fight with Roskomnadzor? Also, look at this. These are people in camo with equipment, which is interesting. I don't know why. I don't know who they're with because this is not police. I don't think this is the military. Because I think they dress differently? Question mark? Like they normally have a chevron over here? But maybe I'm retarded? But
и Телеграмом?
Но я думаю,
wait, hold on. Maybe we can figure this out.
It looks like military, or Phileas is saying. Those guys seem off duty.
Wait, hold on. I wish I had a quick button to move a frame. Wait.
Alex K says it's RUAF camo. Wait, Russian Air Force camo? What?
I think this might be. Wait. I don't know.
I remember the
has,
Facebook wall.
If someone has the Russian militarism, which I don't, you might be able to identify what unit they're with. I'm thinking this is like a private security contractor. Like a private not military company. It's called private guards companies. You know, like people you'd hire to protect your office, which are sort of like police, but also kind of not. Ish. They aren't armed. I understand, but they've got bags and like belts that people don't normally carry around, even if they're like LARPing in camo. But anyway, autism.
этой битве между Роскомнадзором и Телеграмом.
You say military contract. I didn't say military. I meant to say like the security people, not Blackwater, but because Blackwater like goes in and does, you know, what's its face in theater support. But instead, it would be something like the people that guard offices of like oil companies in the States or some such. You know what I mean? Why is Blackwater woke?
Oh, no. When he says Blackwater is woke, he means Blackwater is bad.
I
Epic.
understand, but why?
Oh, okay.
They like they range between communist and I don't understand like why.
Oh, wait, you mean why is Blackwater bad? Epic doesn't like private military contractors because he says that very often they will that he would rather that military people basically just have to sign up and serve the government or serve like the actual official military rather than be like a fucking military contractor because he basically believes that the military is or that that private military contractors very often will commit war crimes, you know, like Wagner did.
Yeah, which seems communist in that system, no?
Yes, but he's also using woke as like it's like a joke, right? Against
I understand, but the in that same meme, communist would be worse than woke. And I think it would deserve the communist label. That's why I'm confused.
Oh, I have no idea. Listen, you can quibble with Epic about whatever fucking meme labels he has, okay?
That's what I'm doing right now, live on stream.
Based.
Anyway.
Но я думаю, шансы у него хорошие, он уже одерживает.
The guy, in response to the question as to whether he thinks Pavel Durov would be able to defeat RKN, he says, I think he's got good chances.
Можно сказать, победу и держит марку. Мы будем желать
He holds to a standard.
ему успехов.
We wish him success.
Так, он еще плюс-минус работает, да.
Yeah, Telegram is like so works kind of.
Честно, не пользуюсь Телеграмом текущим.
Honestly, I don't use Telegram right now.
А где переписываетесь? По СМС.
What do you use to communicate? SMS.
В России уже неделю как заблокирован Телеграм.
Which is base. That's what I do with my family.
Телеграм, скажите, продолжаете ли вы им пользоваться? Да?
Do you continue to use Telegram? Yes.
Ага. Как он у вас работает? Хорошо.
It works fine.
Без
Excellent.
проблем. Как вы
No
считаете,
issues.
Павел Дуров сможет ли он сохранить
Do you think
Телеграм
Pavel
в
Durov will be
России?
able to
Сможет ли он
keep
поддерживать его работу и дальше,
Telegram alive in
несмотря
Russia
на
and
вот эти
maintain its
блокировки
function in
Роскомнадзора?
Russia
Было
despite
бы
the
очень здорово.
blocks by RKN?
Ну, надеемся, по крайней
We
мере.
hope.
Если
We don't know,
вдруг
but we hope.
Павел Дуров не сможет сохранить Телеграм в России,
What if-
пойдете в Макс? Нет.
What if Durov fails? Would you go to Max? No.
Там увидим.
We'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
All this Max hate.
Как он у вас
I use Telegram rarely.
работает?
How does it work for you?
Иногда работает.
Sometimes that works. I don't really
Скажите,
need
вы
it.
продолжаете им пользоваться,
Do you
несмотря
continue
на
to use Telegram?
блокировку?
Yes.
Да, продолжаем.
Как он у вас работает? Хорошо или не очень?
Does it work well for you or not. Occasionally works.
Периодически хорошо.
Да.
Occasionally
Как
works
вы
well.
считаете, Павел Дуров, сможет ли он одержать и в этот раз победу над Роскомнадзором и сохранить Telegram в России?
Все возможно.
Do you think Durov will defeat? Yes, it's possible. Everything is possible.
Надеетесь на это?
Do you hope for that?
Больше да, чем нет.
Or yes and
Выстоит
no?
ли Telegram в борьбе с Роскомнадзором? Сможет ли Павел Дуров
I missed something.
выстоит ли Telegram в
Do you think Telegram will be able to withstand the pressure by
борьбе
the
с
RKN?
Роскомнадзором? Сможет ли Павел Дуров отстоять
Will Durov be
и
able to
оставить
defend
Telegram
Telegram?
в России?
Я не знаю, насколько
I don't know.
Павел Дуров заинтересован в том,
I don't know how interested Durov is in maintaining access to Telegram in Russia.
чтобы именно в России что-то
Wait. Are there subtitles? Or not? Rip.
случалось и отстаивалось, если честно. Я вот что-то случалось, Павел Дуров заинтересован в том, чтобы именно в России что-то случалось и отстаивалось, если
I don't know how interested Pavel Durov is in defending things in Russia and making things happen in Russia,
честно.
if I'm being honest. However,
Я вообще не сильно могу
I'm
себе
not
представить, чтобы кто-то был заинтересован
entirely capable of imagining someone
в том, чтобы в России что-то отстаивалось.
defending something in Russia.
А,
Defending as a value, not as a, measure of the opposite of offense, right? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Bayborn, we're watching this because Russia segment, and I'm in charge. I'm your bitch. No.
You're his
My brain's
bitch.
melting.
Yes, there you go. Yeah, it's because we're learning about Russia, debate board. That's what's happening. Also, I want to eat dinner soon, so now I'm like on the fence about. But maybe I'll literally just leave you in charge of the stream. I don't know, because I know you really wanted to do this, and I don't want to like take it away from you and stuff. Yeah. But in any case, you can continue. I already started boiling water, but yeah, keep going because I am listening still.
не думаю, что это будет
I don't think
дело рук Павла
it's going to
Дурова. Я
be
думаю, что это будет...
someone's. Sorry, what?
Я не думаю, что это будет дело рук Павла Дурова.
I don't think this, meaning the defense, will be done at the hands of Pavel
Я
Durov.
думаю, что это будет
I instead
тихое,
think it's going
спокойное,
to be a
смиренное, народное
quiet, content, compliant
использование просто
use of
уже известных и привычных им средств,
known and well-established practices like
введение
VPNs
новых
and
способов
proxies
для того, чтобы следовать старым таким процедурам пользования
to follow old procedures
старыми мессенджерами.
and
Вот, я
old
думаю, то, что это
messengers.
будет такого плана
I think
взаимодействия.
that's
Не
what's
думаю,
going to happen.
что будет какое-то отстаивание прав потребителей Телеграма на таком
I don't think there's going to be a rights defense campaign
уровне
in this
разработчиков.
at the level of developers.
Скажите, работает ли он у вас? Да.
And does it work for you? Yes.
В России уже неделю как заблокирован Telegram.
This is where I did my OSINT autism, by the way, using this thing right here.
Based.
You can see, by the way, how like clean and modern this whole thing looks if you're looking at the screen.
Oh yeah. By the way, yeah, it does. Because that's Moscow. By the way, Epic answered your question. He said it's communism when they are PMC for the wrong side. Our guys are woke though. Yeah, that's what he's getting at, basically. Yeah. So Wagner is communist because that they're on the other side, but Blackwater is woke. Yeah.
I see. I comprehend this answer.
Telegram. Скажите, работает ли он у вас?
Да, у меня Telegram
Does Telegram
работает,
work
но
for
только с
you?
VPN. Или
Yes,
с
it does
прокси.
work for me, but only with a VPN
Есть какие-нибудь проблемы
or with proxy.
с его работой?
Do you have any issues?
Нет, ну вот
No.
если не врубать ни VPN, ни прокси,
Unless
вообще
you're
ничего не работает.
don't turn either the VPN or the proxy.
А с VPN работает все равно медленно.
Okay, people are establishing the tism that we found. Thing.
Врубать не VPN, не прокси, вообще ничего не работает, а с VPN работает все равно медленно.
Or if you turn the VPN, it still works at a degraded rate. It's slowed down.
А почему вы не хотите переходить в Max, в национальный
Why don't you
мессенджер?
want to move to Max?
Наверное, все-таки переживаю из-за моих данных. Я не хочу,
Because I'm concerned for
чтобы,
my
возможно,
data
кто-то смог
security.
взломать мой аккаунт или
Because
кто-то это
someone might be
услышал,
able to hack
поэтому...
me or
Не скажу,
listen
что я прям
in,
не против,
spy
но,
on
наверное,
me.
просто не буду скачивать, потому что пока работает Telegram, я
I'm
буду
not
лучше
that against it. I'm just not going to download it because while Telegram works fine for me,
пользоваться им.
I'm going to
Павел
continue to
Дуров,
use
сможет ли
that.
он отстоять Telegram в России, победить в этой схватке с Роскомнадзором?
Я думаю, что вряд ли, потому что сейчас государство
Do you think Pavel Durov will be able to defeat RKN? No, because at this point,
очень сильно занимается этим
the
вопросом,
state is highly invested in this
и
question,
Роскомнадзор сейчас
and RKN
старается
is
увеличить объемы трафика, который он может
making a large
обеспечить.
effort to increase
Поэтому
the
я
pace
думаю, что
of
Павел Дуров вряд ли справится с этим.
restrictions. I don't know if
Плохо
I
работает.
don't think Pavel Durov will be able to face up to it.
Еле-еле.
Продолжайте, то есть
It
им
continues to
пользоваться
work
всё-таки.
Да, да.
slowly and degraded, but it still works.
Да.
Будет ли Павел Дуров делать все, чтобы сохранить мессенджер, его работу в России?
Думаю, ну да, все будет хорошо. Ну, так же, как и с другими заблокированными.
Do you think Pavel Durov will be able to maintain Telegram's function in Russia? I think so, yes. It will be much like other restricted services.
Сетями будем пользоваться.
Очень плохо работает. Ну, с
It works very poorly.
там, час из 24 часов,
It
например.
works for an hour out of 24.
И вы продолжаете им пользоваться?
And you're continuing to use it?
Мы в Максе общаемся.
Да.
We're talking via Max.
Да.
Я продолжаю.
I'm going to psychoanalyze, which, if I were being entirely fair, I should have done this for all other people. But I think I have a good enough justification to do it here specifically.
Заблокированными сетями.
If you just look at the, like, mimicry, sorry, not mimicry, because that means a different thing. If you look at the facial movements, the tone, the posture, the people who were giving, like, Telegram-related answers and be like, yeah, I use it. Yeah, so what? I'm not going to go move to Max. They were confident, right?
Будем пользоваться.
These two women are exchanging many glances. And while they're reporting like a factual thing that Telegram works very poorly, they are more content. But then, right, you see here she is starting to make some weird comparison because this is like a street interview and she's, I guess, nervous.
4 часов, например.
И вы продолжаете им пользоваться?
And as soon as the question is asked, do you continue to use it? They exchange glances, smile,
Мы в Максе общаемся.
and laugh nervously, and then the other one, you know, kind of flex her wrist to dismiss the question. To me, I understand that I'm biased in a sense. This is a sign of people giving the expected loyalist answer. Not representative of like their true feeling. And there's definitely a way for me to mindfuck myself and just wholesale reject data that is inconvenient to me. But this is also in the vein of things you need to do to interpret like Russian sociology. Because obviously, right?
Yeah.
Or just nervous. Yeah, nervous why?
Well, I mean, yeah, like obviously they're gonna, you know, like you could get fucked, right? by
Yeah.
the government.
Possible.
Я продолжаю пользоваться.
And you see the thing cut off. The interview didn't even get the next question. So this would be a rejection. If you remember, we were looking at the Russian field earlier in some previous segment, and I said that one of the important metrics that is relevant to understanding that sociology is that at what point and how many people like rejected to answer and ended the poll there, if you remember. And this would be like a live example of people rejecting a question because it's way too dangerous in their view. Or, I don't know, maybe they're not confident, or whatever it might be, right?
Пользоваться Телеграмом, да.
I'm continuing to use
Как вы
Telegram, yeah.
считаете, в схватке между Роскомнадзором и Павлом Дуровым
Надеюсь, что стороны найдут
I hope
взаимопонимание.
they
Да, то
will
есть,
find
один
a
раз
common
уже такое
understanding.
было,
This has
примерно
happened once
сколько там,
before,
лет 5-7 назад.
some 5-7 years ago.
Но я считаю, что в любом случае большая
However, I
часть
think that the
россиян
majority
уже
of...
перешла к государству.
However, I believe that the majority of the Russian people have already made the switch to
Государственный мессенджер и,
the state
конечно,
messenger.
это средство связи
And
будет
this is, of
также
course,
расти, но я
a
не думаю,
means of
что за счет
communication.
технологичности слишком многие уйдут. Я думаю, такие активные люди, как подростки, предприниматели.
Oh, okay. Weird. Sorry, I was listening for the language he was using specifically. I thought for a second that he was going to do like a pithy phone patriotism thing to cover his ass, but maybe he just legitimately believes that people will transition to Macs. I don't know.
Топ-менеджеры, которые, в принципе, склонны развиваться, они останутся в том числе на этой платформе.
Да, CPN работает.
Сталкиваетесь ли с какими-нибудь трудностями?
Не, все в порядке.
Как думаете, Павел Дуров сможет отстоять Telegram?
Да.
Okay. Cute? Or
Yes.
retarded?
Was there any other ones, or actually there is? How many more?
There's a bunch of other ones.
Okay.
There's of the ones that are marked 2 concerning Macs, which are, I guess, are pretty quick. There's one about Hungary that is marked highly.
Okay. Yeah.
There's another thing that I insist on covering, but I guess timing concerns, I'm going to do that later, TM.
Yeah. Well, actually, you know
But,
what? Next time we'll have to do this earlier. I just got caught up doing other stuff. Actually, you know what? We can do this tomorrow, like more. Are you like around earlier tomorrow? Potentially?
I am around it's, what, 8 my time?
8 a.m. or 8 p.m.?
8 p.m.
Ah. Shit. Okay.
8
Well,
to 10.
Okay. Yeah, that's like later on in
Now
the
it's 12.
evening. Oh, yeah. Jesus Christ. What about on Saturday?
We can do Saturday.
Okay. We could also do Sunday.
I
I'm
guess
gonna
as a teaser.
I'm gonna see if Blacktoid's around on Saturday, by the way.
I'm gonna DM you about that
Okay.
after
Sure.
the thing.
Yeah.
As a teaser, though, I'm gonna say there's a internet personality who is got 13 million followers, of which she gained 200,000 in the past 2 days. And you can see, I guess, on this engagement Instagram tracker shenanigan, there are many spikes happening April 14th. Yeah?
Hmm.
furious.
Yeah.
She's got, she's like some businesswoman person. She's got a brand. She climbed the Everest, I guess, for that. Blah, blah, blah. If I can pop this out, because Instagram is fucking retarded. This is an 18-minute reel of her talking, and I'm just gonna read some comments.
Okay, I didn't realize reels were that long.
I
But
didn't
it
either.
could be. Yeah.
It is a thing, apparently. You're the best, brave, and cool. Not only the boyars are bad, I think the Tsar is aware of everything. However, such public scrutiny is very important. 18 million views is incredible.
Wait, Vasherman says she was a reality TV star. I see. Okay.
She was, yeah.
Star is very generous, by the way. Okay.
If we go just through her Instagram, her pinned thing has 192,000 likes, 5 million views under that. 7 million views on the Everest climbing video, 300,000 likes. And these are all like pinned to the top. 10 million on another Everest post, which are, you know, impressive things. You expect those to be big. And they're pinned to the top. 1 million, 6 million, 4 million, 1 million, 2.5 million, blah, 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 blah. Boom, 22 million views.
Wait, isn't
1.1 million.
Isn't Instagram banned in Russia?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yes, it is.
Okay, but people are still okay. Yeah, people are still using VPNs to get around it, or do we think there's something fucky going? Like, do we think that like this this lady's getting botted for some reason because of like I guess like the teaser is we'll see what she's got to say next time. Like, why is it that
It
people?
is, yes.
Okay.
65,000 comments, as opposed to 1,000, 8,000, 800, 2,000.
Okay, so she went viral for some reason, or this is artificial, one or the other. Yeah.
I will also say that I'll read the following comment and then I'll say something else. Much respected Victoria, it is, however, very difficult to say or difficult to believe that President Putin, which has been governing Russia for 26 years, doesn't know about the issues that you raise. This sounds completely unbelievable. However, thanks a lot to finding the strength and courage to bring these important issues to attention. This is already an act. I will also add that somewhere down here, which I'm not going to be able to find in the 65,000 comments, the official account of Russian McDonald's sounded off.
Well, that's funny.
Given the time and the duration of the stream, it appears that you're going to have to learn the reason for her going viral next time.
Yes.
You know, next time on Dragon Ball Z, you're going to find out. But I will say, I found it important enough to mark this as discourse defining.
Okay.
Other things we've covered today were like either just passing stories or niche. This was passing. These are passing. Right? So in terms of my feel of the media space, this is a much bigger story than the ones we've covered today.
Okay, fair.
Which is why I was going to force it on people.
All right. Yeah.
Also,
No.
yes,
I
you
mean,
were
I'm
cliffhanged.
I'm curious about it too. Honestly. Yeah. Like now I'm curious what the point of that is, but all right. Yeah. Holy shit. We've been going for 9 hours. That's crazy. Like the stream is 9 hours long. Which is awesome. But I'm glad to know that video games like will sustain me for longer, which is good because it means that I'm not going to go take naps or anything. But oh yeah, Jesus, I forgot to turn the camera back on. Lol. Anyway, I think that's everything. Yeah. Thank you very much, Arthur.
I'll throw the sources that and stories that were covered in a separate doc and put it somewhere.
Okay.
It'll be. I'm gonna start forcing it on people that I interact with. I'm gonna ask that the sources docs for at least the things that I touch are fully in the description, so anyone in the future can like easily navigate to the things that were covered.
Oh yeah, if you want to do that, sure, that could be a possible thing. Yeah. My impression of the pirate game is that it's quite good, Alex. I'm enjoying it. It is very fun. And if we want to get other people to play, that's cool. But yeah, I'll have to figure that out though. Anyway, I hope that you all. I'm gonna disconnect from Discord now though. Thank you, Arthur. Have a good night.
Anything
You
else?
should go to bed. No, but thanks. Nice me. You should go to sleep, buddy. Go to bed. It's like midnight for you.
It is midnight, yeah,
All right.
but you know it's okay.
Have a good night,
Thanks,
though.
everyone.
Yeah. Bye.
Good night.
Yeah, so far I like WINDROSE. It's a fun game. Yeah. I think it should be a good game to play on stream. Anyhow. I will see you guys later. And yeah, have a good one, everybody. I'll probably be back tomorrow. We'll see. Depends. Actually, yeah, I think we will, because I want to watch that Israel-Palestine thing. I'm genuinely curious what that's all about, or maybe other stuff too. And we'll see what else comes up for tomorrow as well. Anyway, good night. Bye.